Bro, literally just logged in to farm some college tuition, and let's be real, his skills were absolute trash. That is until one sketchy gamble with a random old dude flipped his entire universe upside down. He walked away clutching a mythic tier item, and suddenly the RNG gods completely blessed him. From that exact second, his luck skyrocketed. Insane loot drops, ultra-secret quests, totally rigged victories. Right now, while the rest of the server is sweating and grinding for basic EXP, this guy is casually shattering the game's economy with pure unadulterated luck, in a universe where even the NPCs are plotting their revenge. Welcome to Circuit, the ultimate VR masterpiece that completely broke the internet with 50 million concurrent players online, and a mind-blowing 400 million total downloads within its very first month of launch. This insane hype train was fueled by one massive, undeniable flex. They actually built a flawless virtual reality. Even the absolute haters who swore it was physically impossible are currently hopelessly addicted to building their own empires inside Circuit. Our boy was totally one of those cynics too, yet here he is, chilling in his cramped apartment, literally feeling the virtual ocean breeze on his skin. He inhaled the salty air deeply. Meet Lee Kehoe, just your average Circuit addict rocking the IGN Mose. Suddenly a harsh voice shatters his peace. "Yo, you!" He flinched, whipping around with a confused "what?" The random player jabbed a finger sideways, barking that if he wanted to just stand there zoning out, he needed to bounce. He was literally blocking their farming route. Mose instantly threw his hands up in surrender, nervously apologizing. The sweaty player stormed past, snapping that everyone here is a cleaner, so stop dragging the aggro. Yeah, slime cleaners. See when Circuit practically took over the world. Its digital economy completely stomped real-world crypto. Right now, the game features 3 distinct tiers of gear. Common drops are basically trash tier, but magic class artifacts. That is where the real flex begins. They inject raw bonus stats straight into your character build. Snagging a piece of gear with +1 to a stat is literally the exact same as grinding out a whole base level. These stats wildly mutate your physical limits. Like a zero-skill noob will suddenly start throwing hands like an absolute heavyweight champion, just by equipping a ring with +3 strength. Because of this totally busted scaling, even a basic magic ring with +1 easily auctions for a mind-numbing 10 million won minimum. And rare gear, bro, those are literally urban legends, because absolutely nobody on the entire server has unboxed one since day one. Players do not even know if a tier above rare actually exists. So right now, Magic Rank is the ultimate holy grail. And slimes, they are the absolute lowest level mobs that can technically drop these godly items. This sparked an absolute gold rush, with thousands of desperate players massacring these squishy blue blobs, praying for that lottery ticket drop. The community dubbed them slime cleaners. But let's be entirely real, the actual drop rate for magic loot is astronomically cursed. Suddenly, a nearby player stared down at a dissolved slime puddle, screaming in pure agony. Trash drops again. Mose just watched the meltdown, thinking to himself how he had been sweating in these fields for 2 whole months without a single glowing pixel to show for it. He let out a heavy, soul-crushing sigh. Time to count the pennies. Cut to the bustling coastal hub of Lindirk. He marched up to a local merchant stand only to have his jaw drop. Are you kidding me? 20 silver? The bored NPC just shrugged. Yep. You guys are literally dumping oceans of slime fluid on me. The market is completely crashed. Mose stared blankly at the pathetic change in his palm. Bro, the value literally nosedived by 50% overnight. The merchant just threw his hands up, deadpanning that those were the current market rates. Take it or leave it. Defeated Mose muttered, "Fine, whatever, I will take it." Moments later, he slumped onto a worn-out bench, rubbing his temples. A brutal all-day grind fest, all for a measly 20 silver coins. Converted to IRL cash that was barely 20,000 won. Plus, with the spawn areas completely overpopulated, slimes were practically going extinct. He tilted his head back, glaring up at the virtual clouds. 60 days he had survived purely on the delusion of landing a glowing magic drop. And his grand finale, a pathetic 5 gold coins scrounged up from vendoring literal trash. He glanced down at the battered iron sword stabbed into the dirt beside him. A garbage tier starter blade. Its current durability was flashing red at 4 out of 25. The thing was basically on life support. He stared at the cracked metal, realizing it was going to shatter on the next mob, and his miserable 5 gold could not even afford a replacement hilt. This game is absolute trash. No, it is a purely toxic RNG simulator. Hot tears of total frustration actually pricked the corners of his eyes. He choked up, whispering that he just wanted to survive and pay for his university tuition. If he knew this grind was just an endless scam, he would have totally given up on this artifact pipe dream, treated the game like a normal player, or just picked up extra shifts at his IRL minimum wage job. Yeah, whatever. He aggressively ruffled his hair, sighing that it was finally time to log off for good. But right before quitting, he pulled up his system interface, staring down at the pathetic coins resting in his palm. 2 agonizing months of absolute hellish grinding. And all it was worth roughly 500,000 won in real cash, but cashing out now just felt extremely depressing. Whatever. He was permanently deleting his account anyway. Might as well blow it all on one last thrill before logging off forever, he figured. Crossing his arms, a sudden chaotic noise made him snap his head to the right. A massive crowd had swarmed the plaza. Players were totally hyping up this one dude in the center, screaming their lungs out. Bro, just pop it already. This is literally your 8th pull. Sweating bullets, the player clutched the gacha item like his life depended on it. Please, RNG gods, please, he begged, finally breaking the seal. Boom! The very next second, a massive cloud of smoke totally swallowed the area. When the haze cleared, this absolutely cursed human-faced fish flopped onto the ground. The system pinged inedible creepy face. The entire squad erupted into savage laughter. Bro, what even is that? Oh my! Bawling his eyes out, the humiliated dude bolted out of the plaza. Watching this utter chaos unfold, our MC instantly recognized it. This was basically a giant. The shady merchant just smirked. Should have rolled a few more times, kid. The jackpot was right there, but you tapped out too early. All right, gentlemen, who's stepping up next? For just 5 gold coins, you could walk away with god-tier treasure today. The MC narrowed his eyes at the stand. 5 entire gold coins for a single blind pull. What an absolute scam. Catching his gaze, the hustler locked right onto him. Yo, kid, I see that fire in your eyes. You're itching for a spin, aren't you? He pointed dead at our boy. Want to test your luck? The MC flinched. Wait me. He frantically waved his hands. Nah, no way, I'm literally just spectating. But the merchant wasn't backing down, telling him to stop acting so scared. You've got that main character energy, kid. I can practically see the aura of luck radiating off you. I've been waiting for a legend like you to show up. A random bystander totally roasted the merchant, yelling that he literally just used that exact same script on the last guy. But our MC just sighed, slowly walking up to the stand. Screw. All right, I'm in, he declared. The merchant's eyes lit up like a Christmas tree. Oh man, bless your soul, kid. Fast forward a bit. Chilling alone in his room, the MC gazed out the window, thanking his lucky stars he finally escaped. So, yeah, he literally blew his entire net worth on this random blind box. He felt this weird mix of total depression and sweet relief, knowing his gaming journey was officially over. Looking back, his playthrough was just sad. His entire gaming legacy, grinding basic slimes. He stared dead at the unboxed loot resting in his palm. Whatever, it's time. He was gonna check the drop and instantly uninstall. Open! He lobbed the item into the air. Instantly, a blinding holy aura erupted from it. His jaw hit the floor. Wait, what the heck? Context check. When the VR game circuit completely broke the internet, its virtual economy totally eclipsed real-world cash. Magic-grade gear is the ultimate flex right now. Even a trash-tier weapon with a single stat boost easily pulls at least 10 million won on the market. An unboxing like this had literally never happened before. The shell shattered, and the godlike radiance grew so intense it blasted straight through the closed blinds. The MC stumbled backwards, collapsing onto the floor. Space itself literally tore open right in front of him, and a celestial pendant slowly drifted down into his trembling hand. A glowing holographic window popped up. Florin's star. Rarity rare type pendant. Stat strength +7. Vigor +4. Agility +4. Intelligence +3. Base health regeneration +17. Mana recovery at 7 units per second. Combat health regeneration at 4 units per second. And a massive form aura spanning 250 meters. And the item lore? To her one true love, she offered this parting blessing. May this amulet be your guiding glimmer of hope when the world goes pitch black. Forged by Erilyn Bride of Florin, commander of the Langris Knights. Still sprawled on the floor, the MC was absolutely mind-blown. Rare, he choked out. Cut to a bit later on, the massive circuit TV broadcast with the famous Jihan hosting. Welcome back to your ultimate hub for circuit updates. It's your girl, Jihan, Korea's top 2 streamer. Today's spicy topic, brand new overpowered drops. Kicking things off, we've got a piece that literally just broke the internet, setting an all-time price record at the auction house. Behold Ina's ring, which just got sniped for a mind-boggling 72 million won. She flashed the item's stat block on screen: Ina's ring, magic tier accessory, passive health recovery, plus 4 units per second. Rumor has it this crazy piece of jewelry dropped straight from the terrifying northern boss. She hyped up. The real MVP here is that health regen. In the current meta, self-healing is literally the most cracked and sought-after magic ability in the entire game. This bad boy boasts a tier 4 value rating, making it the absolute pinnacle of current gear. Ina's ring totally humiliated the previous record holder, that 63 million won speed accessory, officially making it the single most expensive. The gamers watching the Jumbotron were absolutely losing their minds. Bro, health regen plus 4, what even is that broken stat? Dude, you could literally buy a luxury car with that kind of cash. Smiling Jihan seamlessly transitioned. Now moving on to our second legendary drop. Packing an elite tier buff, we have the Langris Cavalcade necklace, boosting strength by a solid 3 points. This piece just bagged an insane 39 million won, proving once again that raw DPS stats never go out of style. Watching this stream, our MC practically choked. Bro, what? He always assumed that whale tier, at least he thought so, until last night. Slowly he looked down at the glittering pendant resting in his palm. In literally any other MMO, rare grade gear is just starter trash you dismantle for scraps. But here in the wild, newly launched world of Circuit, this thing was about to make him filthy rich. Actually, it's the exact opposite. Auction houses usually drool over magic gear, meaning this baby could literally be the very first artifact of its kind to hit the market. A manic laugh escaped his lips. His fingers locked around the glowing pendant in a death grip, and his cackling echoed as he roared. Hell yes, I struck pure gold. Literal tears of joy flooded his vision as he choked out, holy crap. He dropped to his knees, bathed in the soft glow spilling through the window, feeling overwhelmingly— Hold up, let's do the math. How much cash are we talking here? The Florin Star's passive buffs totally eclipse standard magic stats. And get this, the most hyped perk HP regen clocks in at a whopping 17.7 points per second. The starting bid alone would easily smash 100 million, hell, maybe even 10 or 20 billion tuition fees. Consider them nuked. He wouldn't just snag a luxury penthouse, he could totally flex a supercar too. Snapping at his fingers to summon the system interface, he breathed, alright, let's do this. Scanning the map for the nearest auction house, his eyes drifted back to the gleaming pendant. And rumor had it that scoring just 3 extra points in the strength stat could completely break the game. Before, his attacks just tickled low-level slimes, making him an easy target for toxic, high-ranked tryhards. Could he finally carry a squad like an absolute boss? His gaze locked onto the jewelry once more. Flashbacks of his miserable grind hit him hard. Any other sane player would have flipped this for instant cash. But honestly, after 2 straight months of eating dirt, didn't he deserve to treat himself? Glancing back at the glowing blue panels, a smirk formed. Yeah, why not? He could always dump the star on the marketplace later. Then he checked his current stats and cringed. Bro, what an absolute dumpster fire of a build. Disgust written all over his face, he scanned the pathetic numbers. Class Traveler, level 9, HP 80 out of 80. Mana 30, Strength 6, Vitality 5, Agility and Intelligence a sad 5 each. He let out a heavy sigh and slipped the chain around his neck. Instantly, his stat numbers started glitching and skyrocketing. A wave of agony hit him. Gah, son of a— he shrieked, collapsing onto the mattress. So, this is what a raw 18-point stat boost feels like. Why did the devs make the pain engine this hyper-realistic? It's a freaking video game. He silently prayed that taking the necklace off wouldn't trigger. Pulling a bronze coin from his inventory, he casually pinched it, and the metal crumpled like wet paper under his fingers. No way. I'm actually crap. No wonder the entire server was losing their minds over these legendary drops. Pushing himself off the bed, a dangerous grin spread across his face. Time to take this bad boy for a test drive. Cut to later, massive airships cruised across the vibrant sky. Dropping into the continent's central hub gave you fast travel access to literally any zone. Scouting out a decent party here should be an absolute breeze. The streets were absolutely swarming with gamers. This was Aspartan, the undisputed most popping metropolis in the entire game. Our boy was currently weaving through the crowded alleys completely awestruck. Man, the player base here is flexing some serious wealth. Did he get way too cocky traveling to the capital? Let's be real, take away the star, and his entire loadout was just one rusty trash tier blade. Getting drafted into a solid guild, looking like a total scrub, was going to be rough. Dragging his feet toward the bounty board, he started hunting for solo grinding spots. Out of nowhere, a girl named Sharon stepped into his personal space. "Hey, are you running a swordsman class?" Startled, he spun on his heels to face her. Flashing a bright, charismatic smile, she tilted her head. "Unless my radar is totally off, you're currently flying solo and need a squad, yeah." Visibly confused, he glanced over his shoulder before pointing a thumb at his chest. "Wait me. Well, I guess." But before he could even form a complete sentence, she snatched his wrists. "Perfect," she cheered, her eyes sparkling. "We've got an open slot in our raid group that has your name written all over it. You down?" A short time later, over at the plaza, an impatient Vincent glared at Guile. "Where the hell did Sharon run off to? If we miss this dungeon queue, I'm going to lose it." Guile just waving off the anxiety. "Chill out. Let's give her a few more minutes. That kid always has a master plan." Right on cue, a familiar figure tried, frantically waving her arms in the air. "Uncle Guile?" she hollered. The veteran smirked, jabbing a thumb in her direction. "Speak of the devil. Told you guys I wouldn't come back empty-handed?" she bragged, shoving the protagonist forward. "Come on, introduce yourselves." Vincent aggressively scanned the newcomer from head to toe, internally cringing at the Our guy rubbed the back of his neck, flashing an awkward apologetic grin. Hey guys. Nice to meet you." Meanwhile, Vincent's mind was racing. "Bro, is that sword literally crumbling into dust right now?" Leaning in close to Sharon, Vincent hissed through his teeth. "Look, I know we're desperate for a fill, but did you seriously just drag a complete noob into our party?" She quickly cupped her hand over her mouth, whispering back, "Relax, big guy. Don't judge a book by its busted cover." Out of everyone in that plaza, his aura was off the charts. She admitted that she was thrown off at first, too. Yeah, his cosmetic drip was an absolute eyesore, but his raw hidden stats heavily gapped every single veteran roaming the streets. She had secretly triggered her active skill, Keen Eye Level 2. It acts like a radar ping, an absolute must-have ability for the archer class. By locking onto a target, it instantly scans their hidden power scaling and threat level. Suddenly, a deep voice interrupted the huddle. I take it our vanguard is finally sorted." It was Silborn. Vincent immediately straightened, his posture respect. "Yes, Mr. Silborn, our four-man cell is locked and loaded." Hearing that name, the protagonist's eyes went wide with sheer disbelief. "Wait, hold up. Is that actually Silborn, the legendary guildmaster of the Silver Vanguard? The infamous sorcerer who casually rocks 5 god-tier magical artifacts?" A confident, commanding smile broke across the mage's face as he declared, "Outstanding." All right, time to roll out." Mose couldn't help but wonder, were these guys actually going to risk their necks and throw down? But Silborn scrambled to the crest of the hill. He threw a hand in the air, his voice booming. "Listen up, everyone!" He hyped up the crowd, genuinely grateful that they had linked up for the massive troll raid orchestrated by the legendary Silver Guild. Our boy, a troll hunt. Sure, trolls might be bottom-tier mobs on paper, but they are absolute savages. With a busted healing factor, you're looking at a nightmare packed with insane bone-crushing strength. They can literally shatter solid boulders bare-handed. Sleeping on a beast like that is a death wish. Mose seriously doubted if he had the juice to survive this. Right on cue, Gile flashed a wild grin. "Just a heads up, man," Gile warned, his voice dropping. "These ugly beasts are out for blood. If you see one, steer clear. They will hunt your ass down to the ends of the earth, and they always run in packs. Long story short, trolls do not play around." Vincent chimed in, "But hey, they're slow as molasses and terrified of fire and magic. If you've grinded in raids before, taking down a mob like this is an absolute breeze. The best part? The payout is crazy." Mose's ears perked up. Sharon slid into the conversation, dropping the real intel. "Listen closely. Every single drop of loot you rip off a troll fetches top dollar. Take their blood, for instance. Alchemists pay a premium for that stuff, and don't even get me started on their hide and bones. Blacksmiths need those parts to forge some seriously overpowered gear. That's exactly why only the heavyweight guilds monopolize these raids." Vincent smirked, admitting they were mad lucky to even snag an invite. Sharon locked eyes with him. "Looks like the rumors weren't capping. The Silver Guild is legit scouting for fresh blood right now. No wonder the vibe here is so insanely sweaty." Gile let out a heavy sigh, waving it off. Honestly, if I can just secure a few drops of that troll blood, I'm golden. It'll literally cover my college tuition. Mose tilted his head, sizing the dude up. Wait, Guile, you're grinding through college too. Guile flashed a sheepish grin, rubbing the back of his neck. Guilty as charged. Gotta farm this game just to pay the bills, man. Mose's face lit up with an instant connection. Bro, same. I literally jumped into this raid to fund my classes. Guile shot him a massive thumbs up. Hell yeah. We're basically broke boy brothers now. Let's farm this loot together. Sharon crossed her arms, a heavy sigh escaping her lips. Ugh, don't mind me. I'm just out here wishing I was back on campus. Vincent raised an eyebrow at her. Let me guess. Corporate treating you like garbage again? She rolled her eyes. Bro, is it ever any different? Living paycheck to paycheck. Suddenly a booming voice ripped through the chatter. All right, ladies and gents. Eyes on me. Bring it in tight. I'm breaking down the battle strategy. After everyone huddled up, Silborn pulled up his glowing system interface, a confident smirk on his face. All right, troll extermination squad, sync your mini-maps, please. For the last few days, my elites in the Silver Guild have been putting their lives on the line, rigging a gauntlet of death traps across the zone. Here is the play. Phase 1, we kite the bastard. We bait it right into our tripwires, dragging it through hell trap by trap. The second it triggers the final snare, we jump it. The entire raid unloads everything we've got. Boom quest cleared. Since our mobility absolutely gaps a troll's sticking to this strat, guarantees a quick flawless kill with 0 casualties. The crowd murmured in awe. Damn, top-tier guilds really operate on a whole different level. Me, the icy pendant resting against his chest. He was itching to test drive his but it looked like a solo duel was completely off the table today. Right then, Gile muttered, Yo, does this layout seem rigged to you? Vincent crossed his massive arms. Doesn't matter if it is. It's not like we can rewrite the raid rules. Gile urgently flagged Mose over, jabbing a finger at his floating party UI. Bro, peep this. Tell me I'm not crazy. There isn't a single Silver Guild player slotted in the bait team. Vincent analyzed the screen, his eyes narrowing. Yeah, they're definitely stacking their own guys in the vanguard. They're totally hoarding all the DPS slots. Landing the killing blow skyrockets your participation points. Sharon shrugged, trying to stay positive. Honestly, I'm just pumped I got an invite. You never know, right? We might stumble onto some epic tier loot. Mose glanced at her, piecing the puzzle together. So, just joining the raid doesn't guarantee you a piece of the action. The system totally funnels all the fat payouts to whoever grinds the most contribution points. Silborn threw his arms wide, hyping the crowd one last time. All right, people, give it 200%. Let's make a killing today. Fast forward, the bait squad crept into the third ambush sector. One of the scouts marched ahead, glancing over his shoulder. So, our only job is literally just to spot the big guy. The dude trailing him checked his minimap. Spot on. But remember, once we aggro, it don't drag it to the snare immediately. He flashed a cocky grin. The silver elites are gonna flex on it first, right, Sick? Man, once they officially recruit us, I bet we'll be doing nothing but grinding high-tier raids 24/7. He chuckled. Hell yeah, easy money. Suddenly his teammate snapped, Dude, watch your step, you moron. A split second later, the scout's eyes, more shadows burst from the underbrush, sending the crew into a sheer panic. Holy crap, are they multiplying? Someone shrieked. The group instantly booked it the other way, screaming their heads off. Run for your lives. Come on, move. Seriously, less talking, more sprinting. Behind them, the massive trolls relentlessly closed the gap, stomping through the dirt. Bursting into an open clearing, they frantically whipped around. Where the heck is the ambush point? One yelled. Wait! Someone is up ahead in the tree line. Cornered, the kid finally snatched the blade from his back. He spun on his heel, glaring at the beasts. Bring it on, you ugly freaks. He was totally ready to clash. But right mid-sentence, his boots completely lost traction, sending him crashing face first into the dirt. He found himself sitting in some thick, nasty puddle. What is this gross slime? He groaned. Why did I get stuck and not him? A system alert flashed across his vision. Viscous oil. A rogue skill that permanently roots anyone trapped inside, detonating instantly the moment a single spark hits it. His eyes widened in pure horror. The giant brutes had already snatched up his fleeing buddy like a rag doll. Somebody save me! The captive wailed, absolutely terrified. They desperately needed a rescue plan, but the bystanders just stood there, chilling, as one guy smirked. Oh, he is totally losing his mind right now. The trapped kid stared in disbelief. Seriously. Right then, Silborn whipped out his glowing staff, channeling raw magic. You absolute... A blinding laser ripped through the air, triggering a massive fiery shockwave. As the smoke cleared, he smoothly slid off his spectacles and boasted, "I literally promised you guys a fast, risk-free farming session, all right? Who wants to get..." Meanwhile, heavy footsteps shook the earth nearby. The zone boss, the terrifying Black Mountain Troll, was officially entering. The beast glared with glowing, furious eyes. Our main character gripped his blade tightly, locking eyes with the threat, while Vincent dropped his voice to a dead serious whisper. "I can solo this thing," he claimed. Sharon just rolled her eyes. "Oh yeah, totally," she mocked. Vincent then heavily smacked his massive shield, bragging, "What is its attack power anyway? It cannot even scratch me." She flashed a sarcastic grin, laying out the brutal truth. "Well then, when we clash, Uncle better tank it like a champ instead of running away." Guile chuckled lightly, joking that after the dust settles, they would spread the word, that he went down like a true legend. Vincent barked back, super annoyed. "Are you guys literally planning my funeral already?" Guile threw his hands up and backed away, totally blaming Sharon for starting the roast session. But suddenly, the vibe shifted. Up on the towering cliff edge beside them, a heavy foot crushed a dry branch. Our hero's head snapped up. Noticing his shift in focus, Sharon frowned. "Mose, what is going on?" He slowly raised a finger toward the right and muttered, "We have got company up there." She followed his gaze, her breath hitching in utter shock, as a colossal troll plummeted from the sky, slamming right into their path. The giant instantly wound up a crushing downward swing, but in a flash, Vincent lunged forward, thrusting his iron shield up to absorb the devastating impact. He strained against the insane pressure before the beast brutally swatted him away like a fly. "Uncle!" Giles screamed in a total panic. Mose froze. "Wait, that is a troll!" The towering abomination loomed over him like a living nightmare. "Are they seriously supposed to look like this?" He panicked internally. The intel was completely off. Was he actually... Ice water rushed through his veins, suffocated by the monster's overwhelming killing intent. He was convinced this was game over. Yet out of nowhere, a barrage of arrows zoomed past his shoulders. The troll raised its massive forearms, completely tanking the volley. Sharon kept her bow locked on the target, screaming back, "Uncle now!" Without missing a beat, Vincent exploded forward. Pure fury burned in his gaze. He slammed his heavy metal plate right into the brute, dug his boots into the dirt, and launched himself up, activating Shield Bash. A system window flashed. Class ability. Requires any equipped shield, strikes the target, and triggers severe knockback. The impact sent the giant flying, but it wildly grabbed a thick tree trunk, digging its heels in and screeching to a halt. A furious roar ripped from the monster's throat. Vincent's face fell in sheer disbelief. "No way," he muttered. "Uncle, are you hurt?" Sharon yelled out. "I am fine, but my attack dealt literally 0 damage." "And that was a full power strike," he shouted. "My arrows did not even leave a scratch either," she replied. They were totally cornered. Mose kept his blade raised high, frantically suggesting, "Can we just kite this freak into an ambush?" Earlier, everyone claimed this would be a cakewalk, since these mobs were supposedly slow as turtles. But Giles hastily rummaged through his inventory, looking extremely stressed. "Guys, this mutant is way off the charts. Look at the crazy size of it. This thing feels exactly like a raid boss." Mose nodded fiercely. "Exactly. Plus, it is roaming solo. Normal trolls always travel in packs of 4. Just look at this freak," Giles explained. Our hero gritted his teeth. "So, can we actually kill this thing?" Vincent glanced back at the rogue. "What is your call here?" Giles popped the cork off a glowing flask. "Even if I totally nuke its healing factor with this, its base defense stats are way too insane." Vincent snatched the buff potion and downed it in one gulp. "Then we literally have 0 choice left," he declared. "We have to stall this raid boss until the Silver Guild gets here." Before anyone could blink, the Titan wildly swung its massive club, smashing the ground and forcing the squad to dive for their lives. Sharon miraculously repositioned behind the beast, locking 2 arrows onto its blind spot. She let the bowstring snap, screaming, "You are so annoying!" Vincent whipped his head toward her, screaming in pure panic. "Sharon, fall back. Mose, move." He was supposed to be running interference from the sidelines. "Got it," our MC yelled out. But deep down, he was low-key panicking, wondering, what on earth am I even... This squad had insane synergy grinding together for ages. They were the hardcore players who actually breathed and lived for the chaotic world of Circuit. Next to these pros, he felt like a total scrub. For 2 whole months, he had just been mindlessly farming slimes, desperately praying for that one lucky drop. He was absolutely starving for a genuine pulse-pounding adventure like this one. Suddenly, Vincent's voice ripped through his thoughts. He locked eyes with the massive troll, watching the beast wind up a fatal swing. "Yep, I am totally dead," he braced himself. But in a flash, Vincent materialized right beside him. The veteran tank bashed the monstrosity back with his heavy shield. He glared. It hit him hard. Could a late bloomer like him actually level up and become someone legendary? Gritting his teeth, he locked in. No excuses. Just watching is not enough. He hyped himself up. I am making my move right now. Riding that adrenaline rush, he exploded off the dirt, channeled every ounce of his aura into his blade, and slashed. Crack. His cheap blade instantly snapped in half as the glowing system UI flashed a brutal warning. Weapon durability depleted to 0. He stared blankly at the shattered hilt in his hands, his stomach dropping. Oh crap. Boom! The beast's sheer momentum launched our MC backward like a rag doll. He screamed in terror before violently slamming into the dirt. Danger alerts flooded his vision. His health had tanked below 20%. His leather gauntlets were completely trashed, durability at 0. His gear was totally shredded. Right then, Sharon's panicked voice pierced the chaos. He is charging, fall back! The towering beast lunged. Guile threw up his arms to block, but the sheer force blasted him backward, leaving deep trenches in the soil as he skidded to a halt. Drawing her bowstring to its absolute limit, Sharon warned the squad that this absolute unit of a troll could one-shot any of them. She desperately yelled to create some distance and reset the monster's aggro, but Uncle Vincent was not having it. "Copy that!" he roared, charging straight into the danger zone. As the veteran closed the gap, the enraged giant ripped an entire tree straight out of the earth, swinging the massive trunk like a baseball bat. But the old pro did not flinch. He parried with his shield and drove a crushing blow into the beast's shin, bellowing, "Eat this!" Instantly, the troll shrieked in pure agony, winding up for a devastating counter. Vincent held his ground, pinning his shield against its thick leg, as Guile screamed his name in utter panic. The tank snapped his head back. Boom! A massive shockwave rocked the battlefield. Meanwhile, our MC groggily sat up, gripping his pounding head. Wait! He stared down at his shaking hands in pure shock. The interface pinged, confirming his stamina was fully recharged. Mind blown, he realized he was completely healed. No way! So, this is the crazy regeneration buff everyone goes wild for. Suddenly his head snapped up, catching the sound of Vincent's name echoing across the field. He watched in horror as the monster slammed the giant tree down on the veteran, who desperately raised his shield, straining to block the crushing weight. Uncle Vincent's muscles trembled under the insane pressure, yet he held the line. Peeking over his battered defense, he hollered, "Sharon now!" Twang! Her arrow sliced through the air, sinking deep into the troll's eye socket. The beast dropped the tree, clutching its face and howling in blinding pain. Thrashing wildly, it hammered its giant fists into Vincent's raised shield. The old man braced himself, absorbing the brutal hits with everything he had left. His face twisted in grim defeat. Damn it, is this really a team wipe? He thought. But out of nowhere, the MC went full send. He sprinted in and launched himself at the giant, body slamming the massive beast off balance. The monster staggered back and our boy landed utterly confused. Wait, what? He blinked, screaming, "Bro, what was that impact just now? Some kind of insane curved throw." The MC froze, gasping for air internally, freaking out, because he absolutely did not expect to topple a colossus like that. Guile's frantic voice snapped him back to reality. He locked eyes with his teammate and shouted back, "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I am good," Guile replied, pointing furiously. "But look at Uncle." Our boy whipped around and froze, staring at Vincent's battered body, as it suddenly erupted in a brilliant glowing aura. Hold up, is this healing magic? The protagonist stared at the radiant energy wrapping around him, spreading his fingers wide as a crazy thought hit him. Pure, vibrant life force surged straight into the exhausted tank. Vincent slowly raised his head, eyes wide with absolute shock. "My health bar! It is completely maxed out." Sharon whipped her head around, totally baffled. "Wait! Party healing? What are you even talking about?" The MC could only let out a nervous. Vincent narrowed his eyes at our boy. "This kid, he is definitely not some standard noob," he realized. Suddenly a deafening, blood-curdling roar, and the protagonist spun around to see the troll violently pushing itself back up. Sharon instantly knocked another arrow, screaming, "He is back up. I am taking the headshot this time." but Vincent swiftly tossed his own massive blade across the field, roaring at the top of his lungs. Moses finishing this fight, a satisfying chime rang out as the system UI flashed two-handed steel sword acquired. The protagonist seamlessly drew the heavy blade from its scabbard, and he charged the behemoth head-on. Winding back the massive sword, he unleashed an absolutely devastating strike. Far away, Silborn watched the entire insane play unfold through his system monitor, his mind racing with possibilities. Nothing beats the pure satisfaction of scrolling through an inventory stuffed to the absolute brim with loot. Not a single empty slot in sight. At this crazy pace, they were on track to rake in over 100 million won in barely 10 minutes. A wicked smirk crept across his face. Technically, the game's strict mechanics demanded a minimum of 120 players just to trigger a troll raid. Since a silver-tier guild caps at 40 members, they had to scrape together 80 random mercenaries. But this guy, he had already cooked up the ultimate hustle to game the system. To make the whole setup look totally legit, he roped in a handful of high-level veterans. See the game's auto-loot system? Dishes out rewards based strictly on individual contribution. The higher the difficulty of your specific task, the juicier the payout. So, personally wiping out the troll horde guaranteed the biggest slice of the pie. Sure, rumors about his shady little scam would inevitably leak. But if his rep took a hit, he would just ghost everyone, and after that he could easily rebrand himself, play the saint for a bit, and scrub his toxic history like it never even existed. An absolute masterclass in manipulation, right? But suddenly a glowing system alert popped up, wiping that smug grin right off his face. The notification flashed: quest cleared. The Troll Hunter raid was somehow officially over. The main objective, assassinate a boss named Black Mountain. His brows knitted together in pure confusion. Black Mountain? What the actual hell was going on here? His entire squad stared blankly at their own glowing screens, confirming the impossible: the massive boss had already been obliterated. The auto-loot algorithm violently kicked into gear, and the squad claiming the absolute highest contribution rate, group number 13. Silborn froze, his mind glitching. Wait them! The interface proudly announced that the swordsman had just bagged the MVP crown alongside an exclusive title. Hands down, the top healer, who single-handedly carried the squad's survival, was Mose. Bonus loot unlocked. And insanely enough, the player dealing the absolute highest damage output, also Mose. Fast forward a bit, and Silborn was desperately clutching his bleeding shoulder, violently gasping for air. Damn it! What kind of sick joke is this? His mana pool was utterly drained, his health bar blinking red. Seriously, what a nightmare. He dragged his battered body forward, desperate to track down that bastard team number 13. Just moments prior, he was furiously barking orders at his goons to hunt those thieves down and drag them back by force. But instead, a menacing group of rogue players cornered him, sneering. Well, look who we finally tracked down. Hey there, Silborn. Kinda wild watching a so-called top-tier player scurry away like a terrified rat. Looks like you just hit a dead end, huh? He slammed his back against the cold stone, panicking and shrieking. Screw this. Why the hell is a dark guild lurking in this zone? What could they possibly want with him? One of the shady figures smirked casually, dropping that he was pretty tight with the leader of the troll raid. His partner slowly unsheathed a wicked dagger, coldly stating that Silborn was a dead man walking anyway, so he might as well just give up without a fight. Pure terror paralyzed him. God, no, he wailed, his agonizing screams echoing endlessly through the eerie silence. Cut to a bit later at the bustling Spirit Square. Our boy strutted right into a local item shop. The clerk flashed a warm customer service smile. Welcome and need help. He briefly scanned the room, unclipped his leather pouch, and smoothly shook his head. Not exactly. He confidently slammed a heavy item onto the counter, simply declaring auction. He was ready to list his absolute best drop. The metallic clink of a ring hit the glass. Flashback to a few hours earlier, the whole squad was huddled around. Our guy was deep in thought, just taking it all in. Sharon beamed, her eyes literally sparkling. Whoa, that core looks insanely powerful. Vincent chimed in, noting it radiated a completely different vibe than the standard trash mobs, since it dropped from a literal box. Hovering right in front of MC was the monster core, basically the ultimate prize you rip right out of a defeated beast. Think of it like a biological loot box. The tier of the core completely scales with the monster's rank. The deadlier the boss, the more massive the drop, which absolutely skyrockets the RNG odds for god-tier loot. MC mentally nodded. Those were just the unbreakable rules of Circuit. Honestly, he never imagined he would actually be standing face to face with a core this massive. Sharon's cheerful voice abruptly snapped him out of his daze. He blinked. "Yeah, what's up?" She excitedly urged him to do the honors and pop it open. He jabbed a finger at his own chest, totally caught. She threw up an enthusiastic thumbs up. "Duh. You totally hard-carried our participation stats." Giles playfully shoved his shoulder from behind, grinning. "She is not wrong, man. Stop stalling and crack that thing open already." Taking a deep breath, MC confidently stepped up to the glowing orb and muttered, "All right, let's..." The whole party watched with bated breath as he rested his palms against the cool surface. Instantly, a blinding chaotic light exploded across the cavern. The AI voice echoed, officially declaring that the hall was insane. 3 ultra-rare black mountain bones, 3 tough as... Oh, and a pair of epic Argon mountain boots. The entire squad absolutely lost their minds, cheering wildly as the crazy loot tables rolled in. A huge, satisfied grin spread across MC's face. All those pathetic, mind-numbing days grinding low-level slimes felt like an absolute joke compared to this payday. But then his jaw practically hit the floor at the final pop-up notification, Mountain Ring of Argon. Magic power boost. Quantity exactly 1. The prompt flashed auction window 24 hours. Starting bid locked at 80 gold. Snapping back to reality, at the merchant table, he tapped his chin, slapping a real-world price tag on in-game artifacts. Used to be a total guessing game, honestly. Stats and buffs threw the market all over the place, but lately the bottom has been completely dropping out of the economy. Honestly, whatever. As long as this baby skyrockets to the top tier, he is golden. Without hesitating, he tossed the epic loot straight onto the auction house. A beat later, he flopped onto his mattress, second-guessing himself. Was 80 gold way too cheap? Maybe he should have hiked up the starting bid. Ugh, never mind, the ship has sailed. No use crying over spilled milk now, right? At least the forums would not flame him for being a greedy tryhard. Factoring in everything else, that ring barely bumps up damage by 1 measly point anyway. So, yeah, 80 gold is a solid pull. Sinking deeper into his pillows, exhaustion finally crashed over his entire body. He heavily rubbed his pounding temples, letting out a long, ragged sigh. Man, what an absolute roller coaster of a day. He literally soloed a massive troll during his very first party quest, bagged some seriously insane drops, and actually scored his first real squad in-game. A sleek holographic menu flashed before his eyes. His friends list glowed green. Sharon is online. Swordsman is online. Guile is online. He honestly felt like he had just hit the ultimate jackpot. Suddenly his eyes snapped wide open. He ripped off his virtual reality headset, bolted upright in bed, and blinked at the dark room. What time even was it? A sharp ping echoed from his nightstand. A text from his mom lit up his phone screen. It read, "Sweetheart, are you eating enough? Please stop surviving on instant ramen. You need to go buy some actual rice." She wired a little cash straight to his account, just to be safe, telling him not to stress out. Staring down at the glowing text, a warm, genuine smile pulled at his lips. "Mom, seriously, my part-time paycheck clears tomorrow," he mumbled softly to himself. She really didn't have to do that. But right on cue, another notification chimed. 65,001 was violently snatched from his Kaiho bank account. Reason PC Telecom. New balance 107,541. Immediately another 35,001 vanished into thin air. The culprit this time, an automatic reload for his subway pass, leaving him with a depressing 72,541. "Are you freaking kidding me right now?" he hollered at the ceiling. "They literally just robbed me blind before I could even vibe with the deposit. That is honestly tragic." Just then his phone buzzed for a third time. "Seriously, what now?" he groaned out loud. Another random bill crushing his soul. But as his eyes focused on the screen, his jaw literally hit the floor. "Wait, what A breathless, hysterical laugh burst out of his lungs. He stared obsessively at the banking app. 30 million won. In a single freaking day, he just knew his entire future was now permanently cut to a crisp corporate lobby where a desk worker politely thanked him for dropping by. Our guy strutted right out of the official circuit headquarters, down in South Korea. Glancing at his lock screen, his mind raced with possibilities. Now that the massive payout from that ring was sitting safely in his wallet, it was time to lock in and get insanely serious. Step 1. Officially taking another leave of absence from university. Boom, the cash was wired, and his gaming rig was completely restored. Tearing into a fresh package, he pulled out the premium nutrient powder he just copped from a high-end gaming boutique. This stuff was exclusively engineered for hardcore circuit grinders. Basically, it is an elite dietary supplement designed to perfectly balance and refuel a player's biology. Absolute survival gear if you plan on marathoning inside the Matrix for days without touching grass. Here is the crazy part. Whenever you eat a virtual meal inside Circuit, your headset literally pumps this supplement straight into your physical system. Vital microelements absorb directly into your bloodstream, through the pores on your face. An absolute godsend for competitive tryhards, meaning zero AFK breaks and zero time wasted in the kitchen. Though let's be real, nothing beats logging off and eating an actual hot meal. Suddenly, a massive holographic community board caught him totally off guard. The top trending searches across the Circuit forums were glaring right at him. Number 1, Mose. Number 2, Silborn. Followed, "What the heck is going on?" He panicked, his eyes darting across the headlines. The top article stated that right after the brutal Black Mountain boss raid wrapped up, an absolute dark horse named Mose exploded into the top player rankings. Worse, Silborns and Game Corps had just been discovered. The community was pinning the ruthless execution on a notorious dark guild. Silborn was officially locked in an agonizing 1-week respawn timer over at Charlie and Castle. And to top it off, Arthur from the powerhouse Trinity Guild was actively hunting down. They slapped a massive 500 gold bounty on his head for literally any intel. His blood ran cold. Someone straight up assassinated Silborn. And why the hell is some elite guild leader dropping a small fortune just to track me down? A horrifying mental image flashed in his mind. Top-tier guilds relentlessly stalking him, tearing him apart with non-stop aggressive recruitment spam. How long could he realistically survive this night? He locked his jaw, grinding his teeth together. Nope, hard pass. I am not dealing with this. He sprinted back into his apartment, violently kicking off his sneakers by the front. If he did not make a massive move right now, his gaming freedom and his entire future were completely doomed. He snatched his virtual reality headset, jamming it over his eyes, and steeled his nerves. "All right, time to ghost Asperon forever. Log in," he shouted into the void. A mechanical voice echoed, establishing secure server connection. Pixels materialized, dropping him right on the jagged edge of a massive windy cliff. He knew this was his 1 in a million shot. He could not afford to fumble this. He just had to ditch the radar and completely vanish. Adrenaline surging, he pivoted on his heel and plunged deep into the dense shadowed forest. Flawless work, if I do say so myself. Everything is locked and loaded. This entire gear set is flawlessly crafted from premium Black Mountain Troll leather. Our boy was absolutely dripping in his brand new heavy-duty Black Mountain armor. He was rocking the magic heart of the Black Mountain leather chest piece, heavily reinforced Black Mountain might gauntlets, thick Black Mountain muscles, tactical bracers, and the sleek Black Mountain trace combat leggings. Set bonuses activated, granting a massive +9 to total health, along with a sweet boost to dexterity. Let's check those stats. +3 to strength, a solid 8 to defense, hitting 18 total. With 3 out of 5 set pieces equipped, he is rocking 14.4 health regen every single second. Max out the 5-piece set. Boom +11 to strength. Our boy is hyped, totally geeking out. The blacksmith just cracks. A massive grin crosses his huge arms and brags. "I haven't forged a masterpiece like this in 20 years. Squeezing his fist, our hero stares at his glowing new gear, thinking, "This drip is absolutely god tier for a solo wanderer." He respectfully bows, hyping up the blacksmith for crafting such an insane armor set. The giant dude bellows back, "Anytime, kid. Those premium materials you brought made my job an absolute breeze." Stepping outside into the fresh air, then he figures it is finally go time. Or, well, he hopes so. Wandering up to a massive rock face, he mutters, "Where the heck is this place?" Exhausted, he drops onto the dirt, slumping against a nearby tree trunk. "Bro, I am officially lost. Now what?" Just as he is about to rage quit, a weird gust of wind catches his eye. Is that coming from underground? He presses his palm flat against the dirt, and instantly the entire forest floor starts shaking violently. The solid stone cliff face literally splits wide open, blasting him with a massive roaring shockwave of air. Squinting against the gale, he yells, "No way!" A glowing system notification pops up, congratulating him as the very first player to unlock this hidden zone, the Black Root Dungeon, a totally undiscovered area. Stepping into the pitch-black abyss, he mumbles, "Way too creepy in here." Inventory open. He pulls out a Belsec box, a basic light source. Give it a squeeze and boom, 15 meters of visibility for a solid 30 minutes. Sick. he whispers. But as he creeps deeper into the cavern, the shadows seem to swallow the light. The vibes are getting seriously horrific. Spotting a creepy stone monument resting on a mound, he inches closer. The carved text reads, "Mortal Bones Skull." Our absolute rage toward our captor is beyond words. Shadow forces jumped our squad, and the stench of rotting blood choked the battlefield. Blindsided and slaughtered, we were dragged into an endless cursed nightmare, denied the peace of a true honorable death. Suddenly, a blinding flash strikes the monument. Right behind him, the ground ruptures as the undead claw their way to the surface. He whips around, staring down an absolute army of skeletons. Flashing a cocky smirk, he scoffs, "I figured things would get messy, but this is overkill." Then he launches himself into the mob. Cleaving his blade through the bone-crushing chaos, he barely sidesteps a lethal strike. "Crap," he curses in his head. They just keep spawning. Slashing frantically, he reminds himself he isn't even a frontline combat class, and his sword skills are pretty mid. But against these low-tier boneheads, he can totally hold the line. The brutal hack-and-slash marathon continues. The undead literally dogpile him, piling up so high they form a massive, terrifying mountain of rattling bones. Our guy takes a deep breath. With a roaring war cry, a blinding aura erupts from his body, nuking the entire cavern like a straight-up supernova. Pulling off an area of effect attack like that at his current level should be impossible without a mage staff. But hey, that is the insane power of a rare artifact. Stacked with god-tier magic armor and weapons, as the dust clears, he is standing triumphantly on top of a literal hill of shattered skulls. He lets out a heavy breath, locking eyes with the next wave of freaks charging his way. Grinning like a maniac, he shouts, "Showtime is over, losers." Cut to a few moments later, the cave is dead silent, littered with pulverized bones. Staring at his glowing palms, he whispers, "Wait, was that seriously it?" Right on cue. Glowing system notifications spam his vision, flashing his massive level-ups. Completely stunned, he thinks, "Bro, I literally just farmed some basic skeletons. And I jumped 2 whole levels." Throwing his hands up, he cheers, "Let's go, I finally broke past level 10. Suddenly a weird scrape echoes from the shadows. He whips around, adrenaline spiking. Something is definitely watching him. Raising his blade in a defensive stance, he slowly inches forward, calling out into the gloom, "Who is there? Show yourself." He locks onto a dark corner. Covering his nose, he gags internally. Ugh, what is that vile smell, rotting adventurers? Holy crap, it reeks like a dumpster fire in here. Trudging up a cracked stone staircase, he spots another ominous tablet. Crouching down, he murmurs, "All right, what kind of lore drop is this?" Tracing the runes, he reads aloud, "I loathe them. I absolutely despise the Imperial Army. They torched our home using our own oil. They butchered my entire family in cold blood. Those cowardly scum hiding behind masks, striking from the shadows like literal ghosts. Traitorous deserters who spit on the Emperor's commands. They raided our lives with twisted demonic grins. Therefore, I, Morital, the high shaman of this village, doom them all. They are locked in this hellhole, trapped in endless agonizing torment for all eternity. Even long after their flesh rots away, Mortal Bones Skull," the hero freezes wheels turning in his head. Hold up. This lore is totally flipping the script. The Imperial Army were the ones who raided the village, massacred everyone, and burned it to the ground. What absolute monsters. Suddenly a bright golden flash catches his peripheral vision. A brand new holographic prompt pops up, announcing Rank B Combat Quest, eliminate Gyrotine, the traitorous leader cursed by Mortal, but to trigger the boss fight, he has to chant the forbidden trigger phrase. Smirking, he realizes, a vocal activation quest. Sick. Taking a breath, he commands, "Morital Bones Skull." 1 second later, the entire cavern violently shook, ripping a terrified scream right out of his lungs. Every shattered bone in the room suddenly swarmed together into a single massive pile. Are they actually fusing together? He panicked. A towering skeletal figure materialized, roaring. The colossal Garaton manifested right in his face, bellowing, "You dare disrespect me with your filthy mouth. I should have ripped your organs out while you were still breathing and crushed them into dust instead of just letting you starve." Our boy stared down at his violently shaking hands, cursing, "Damn it!" He couldn't stop shuddering. Garatin then sneered, bragging that the kid actually freed him just by spitting out a curse word. Snapping back, MC screamed that his hunch was spot on. "You're gonna pay in blood for massacring those innocent people and wiping out the entire village." But the beast just threw a massive haymaker, slamming our guy so hard, He literally launched across the room and smashed into solid stone. "You think you can judge me?" Garriton howled. "You're just an arrogant little rat begging to die." In this world zone, bosses aren't just random mobs, they actually have unique names. Level 99, Trolls, Level 99, Black Mountains. In the game's circuit, the beast hierarchy splits strictly between massive zone bosses and basic fodder. Since bosses absolutely obliterate regular mobs of the exact same level, tossing them into the same tier is just pure delusion. "I knew the lore, but I never expected fighting a boss to be this brutally unfair," he groaned. Our boy was currently collapsed on one knee, barely propping himself up with his blade. The system desperately flashed red HP critically below 20%. Forcing himself back up, he muttered, "Hell, this is going to be an absolute nightmare." Thank God for his insane auto-heals, though. His muscles were absolutely screaming in agony. But his health bar refilled almost instantly, all thanks to that star buff and his totally busted new armor. Suddenly, Garriton lunged forward again, roaring, "What kind of twisted sorcery is this?" The monster swung a lethal hook, and our guy knew he had to dodge in a split second. Ducking right under the massive fist, his brain raced, "Move faster before that thing crushes me." And the very second he found an opening, he slammed a massive counterattack. With a feral battle cry, he unleashed a brutal strike that literally sent the giant beast eating dirt. Thick smoke swallowed the battlefield. "Let's go. I actually hit it." He hyped himself up. His strength, HP, and speed were off the charts. His current gear basically lets him pull off any insanely risky move he wants. This is exactly why he can actually go toe-to-toe with a literal boss. That's the sheer carry potential of OP loot in circuit. Rocking a legendary set like this, securing the win is totally possible. Out of nowhere, the skeletal boss slowly dragged itself up. Screech, "My flesh may be cursed, but I refuse to die to some pathetic noob. I'll butcher you alive, peel the skin right off your miserable bones, and finally, shatter this wretched curse." Smirking like a total menace, our guy rushed straight at him, mocking, "Keep yapping, you overgrown pile of bones." The boss aggressively aimed a massive claw at him, shrieking, "You arrogant little roach! You have absolutely no idea who you're messing with. Let me show you true despair." Suddenly, a blinding colossal magic circle erupted right in front of the beast, forcing our boy to shield his eyes from the sheer overwhelming radiation. Garriton commanded in a booming voice, "Shatter the binding seals!" Now, a fully unchained level 35 Garriton towered over him. A gargantuan broadsword materialized dead center in the magical array, leaving our MC totally shook. Did this guy just level up mid-fight? In a flash, the boss blitzed him with a lethal downward cleave. Desperately leaping back, MC let out a pained gasp as fresh bloody gashes tore open across his body. Without skipping a beat, the monster pivoted, winding up for round 2. Charging like a freight train with his blade raised high, he viciously sliced our guy right in the back, launching him across the cavern and brutally slamming him into the rock wall. Garriton glared down at his massive blade, violently complaining that the only reason the kid wasn't sliced cleanly in half was because of his stupid magical armor. "You're genuinely pissing me off. Hacking away with this blade is a total waste of time. I'm just going to obliterate you right now." Wincing hard, our guy gritted his teeth. "God, this hurts like hell. If I didn't have this OP gear on, I would have been one-shotted 20 times by now." Yet a crazy grin crept onto his face. He knew he definitely wasn't the same weak noob anymore. He was currently rocking a massive 300 HP pool, passively regenerating over 100 points every couple of seconds. Basically, as long as he didn't get instantly wiped out, he just needed a tiny window to completely max out his health bar again. Who would have ever guessed that some random gacha pendant would literally hard carry him like this? Right on cue, the system pinged, flashing that his HP was entirely topped up. Garriton visibly glitched in shock. How the hell did this trash mob survive a direct hit from his greatsword? Our boy confidently fired back. "Looks like I took my shot, and I'm fully back in the game." He was completely locked in. He absolutely had to annihilate this monster, to get bloody payback for every single soul slaughtered in that village. Boiling with rage, Garriton fiercely swung his weapon, snarling, "You mouthy little punk!" He landed a crushing blow, but the kid firmly gripped his blade with both hands, throwing it and flawlessly parrying the massive strike. Jaw clenched, he thought, "This guy's sheer damage output is insane." He instantly dashed to the side, letting the boss's destructive shockwave shatter the empty ground. "Just gotta wait for the perfect opening," he calculated. Seizing his chance, he violently pushed off the dirt, launching himself high into the air, stalking the monster's blind spot. Coming down with a devastating high-impact slash, he spotted actual cracks forming on the boss's skeletal ribs. Yes, direct hit, he hyped internally. I can't let him breathe, I need to chain a nasty combo right now. Riding that adrenaline spike, he unleashed a flurry of rapid-fire slashes, while the furious boss shrieked, "You disgusting parasite, just die already!" The monster desperately aimed its greatsword back at him, but in a totally savage blur, our boy cleanly sliced its entire arm off, weapon and all. He dashed forward, let out a heavy exhale, and unleashed a blistering flurry of strikes. A clean slash sliced right through Jiratan's leg, sending the massive guy crashing into the dirt. Towering over him, our boy leveled his game over Jiratan. The fallen knight gasped, totally mind-blown, wondering how this was even physically possible. What kind of monster was this kid? Wasn't he just the punk who blessed Bellic, or Bernard's heir, who cracked open that cursed chest of the dead? How could a nobody take down him, a legendary ex-knight, and the apex golden predator of the mighty Imperial forces? Imperial for real, our MC scoffed. He mentally cringed, wondering if this so-called knight was seriously listening to his own garbage. Gripping his hilt, he roared, "You're just a pathetic slaughterer dragging the Empire's name through the mud." Jiratan snapped back, absolutely fuming that a literal teenager was calling him a murderer. "You know absolutely nothing about the true path of a warrior," the knight spat. But our MC wasn't having it, firing back. "You raided a completely defenseless village and butchered every breathing soul. You call that absolute massacre warrior behavior?" Jiratan screamed back, defending his atrocities. "We didn't have a choice. The famine was suffocating us, and the war was tearing everything apart. Our entire legion was starving, and the supply lines were completely... With 0 rations left, we had to literally beg for scraps from the exact same peasants we were risking our lives to protect. But those ungrateful rats treated us like the absolute enemy. They actually dared to raise their pitchforks against us. 0 respect for the blood we shed for them. Those pathetic insects threw away their honor the second they challenged the Imperial vanguard. After we gave them everything, the MC's eyes went ice cold. So, that was your excuse to slaughter them, all right?" "Damn right," the knight howled. "We wiped every last miserable worm off the map. If that blasted Maruto curse hadn't kicked in, it would be my absolute favorite core memory." A twisted laugh ripped from Jiratan's throat. Our guy just stared, utterly disgusted. "You honestly think you can lecture me about being a true warrior? Newsflash, buddy, I know way more about duty than a scumbag like you ever will. I served my mandatory 2 years. With a furious swing, the MC bellowed, "Soldier's oath! We pledge our absolute loyalty to the citizens and the motherland. We are the absolute pride of the Republic of Korea Armed Forces." With that epic battle cry, he brought his blade crashing down, smashing right into Jiratan's armored skull. In a fraction of a second, the helmet and the skull beneath it completely exploded into a cloud of bone and metal, followed instantly by the hulking knight's corpse, pixelating and vaporizing into absolute nothingness. Right then, a massive wave of cringe-inducing military memories flooded our MC's brain. He mentally panicked. "Wait, did I actually just scream my basic training chant out loud? Bro, have I completely lost the plot?" But before he could cringe to death, glowing holographic screens popped up. A sweet level-up notification flashed. His lips curled into a smirk. "Wait, did I just jump 6 whole levels?" Then another banner chimed in, "New milestone unlocked. Gathering 11 swords, all base stats boosted by 2 points." His jaw dropped. A hidden achievement, plus 2 extra stat points stacked on top of everything. That was insane. Spinning around to check the loot drop, he muttered, "All right, what do we have here?" His eyes locked onto a glowing orb. "Yo, a core." But this one gave off a totally crazy vibe. It was way more massive than any core he had ever farmed. He reached his hand out, and a blinding shockwave of light exploded across the area. A massive mountain of premium loot materialized out of nowhere, and he hyped up, "Hold up, is all this epic gear seriously mine? I gotta stash this in my inventory fast," he thought, while frantically looting a specific blade caught his eye. No way this is the exact weapon Jiratan was just using. He let out a loud gasp as a golden item description window blazed to life in front of him, reading 11 engraved swords, Sharma's Revenge. Rarity unique class longsword, blacksmith love ogre, weight 11.8 kilograms, strength boosted by 19, agility boosted by 14, one-handed attack power 211 to 231, Two-handed attack power 284 to 341. Passive engraved sword, summoning instantly unlocked. Effect: the weapon materializes beside the user on command and vanishes when the ability is toggled off. Our guy was literally hyperventilating and clamping a hand over his mouth to muffle a scream. He geeked out. A unique tier. Up until now, everyone thought rare was the absolute C, but there was actually a god tier level above it. If the 11th engraved sword Sharma was ranked as unique, then the odds of anyone pulling something this busted anytime soon were absolute zero. A manic laugh bubbled up in his chest, knowing that he was officially the first player globally to snag not just a rare relic, but a literal unique tier masterpiece. But suddenly, he realized the legendary blade was fading into mist and panicked. Wait, where the hell is it going? In a flash, pure blue energy spiraled directly into his palm. Did it seriously just melt into me? He mumbled. Right on cue, fresh notifications pinged, confirming that the engraved sword summoning skill was officially active. He had just secured his very first magical ability designation Sharma. Mastery, max level. Mana, drain 11 points. Function: materialize or dismiss the weapon simply by calling out its name. Cooldown timer 1.5 seconds. Sharma, he thought, absolutely hyped. So, this is my actual first magic skill. Eyes narrowing with intense focus, he smirked. Alright, let's test drive this bad boy. He aimed his palm dead ahead and roared, Sharma! A glowing magical circle instantly flared up beneath his boots. Grinning like a madman, he whispered, holy crap, the summoning actually works. Right dead center of the glowing magic circle rested a massive blade. Mose snatched it up, gasping, no way! He slashed the air a few times, grinning, as the hilt molded perfectly to his grip. The balance was absolutely flawless. Jiraten, you massive gatekeeper, he chuckled. No wonder you hoarded this masterpiece for yourself. His fingers itched to test it out on a real mob. Suddenly he blinked, staring down at his boot. Wait, did I just crush something? Squatting down, he pinched a tiny metallic object from the dirt. What in the world? The moment the ring rested in his palm, a translucent blue it read, Seal of the Vanquished Knight Jiraten, rarity unique. The prompt stated he had to trigger a specific condition to unlock a secret quest line. Usage limit consumable. Mose raised an eyebrow. A Night Seal secret quest. Shaking off his shock, our boy went full loot goblin mode, snatching up every dropped item in sight. Gotta sweep this up before someone tries to snipe it. Wonder how much this stash is gonna bag me. If he played the market right, he was easily looking at a cool 500 gold. Right on cue, warm morning rays sliced through the canopy, hitting his face. Peering at the sky, he realized the sun was already peeking over the horizon. Time to haul this treasure trove back to town. He smirked, realizing this massive payday meant kissing his Broke Bay era goodbye for a good long while. Fast forward a bit to the bustling hub of Arts Toyko, the server's player base was absolutely losing their minds. Was this some kind of... A rogue stared blankly at the auction house board, stuttering, Bro, are these high-tier relics actually on the market? His buddy chimed in, Yo, what's got you? The rogue practically shoved him toward the front page listings. His friend's jaw hit the floor. Hold up. Is that a legendary skill manual? Holy crap. Bids were skyrocketing by the second. Across the plaza, another gamer shrieked, Wait a damn minute! Is one single guy dumping all this god-tier loot? Who is this absolute whale? The manual tearing up the charts was none other than the ultra-rare Rapid Regeneration Tome. Upon consumption, the user unlocks high-speed self-healing. Prerequisites, level 7, plus initiating the Armus Church faction pathway. Current highest bid, a staggering 800 gold. Time remaining 4 hours and 21 minutes. Seller tag Mose. The server chat exploded. Wait, Mose like the Mose. The crazy dude who partied up with Silborn for that massive troll raid? Meanwhile, deep inside the high-end Orontos Trading Guild branch, right in Toyko, our hero was having a total brain malfunction, staring at a literal mountain of gold bricks. Blinking hard, he glanced over at the guild clerk, who tapped on his clipboard and casually announced that the auction haul totaled out to 8,726 gold. Moses' voice cracked. Come again. The NPC deadpanned the exact same number. Mose practically screamed, How freaking much? The clerk patiently recited and Moses' knees straight up buckled, sending him collapsing onto the marble floor. He knew he should be hyping it up, but his brain was just totally flatlining. One single dungeon run just netted him A mind-melting 80 million won. Snapping out of his daze, he jabbed a shaky finger toward a weird-looking currency, stammering, "Hold up, what? Even is that chunk of metal that ain't regular gold?" The clerk flipped the heavy coin between his fingers and shrugged. Sitting right there on the counter was an Ormacon token. Just one of those bad boys held the raw value of 1,000 standard gold pieces. Mose slapped both hands over his mouth, muffling a squeal. "A freaking 1,000! The interface chimed Ormacon token. Magic tier item tipping the scales at 10 grams. Exchange rate 1,000 gold. Lore. An ultra-premium minting that features the golden-scaled mythic dragon Ormacon. Crafted using pure concentrated Orma ore. Our MC carefully cradled the heavy token, his mind completely blown. Actual money with a magic rarity grading? This game is insane. The clerk suddenly aimed a stern finger at him, shifting into serious mode. "Watch your six out there, kid. Half this server is going to be hunting down the mysterious Mose by nightfall." Mose blinked, totally blindsided. Say what now? Apparently, a nasty underground syndicate had sprouted up, basically griefers, making a living off jumping players and wiping out NPCs for loot. A cold sweat dropped down his neck. Yeah, flying under the radar was officially priority number one. Sure enough, not long after randoms in the town square were openly whispering his "Dude, calculate his auction margins," one guy muttered. "Bro's gotta be sitting on at least 100 mil in real cash." The pure, unfiltered salt in his voice was palpable. If I catch him lacking in a PvP zone, he's getting clapped and stripped. Ironically, the man of the hour slipped right past the salty scrubs, tugging his ratty. His anxiety spiked. This target on his back was way bigger than he'd calculated. Going ghost was mandatory, but the trash tier stealth stats on his current cloak were practically expiring. He desperately needed an upgrade. Huffing out a heavy sigh, he eventually ducked into a dimly lit gear shop. Slamming his hands on the counter, he demanded a full-body set that would black out his identity from head to toe, while still packing enough defense to tank a heavy hit. The burly blacksmith crossed his massive arms, eyeing Mose up and down. "So you want ultimate stealth mixed with tank-level durability? That kind of bespoke rig is gonna bleed your wallet dry." Mose didn't even flinch. "Just drag out the top-shelf stuff. Money ain't an issue." The blacksmith threw his head back, booming with laughter. "Ho, we got a high roller." With a heavy thud, he slammed a sleek pitch-black armor set onto the anvil. "Feast your eyes on this." Mose's eyes went wide. The metallic plating practically swallowed the light. There was absolutely zero chance his ops would clock if he was rocking this absolute unit of a fit. The blacksmith patted the chess piece proudly. "An absolute masterclass. Forged this bad boy myself during the Royal Forge Clash way back in the day." Mose gulped, preparing his wallet. "All right, hit me. What's the damage?" The beefy dude held up two thick calloused fingers. 200 gold. I know that's a massive flex for a low level, but this rig is my magnum opus. He completely crushed the tournament with that move. An instant later, a massive shower of gold coins erupted around him. He stared at the loot, absolutely stunned, before a sly smirk crept across his face. Pointing straight at the glittering pile, he announced he was claiming the entire stash. Meanwhile, lit over in the city streets, Kia was striding with purpose. Varan locked eyes with her and smirked. Off on another hit, Kia. She shot him an icy glare, telling him he hit the nail right on the head. Crossing his arms, he let out a cocky chuckle, offering to lend a hand. But she just brushed right past him, firing back that he would just be dead weight, especially after she spent months grinding for this exact operation. He let out a heavy sigh, tossing out a snide comment about her being way more than just a basic stray dog. In a flash, she whipped around, pressing her lethal blade right against his throat. He just laughed it off, teasing her for having insane reflexes as always. Throwing his hands up in mock surrender, he told her to chill, asking if she really planned to slice open an active-duty coworker. She sharply sheathed her weapon, warning him to actually use his brain before running his mouth next time. She told him to keep his blade sharp and his trash talk in check. Pulling out a mysterious artifact, she chanted something in ancient Astani. She slammed the glowing stone onto the pavement, and a swirling portal ripped open right in front of her, swallowing her whole. Varan watched her vanish into the void, muttering under his breath about what an arrogant little punk she was. Unrolling an ancient parchment, he wondered aloud where they managed to stash her so perfectly. "Where exactly are you hiding our precious Star Florin?" Fast forward a bit, and our boy was kicking back in a rumbling wagon. The stressed-out driver couldn't stop calling him an absolute lifesaver. But the hero just waved off the praise, telling the older guy to drop the thank yous. Getting a free ride totally settled the tab between them. The driver confessed he was dead sure that beast was going to turn him into a midday snack. He was insanely grateful, his mind flashing back to the brutal moment our guy sliced the monster's head clean off its shoulders. Then the driver curiously asked if he was still just a student considering how young he looked. Our guy nodded, saying he just wanted to stack some cash while hitting the books. And that hustle brought him right here. The driver smiled, betting his folks were super proud of having such a driven kid. He awkwardly brushed it off, saying they would just let it slide. Changing the subject, he asked the older dude how he ended up working at the circuit. The man sighed, admitting it was a rough journey. He got brutally laid off from his corporate gig, tried launching a fried chicken joint, and completely went under. Once he caught wind of the circuit, it sounded like a solid side hustle. So he leaped right into it, but running deliveries turned into a total nightmare, and everything quickly hit the fan. If that beast had actually swallowed him, where would his passenger have even ended up? Was he heading toward a specific spot? Our main character replied that he didn't have a locked-in destination yet, but he planned to map out his next move once they hit. The driver insisted on being his personal chauffeur, promising to drive him straight to the edge of the world once he figured it out. Our boy politely declined, saying he really hated being a bother. The driver just busted out laughing, telling him to chill out, since having him around felt like rolling with a VIP bodyguard. Sometime later, the wagon rolled to a halt right in front of the towering gates. Jumping down, our hero tossed him a casual goodbye. The driver beamed, mentioning a massive fountain parked right in the heart of the Silver Valley, and suggested linking up there later. Suddenly, a glowing system prompt flashed right into the protagonist's vision, flashing a massive red warning that his gear was seriously damaged. He blinked in disbelief. Falling apart this fast. Guess he had to deal with that mess first. After wandering a bit, he stepped into a high-end blacksmith district, and stood there crossing his arms, closely tracking the mechanic's every move. Earning the Gyratine's seal was definitely a massive flex, he thought to himself. Then his mind drifted back to that cryptic system alert about the mysterious ring, a secret hidden quest. That sounded dope, but what were the actual unlock requirements? They could have at least dropped a tiny clue. He kept racking his brain over it, but kept coming up totally empty. Damn it, he was stuck in a complete dead end. Whatever first priority was linking back up with his delivery driver. Just then the mechanic yelled out that his gear was completely restored. Throwing his shiny newly fixed armor back on our guy, figured he would finally lock in his next big move. But stepping out onto the street, he noticed a massive crowd blocking the way. What was with all this chaos? Pushing through the mob, he spotted Max viciously stomping on a terrified dude curled up on the dirt. Max screamed that he had warned him 100 times. He absolutely despises tardiness. Screaming about disrespecting the legendary Valley clan, Max demanded to know if the guy thought they were complete clowns. The surrounding crowd started whispering anxiously. A bystander muttered that the delivery was literally barely delayed. They couldn't believe this absolute psycho was actually the heir to the clan. Why was the Valley clan constantly stirring up so much toxic drama? What the hell were the 14 Knights even doing? Weren't those elites supposed to be locking up these thugs? Max violently yanked the poor guy up by his collar. Cocking his fist back, he roared that the guy better brace himself, because he was digging his grave today, calling him absolute trash. But in a blur of motion, our hero locked onto Max's wrist with an iron grip. Spinning around, Max spat out fiercely. What the hell was his problem? What did he think he was doing? Stepping up. The hero coolly stated that unexpected garbage happens on the road and people run late. Did he seriously think that justified beating someone half to death? Max aggressively snatched his hand free and screamed, asking if this clueless idiot even knew who he was messing with. He yelled that every single soul in this valley was forced to bow down to him, and if anyone dared to kill his vibe, he would crush them. The protagonist locked eyes with him and asked, "Was a minor delay honestly enough of an excuse to brutalize a guy?" Max glared back, demanding if the punk had a problem with it, before launching a savage punch right at his face, roaring for him to take this. A split second later, the punk's fist whistled right past our hero's helmet. Without missing a beat, our guy countered with a brutal hook to the jaw, roaring, "That's self-defense, you clown." The sheer force launched Max backwards, slamming him hard into the stone wall. The crowd gasped in pure shock, completely stunned, before our hero locked eyes with the battered man and yelled, "Hey, old-timer, are you all right?" The man struggled to his knees, pointing a trembling finger. It was him." The bystanders were absolutely floored. Whispers erupted. "Wait, did he seriously just deck the heir of the Valley clan? Is he totally insane? Oh man, he is cooked." Right on. Moriti stormed over, absolutely foaming at the mouth. You little punk. Do you have any idea who I am? I am the great Morik of the Valley. How dare you lay a finger on my boy Python? Make this trash pay the price. The armored guard gripped his hilt. Understood, my lord. The heavy boot stomped forward, his massive blade drawing an arc in the air. You dared to strike the young master, you freak. I will erase you. I swear, upon the honor of the Silver Valley Knights, your life ends here. He slashed down with brutal force, but our hero just barked, Sharma! A heavy clank rang out. Our guy casually raised his blade, stopping the deadly strike dead in its tracks. The knight's eyes went wide. Wait! With a flick of his wrist, the MC parried so hard, the knight went flying backwards, smashing face first straight into Max before crumbling into a pathetic heap. Maurice absolutely lost his mind. What the hell are you doing? Get your useless self up, and you call yourself an elite guard. Slowly, our hero leveled his dripping blade straight at the noble's chest. Looks like you're up next, big guy. Morik's smug face instantly drained of color. The terrified crowd started buzzing. Look at that armor. Wait, could he be... Is he one of the legendary Order of 14 Knights? Hearing this, our guy was practically sweating bullets. The Order me. The villagers were weeping with joy, screaming, Praise the heavens, a holy knight has finally come to save us. Sir Knight, a woman sobbed. That monster stole half our harvest, claiming it was taxes. They literally executed our father because his pockets were empty. In the name of Bellica, please, make him pay. The MC just blinked behind his helmet. Bro, I literally have zero clue who these 14 knights even are. But reading the room, he leaned in glaring daggers at the trembling lord. So, is any of this true? Morik squealed like a cornered rat. No, well maybe a tiny bit. I swear we were just hoarding supplies to prevent a famine. Our hero's grip tightened, utterly disgusted. Oh really? He barked. How about I take a little field trip to your mansion? And Moritz instantly dropped to his hands and knees, kissing the dirt. I'm so sorry, my lord. I was wrong. I'm a monster. Please just spare my life. The hero sighed. Fine. Since you're finally confessing, I'll keep my sword sheathed. But listen up. You are going to pay back every single gold coin you stole from these people. The sniveling noble desperately nodded. Yes, absolutely. The entire plaza erupted into deafening cheers. Ding A, blue holographic screen popped up. Fame stat increased by 274 points. Boom. Thanks to the spreading gossip, the hidden quest tyranny of the Valley clan was officially marked complete. The grand prize? A juicy clue leading straight to a hyper-rare artifact. A massive random fame boost, a cleared hidden quest, and an epic loot drop coordinate. Not bad for a day's work. The system marker pointed dead straight toward Phallippi, a bustling frontier city right on the edge of the map. A massive grin spread across his face. Well, that was a happy accident. Next stop, Phallippi. Meanwhile, high up on a rocky cliffside overlooking the chaos, two shadowy figures in heavy cloaks were observing everything. Sir, are we really letting him walk? The guy literally impersonated one of us. Aren't you going to discipline that armored imposter? Or did you forget the holy prophecy? Shimbanzai Sidikim Sidikim. That a lone wanderer will arrive to purify this rotten world. Honestly, besides, thanks to his little stunt down there, we have a lot less paperwork to file. Let him be. But who exactly is that guy? Can't confirm it yet, but my gut says it's Mose. The rumor mill is absolutely blowing up about this wanderer Mose. We need to shadow him closely. Cut back to our hero casually pulling up his glowing digital map. All right, Phallippi, let's see what you've got. Fast forward a few days. The outer rim of the continent. Welcome to Phallip, specifically the ridiculously crowded guild registry. The poor guy practically melted onto a nearby bench, groaning out loud. I have literally zero clue what's going on. How many days had he been grinding his gears over this secret class isn't like your basic warrior or mage. These players pack insanely overpowered hidden skills and locked knowledge, but stumbling upon one basically like winning the lottery. The drop rates are so abysmally low that the forums are practically dead silent about them. Even the NPC desk clerks were utterly clueless. Was he seriously about to manually scour this massive city pixel by pixel? Suddenly a glint caught his eye. Wait, actual elves in this dump, he chuckled. Phallippi really doesn't miss a beat. Out of nowhere, some random dude sprinted past, aggressively shoving his shoulder. The guy didn't even stop, just glanced back and barked, "Screw you, watch your step, you blind idiot." Our guy stood there completely dumbfounded. Bro, You literally rammed into me. Why are you screaming at me? He balled his fists in pure frustration, yelling back, I hope you step in fresh dog crap, you absolute loser. Boom! A massive explosion violently rocked the street. Our hero flinched, eyes darting to the chaos. The rude guy practically gagged violently, covering his mouth. And through the thick choking smoke, a torn pouch of gold coins spilled across the cobblestones. My loot! The thief shrieked, and right through the dust, Veron stepped into the spotlight. Jamming a finger in his face, the dude snapped, You grimy little fraud, you really thought you could finesse me? Thought you could just dip out, he barked. Watching this go down, our boy just smirked, thinking damn bro's actually got zero fear. But then he did a double take. Wait a minute. He realized, spotting a super recognizable ring. No way. Is that? Right then the scammer whipped out a blade, aiming it dead at Veron. Drop dead, you absolute trash, he roared. But in a split second, Veron's blade flashed. He rushed the guy, instantly completely shutting down his strike before it even started. Sheathing his weapon with a slick backhand motion, Veron shoved the lifeless body aside, groaning, what a total waste of my time. Our MC just stared wide-eyed. I couldn't even track his movements. He panicked. Just who the heck is this monster? Ding, a holographic system window popped up right in his face. Hidden quest cleared. He just snagged a massive clue for a secret class unlock. Wait, did I actually just pull off a hidden mission? He hyped himself up. Another prompt flashed. New hidden quest triggered. The secret class swordsman. Objective: interrogate the dude in the dark cloak. A secret swordsman class? He thought, his mind racing. Cut to a bit later, Veron was stalking down a pitch-black alleyway, with our hero tailing him like a shadow. Earlier, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him from a distance, but up close, zero doubts. The guy's ring was an exact copy of Geralt's. Didn't he claim to be a blade master? He pondered. Crazy how taking out that one guy dragged me into this mess. Guess the RNG gods are finally blessing me. Suddenly he blinked. Wait, did he just vanish? Where'd he go? With lightning speed, Veron snatched him by the windpipe and slammed him ruthlessly straight into the dirt. Leveling the tip of his blade at MC's face, Veron sneered, Well, got a little rat trailing my every move, huh? His eyes narrowed dangerously. Flicking MC's glowing pendant up with the edge of his steel, he growled, Where exactly did you score this? His patience was already totally fried. Grinding his teeth, he barked, Spit it out. That artifact belongs to someone way out of your league. Gasping for air, MC choked out, I pulled it from a gotcha roll. Furious, Veron viciously slashed him across the chest. Warning sirens blared in his head. HP critically low, dropping under 5%. Ah! He shrieked, and Veron scowled, visibly disgusted. Are you messing with me right now? Struggling to his feet, our boy wheezed. I'm being dead serious, man. Listen, back in Lindirk City, there was this boomer. Before he could even drop the whole lore, Veron yanked him up by his chest plate. Give me his exact description, now, he demanded. White beard, gray hair, creepy old robes, MC stammered. Releasing his grip, Veron muttered, So the rat's been hiding out in Lindor. Who even is that guy? Our hero coughed out just as a green aura flashed, HP fully restored. In the underworld, Veron explained coldly, he's an S-tier fugitive. They call him Laro, the high-stakes gambler. Wait, so he's basically a mobster. Batman MC thought, mind blown. My current bounty is to hunt that ghost down. Veron casually dropped. That old man holds the key to the Aspergan continent's most massive lore. Drop the total vanishing of the Languorous Vanguard. The Languorous what now? MC blinked. Veron shot him a look of pure pity. You absolute noob. They were literally the most overpowered. But right before a massive guild war, the entire squad but only found a dead empty ruin. Connecting the dots, our boy clutched his glowing loot. Holy crap, so this necklace is... Bingo. Veron cut him off. That bling belonged to Florin, the absolute unit who led the Languorous Vanguard. Bruh, I thought it was just some OP stat booster, MC realized. But then Veron's tone turned ice cold. Seeing how crazy fast your HP just regened, that star relic is the real deal. Without warning, Veron ripped his greatsword from his back and swung for the kill. Throwing his arms up to block his helmet, MC shrieked, Yo, what the hell are you doing? Florin's MIA. Veron smirked darkly. So, I'll just body you and loot the drop. Are you psycho? What the actual heck? Our boy screamed. Shifting into a brutal combat stance, Veron purred. Be a good little NPC and just die for me. You were planning to PK me this whole time? MC yelled, feeling totally betrayed. Duh, Obviously, Varan laughed. Flashing a twisted grin, he mocked, "Dead men don't leak info." Backed into a corner, MC instantly spawned his summon Sharma, his brain working in overdrive. No wonder this villain trauma-dumped all his lore so easily. But in a blink, Varan was already inside his guard. Crap, he's way too fast. A devastating slash tore through him. Red alert system warning, HP critical plummeting under 10%, staring down at the carnage Varan's side. Finally, that legendary drop is mine. What the? Varan raged. How did you even tank that hit? Suddenly, a golden light washed over MC HP, fully maxed out again. You're immortal. Wait, are you one of them? Teleporting right behind MC's neck. Varan whispered, "What's the slang you freaks use? A player. I've heard the rumors, but I don't give a damn. Even if you respawn, I'll just spawn camp and slaughter you on loop." He launched another lethal blindside attack. Grinding his teeth, our boy locked in. All right then. All he needed was a few seconds to breathe, but Varan was already in his face, sneering. "Did you seriously think I'd just stand around and watch you heal?" Bam! Varan launched another brutal strike. The system flashed a massive warning. His health was dropping below 3%. One more hit, and it was game over. He let out a ragged breath. No way! His vision started fading to black. He was actually passing out just like that. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed. Robin stepped out, his tone dead serious. "A true swordsman trusts nothing but his blade, surrendering his entire soul to the steel. Looks like someone forgot this is a highly classified operation." The MC's eyes shot wide open. Wait, what the heck was happening right now? Whoa! Robin effortlessly parried Varan's massive strike. He glared down at him, disgusted. "You didn't just leak our intel to an immortal, you completely caved to your own greed. Acting like a rabid mutt." Robin branded him a traitor, his voice colder than ice, passing down an instant death sentence. Varan panicked, screamed, "Master Robin, wait, it's a huge misunderstanding. Just give me one more chance." But Robin showed zero mercy, ruthlessly slicing him down in a split second. "Save your apologies for hell," he muttered. The MC froze in pure shock. Did he just flat out execute him? Then Robin locked his deadly gaze on the protagonist. "You're up next." He slowly stepped closer. "You've seen way too much. I'm sure you know how this works." A cold sweat drenched the MC. Varan was terrifying, sure, but Robin, this guy's aura was just monstrous. The power gap was insane. Was this really where— Hell no. He gritted his teeth, refusing to fold. He was going to risk it all on the hidden class. Noticing his defiance, Robin flashed a sinister smirk. "Still want to fight back, huh?" The MC forced himself onto his feet, his mind racing. He had to secure that secret class. Period. This was absolutely his only shot. Even if it meant eating a death penalty and paying a massive fine, he wasn't backing down from this. Robin narrowed his eyes. "Are you actually blind to the massive skill gap between us?" Yet the rookie was still standing tall, daring him to attack. The MC spat back. "Even if you kill me 100 times, I'll just keep respawning and hunting you down, so bring it on." Robin stared at him, genuinely impressed. The kid was literally shaking in his boots, but his fiery willpower and desperate hunger to survive were undeniable. You rarely saw that kind of raw grit even among elite blade masters. Suddenly Robin's eyes darted to his hand. "Wait, what is that? That's a swordsman's seal?" In a flash, he snatched the MC by the throat, hoisting him up. "Where did you get this ring?" he demanded. The MC choked, completely paralyzed. Gasping for air, he choked out, "I looted it. After taking down Garriton." Robin paused, stunned. You soloed Garriton." As the MC nodded, Robin instantly dropped him. "I can barely wrap my head around that guy dying to you," Robin muttered. But looking deep into the rookie's eyes, he knew it was the truth. "So, was Garriton really one of you guys?" the MC asked. Robin gave a heavy nod. "Yeah, he was. Centuries ago, that scumbag defected to the Imperial Army. He sold out his own brothers. Our faction was tiny back then, so fighting back against the entire Empire was straight-up suicide. We've just been laying low ever since." The MC's mind clicked. "So, that's why Garriton dropped that insanely rare ring." The MC rubbed his neck. Sorry, my bad. Guess I shouldn't have murked him then." Robin just crossed his arms. "Whatever, it's fine. Someone had to take out the trash eventually, but here's the deal. You know way too much about our black ops now. I can't just let you walk out of here alive. So you've basically got two options. Option 1, I slaughter you over and over. Every time you respawn, I deliver a world of pain. Option 2, You take that dead idiot spot and join our ranks. Pick your poison. I'm in. The MC didn't even let him finish. Feeling Robin's suffocating bloodlust, he practically screamed, "Let's team up!" Robin blinked, totally caught off guard by how fast he folded. Wait, you're not even gonna think it over. It was as mind-blowing as the sun goddess Bellica randomly freezing into a block of ice. Whatever a deal's a deal. Robin casually clapped a heavy hand on his shoulder. Though honestly, I have zero clue if you've actually got what it takes to be a swordsman. Bam. Out of nowhere, he clocked the MC straight in the jaw. The impact sent his helmet flying across the room. Bro, seriously, why? His vision instantly blurred as he crumpled to the dirt. Just a little welcome gift, rookie, Robin chuckled. Hours later, the MC jolted awake in a strange bed staring groggily at a floating system prompt. The pop-up flashed "New area unlock the shrine." He scanned the weird room, deeply confused. Wait, a shrine? Cut to a massive dojo. The MC flashed a cocky grin at Kia, who stood calmly across from him. Gripping a wooden katana, he charged at her with everything he had. "Brace yourself," he yelled, but she deflected his strike effortlessly. "Cute," she smirked. "Did you honestly think you could take me in a one-on-one duel?" Then she unleashed a terrifying flurry of attacks. The MC desperately parried, teeth clenching. Yeah, easy for you to say. Her blade was a literal blur. He just couldn't keep up with her insane speed and flawless technique. She wasn't the master's top prodigy for nothing. The hype around her was absolutely real. Suddenly she aimed her tip right at his chest and snapped, "You're wide open." A swift strike sent him crashing hard into the floorboards. Sighing, she offered him a hand up. "Not terrible, but you've got a lot of room to improve." He just wiped the sweat off his face and grinned, grabbing her hand. "Just give me a little more time. I'm totally clutching the win next round." Sometime later in the real world, his mom shrieked, "Oh my God, Kehoe, what is the meaning of this?" The MC, casually pumping iron, groaned. "Mom, you just gotta roll with it." She was absolutely losing her mind. 4,000,001? Are you insane? That's a massive fortune. Where in the world did you even get that kind of cat? Better not mention it's sketchy. Dropping into his dumbbells, he sighed. "Mom, it's not like that. It's just a gift I've been stashing away cash for forever." Pausing, his mom fired back, "Wait a sec. Since when do you use such fancy manners with me?" Dodging the question, he blurted out, "Gotta blast, Mom," and killed the call. That cash was hers now, so she could blow it on whatever she wanted. He'd hit her up later. She just texted back and, "Okay, got it." Smashing his alarm clock off our guy, let out a massive groan, muttering, "How bad are they gonna wreck me in practice today?" Flashback to a couple of days ago, after getting completely flatlined, he blinked awake inside an ancient shrine. It turned out to be the underground base for a badass mercenary squad calling themselves the Swordsmen. They pledged absolute loyalty to Idias, the goddess of blades. They were a tight-knit crew running Black Ops contracts across the globe. Robin, the absolute unit who dragged him there, flexed his title as one of the 10 masters, and basically dared him to join the swordsman's ranks. Figuring it was fate, he locked in, but boy did that honeymoon phase crash fast. Total regret hit him like a truck. Cut to Robin standing on a cliff edge like a drill sergeant screaming, "Move!" Our boy had to sprint, like the Grim Reaper was on his heels. He pushed his screaming muscles to match pace with Kia, who was effortlessly gliding up next to him. The brutal grind never stopped. "Forget the fundamentals and you're dead meat," Robin roared. Skipping the basics wasn't an option. The physical toll was absolutely insane, making him realize why this guild had barely any members. Nobody could survive this hell. Plus, most of their gigs were highly classified, state-level secrets. So, memorizing the political map of every single nation was mandatory. He had to cram intel into his brain like a supercomputer. Honestly, if you asked him how he didn't snap, the answer was 3 letters, Kia. She was literally the sole reason. He hadn't rage quit his swordsman path and uninstalled the game entirely. During one breather, she waved him over, raising an eyebrow. "What's eating you?" she asked. He just shrugged, just spacing out. Deep down, he was totally freaking out over bagging their very first official mission. Smirking, she told him, sweating bullets was normal. Just don't completely throw the match. Pounding his chest with fake confidence, he fired back that he was officially a swordsman now, and he knew the drill inside out. Spinning on her heels, she laughed. "All right, chill out. You're stressing way too much. Just try not to die out there," she threw over her shoulder. Stepping forward, he called out, "Bet. Catch you back at the shrine." Kia. Watching her fade into the distance, he hyped himself up. "All right, next stop Aspergan." Fast forward, he touched down in the bustling city streets. Strutting through the crowds, it finally clicked that he'd survived that hellish boot camp and was legit a made man in the syndicate. The ultimate proof, that sick new hardware on his finger, the swordsman's seal. The system instantly flashed swordsman's seal. Unique ring tier, melee damage spiked by 14%. Looking at his buffed stats, he realized his debut gig as a true swordsman brought him right back to Aspergen turf. The glowing system window popped up, Super Battle Quest S-Class. His objective tracked down some freaky paranormal energy lurking in Aspergen's northeast sector. The client was the heavy-hitting Order of 14 Knights. The payout a massive question mark. Glancing at the sky, he remembered airships usually launched from here straight to the freezing snow plains up north in Langlos, and the player count in the zone had absolutely skyrocketed. Eavesdropping on a passing duo, one guy bragged he was hoofing it this time. With his tricked-out speed boots, "I'll cross the map in a split-second watch," he hyped up. His buddy scoffed, "Duh, bro, it's magic tier." Our MC just grinned thinking, "That's wild." Suddenly, the first player flipped the topic, totally confused about why troll hides were suddenly costing an arm and a leg on the market. His partner just smirked, "Who cares? More profit for us. Let's just farm them." Overhearing this, our guy realized that just a couple of months back, the entire server was mindlessly grinding slimes praying for random magic drops. But look at them now. The server's overall gear score had massively leveled up. Right then, desperate screams shattered the peace. A solo player was boxed in by a sketchy mob, crying out that his entire hard-earned loot stash from the Valinko hunting zones had just been hijacked. The thugs demanded a fat ransom if he ever wanted his gear back. The crowd started whispering, "Valinko zones." Rumor had it, the server's #1 guild was ruthlessly monopolizing that whole map. Only the sweatiest players rocking magic tier artifacts were getting targeted like this. Word on the street was they were booting casuals and NPCs out, entirely creating a massive monopoly to funnel raw materials to mega corporations. Man, tough break, our guy thought. That poor dude just rolled the worst possible RNG running into them. Cut to a nearby dungeon entrance where the toxic guildies were blocking the cave. One of the goons barked, "Yo, I already warned your broke self. This spawn point is strictly VIP, #1 guild members only." A handful of random players were staring them down. One brave guy stepped up demanding, "What's your problem?" Instantly, a guild enforcer snatched the guy's wrist, glaring holes into his soul and hissed, "Are you gonna walk away quietly? Need a hand," one of the thugs sneered, pointing. Right there, some dude was practically bawling his eyes out. The thug snapped, "Well, did you bring the cash? Do you have any clue how much that artifact you scratched is actually worth?" Catching sight of our boy out of the corner of his eye, the thug scoffed, "And who the heck is this?" Mose just smirked. "These hunting grounds are public property, literally open to everyone. Who gave you clowns the right to gatekeep?" "The #1 guild, you absolute moron," another lackey barked. "Back off before we make you." Our MC just let out a heavy sigh, murmuring, "First you try to hijack a public zone, and now you're trying to flex on me." Honestly, the audacity was at an all-time high. These guys were nothing but bottom-tier garbage. Triggered the thug's base turned beet red as he threw a wild punch, screaming, "Eat this, you punk!" But Mose was insanely faster. He countered with a brutal strike, launching the guy through the air like a total ragdoll. His buddy shrieked, "Bro!" Whipping around to face his crew, he jabbed a shaky finger at our MC and roared, "What are you all just standing around for? Jump him. You are totally done for, loser." A system alert popped up warning that the #1 guild had officially marked him as an enemy. Rolling his shoulders, Mose cracked his knuckles. He wouldn't even need to use Sharma for a trash mob like this. A rival swordsman lunged forward, swinging his heavy blade and screaming, "Take this trash!" But our boy effortlessly sidestepped the sloppy attack and countered with a devastating hook to the jaw. He casually strolled forward, dropping every single goon that crossed his path, while the survivors panicked, yelling, "Who the heck is this monster?" Hoisting a quivering thug right off the ground by his collar, Mose deadpanned, "Me, I am literally just a gamer trying to farm in this zone." The remaining guildies were sweating bullets, completely paralyzed. Like, were they supposed to just watch their crew get absolutely clapped? Suddenly, this heavy footsteps, demanding to know what the massive commotion was all about. His men practically cried out in relief. "Boss Saksa, this guy was the top dog. The absolute worst bully of the #1 guild." The bruised goon scrambled back, pointing a bloody finger at Mose. "You are finished. You are so dead." Do you have any idea who you are messing with? This is the legendary Saksa, the guildmaster, and a verified ranker. The lackey aggressively gestured for Mose to look. Pinned to Saksa's chest was a shiny bronze badge, an ultra-rare flex, only awarded to the top 9,000 players globally. The crowd was shook. Was this some kind of sick joke? What on earth were they supposed to do against a literal pro? Mose narrowed his eyes, thinking back. While he had been off grinding with his swordmaster, the game of Circuit had received a massive update. The biggest new meta was the official leaderboard. Barely 3 months ago, a player's tier was purely based on clout and popularity, but now the Information Guild was tracking actual player stats and hard numbers. Word on the street was that over 310,000 sweaty tryhards were fiercely grinding for a spot on that leaderboard. Snapping back to reality, Saksa ground his teeth and roared, "You brain-dead idiots, did you forget our guild literally holds 7 rankers? We are already lagging behind on our loot drops. Scram all of you before I call in the heavy backup." He then leveled a glaring finger right at Mose, snarling, "You are gonna pay dearly for touching my crew." But mid-sentence, Mose blitzed forward and delivered a skull-crushing hook, burying the boss face first into the dirt. Channeling a menacing raw aura into his palm, Mose taunted, "Go ahead. Call your whole squad, your backup, literally everyone." Summoning his gleaming blade from thin air, he whispered, "Let them watch your entire little empire burn to ashes." With a blur of motion, he unleashed a flurry of devastating slashes, before casually strolling. The battered goons were left groaning in his wake. "Abort, we gotta bounce!" they shrieked, sprinting for their lives in the opposite direction. Mose dusted off his hands. Well, that was easy. Just then a system ping reminded him that the premium airship ride he had booked was blasting off in exactly 10 minutes. Glancing at the timer, he cursed under his breath. He had been so hyper-fixated on clapping those toxic scrub that he almost fumbled his actual quest. Kicking into overdrive, he dashed toward the launch pad. Minutes later, the massive, majestic Dawn Velis airship loomed into view. Once aboard, he gazed out the panoramic windows, totally mesmerized. Damn, this view is insane. Suddenly, a tall guy named Kalauer strolled up, asking, "Yo, man, are you here for the main quest too?" Mose met his gaze and gave a brief nod. Kalauer eyed our boy up and down with intense focus, prompting Mose to offer a respectful bow. "The absolute truth only answers to the blade," he greeted formally. Kalauer returned the traditional swordsman's salute, while Mose silently analyzed the dude's heavy, dominating aura. Triggering his insight skill, a glowing panel popped up. This was Mose's broken one-of-a-kind perk, letting him scan the hidden stats and levels of literally anyone in the game. The readout flashed level 91. Mose's eyes went wide with sheer shock. Breaking the silence, Kalauer chuckled, admitting he definitely did not expect to run into a fellow blade master. "I am Kalauer," he introduced himself, a swordsman repping Lao Swan. Our MC smiled back. "Name is Mose, fighting out of asparagus." Rubbing his chin, Kalauer murmured in it, "Things must have hit the fan up in the Northern Territory." When Mose asked what gave him that vibe, Kalauer just smirked, telling him to do the math. I mean, why else would 5 high-tier whales be crammed onto the exact same blimp? Confused, Mose asked who these VIPs were. Kalauer waved a hand, saying he was heading over to check them. "Want to tag along?" Mose grinned, admitting his curiosity was definitely piqued. Kalauer let out a booming laugh. "For real? All right, then keep up." They pushed through the VIP double doors, and Mose's jaw practically hit the floor. "Whoa," he breathed out, completely awestruck. The energy in this room was absolutely god tier. Stepping deeper into the lounge, Kalauer gestured around. "Take a look, Mose. This room is literally stacked with some of the most overpowered." Naturally, he scanned the heavy hitters posted up around the table, and realized these guys are straight up the absolute legends of the continent. Aurora, a level 201. Triple Crown Merc crossed his arms and scoffed. "Did these runts seriously show up for our raid?" Right on cue, Yvonne, a level 217 boss from the 5th Gen Bin Caravan, chimed in, saying they totally looked like absolute deadweight. He knew deep down they could easily hold their own. Suddenly, Hare, a level 186, elite from the 14 Knights, dropped a bombshell. They might not look like much, but one of them is actually packing an Immortal's Blessing. Chilling right beside him was Sire, another knight, clocking in at level 155. Our boy locked eyes with Hare, his mind racing. Wait, does this dude know me? Before he could spiral, the Crisis Swordmaster, Gon, sitting at an insane level 244, broke the silence. He mentioned hearing rumors about some random drifter who actually unlocked the swordsman class. So, The protagonist stared him down, absolutely completely shook. Hold up, level 244. The blade hierarchy goes from basic swordsmen to masters, all the way up to grandmasters. Hitting grandmaster is the ultimate peak of the sword, the absolute dream for anyone surviving the shrine's brutal grind and scoring that legendary seal. So, this guy sitting right here is the literal GOAT, the unmatched king of kings. He quickly dropped his name and Calloware staring. What about him? Calloware pitched in his intro as well. Gon just chuckled a deep rumbling sound and declared, "Young blade standing your ground against a grandmaster without breaking a sweat, a seriously bright future awaits you." Boom. A sleek system prompt flashed right in our hero's face, announcing he just unlocked a super rare hidden achievement. Encountered a ghost blade. He had actually crossed paths with one of the only two legendary ghost blades in existence. Instantly, his strength stat bumped up by 2 points. He was totally a hidden achievement. Just for breathing the same air as this guy. Getting free stat points just for a meet and greet with a grandmaster was insane. Just how utterly busted was this squad? No cap in S-class raid absolutely requires a roster full of total monsters like them. Suddenly, a static-filled voice blasted through the comms. "Attention crew, this is Captain McGroffin piloting the airship Dawn." He hyped them up, announcing their imminent descent into the frozen north of Langless. Their flight was wrapping up, but the real bloodbath was just kicking off. "May the ultimate blessings of Belitza and Belus watch over your souls." Gon casually waved his hand, suggesting they hash out the raid strategy once they touched down in Langer. "Say less, I'm down," our guy agreed. But then his jaw dropped. The glowing system interface violently updated, screaming that the mission difficulty just spiked. A super battle quest now sitting at a terrifying double S tier. The objective: hunt down the chaotic supernatural energy tearing the client paying the bills. The Order of the 14 Knights. The payout unknown. He panicked, wondering if the death rate just doubled along with the rank. Cut to a bit later, deep in the brutal north of Langless, locked inside the Snowwall Fortress. Aurora slammed his fist on the war table, growling. The quest difficulty just shot through the roof. Gon skimmed the intel files, his face grim, muttering they'd be forced to pull the plug on the whole op. Aurora crossed his arms, practically scoffing. Honestly, that's a massive W. These total noobs would get instantly wiped out here anyway. Yvonne leaned in, eyes narrowed. But what triggered this insane difficulty spike? Hare stared hard at the glowing parchment. According to the latest scouts, they finally pinpointed the core of the anomaly. Pinpointed our boy, thought sweating bullets. Hare didn't miss a beat. Over on the eastern shores of Lan, spreading from the magic continent of Olu, massive strikes of blood-red lightning have been nuking both their turf and Langer, leaving pure carnage behind. Initially, the higher-ups totally thought it was just some freak weather caused by Olu's crazy magic experiments. Aurora fired back. "Okay, but if the lightning is crimson, what are we really dealing with here?" Gon's voice went dead serious. "It's gotta be Garnus." Hare nodded slowly. "Bingo. They just have zero clue how it bypassed the borders. A literal walking apocalypse sitting at danger level 17. The Elder Dragon Garnus somehow crawled out of an uncharted continent straight into Langless." Aurora's eyes flashed with greed. "All right, spill it. What's the massive Hare smirked, dropping the bait. 50 Ormicons wired straight from the Arantis Bank." Aurora threw his head back, absolutely losing it, hyping it up. "Now that's what I'm talking about." The 14 Knights never slack on the bag. Yvonne, however, wasn't fully sold. "Cash is cute, but I'm looking for a different kind of leverage." Hare's smirk grew wider. "How does a total monopoly on food trading rights and Osbargan sound?" She flashed a wicked grin and purring that he totally knew how to play her game. Then Hare pivoted to the absolute unit in the room. The Grandmaster locked eyes with him, completely unfazed. "Keep your treasure. I'm taking the job. On one condition. These two rookies roll with my squad." With a dramatic point, he singled out our protagonist and Calloware. Instantly, a massive alert pinged. "Grandmaster Gon has requested you to join his party." Our boy was absolutely shook. Wait, seriously? Flash forward to the frozen streets of Langer. Tucked away inside the Snowden Dragon Inn, sat alone. Reaching out his hand, Sire formally welcomed the rescue squad in the holy names of Belisa and Belus. Gon casually brushed off the honor, waving his hand as he said, they really hadn't earned that kind of hype. Meanwhile, our boy was low-key stressing, wondering if this guy had beaten them to the punch. Was he repping the legendary Order of the 14 Knights seriously? Who was this dude? Just peep that insane level. Fast forward a bit. The crew huddled around the war table. Aurora leaned in. "So, What's the play, he demanded. Sayir reported absolutely zero sign of those freaky red lightning strikes, for the time being. Gon stroked his chin. It's the calm before the storm, he muttered. Time to move. Boom! Aurora slammed his fist down so hard the wood rattled, aggressively volunteering to charge the front line and tank the brunt of the damage. He flashed a cocky grin, adding, "All right, bet." He'd handle the swordsmen lurking in the back lines. The MC just let out an exhausted sigh. Of course they were planning a flank attack. Yvonne chimed in, confident her crowd control magic would lock the enemy down tight. Saira pledged to back up Lord Gon, locking in his role as their magic artillery. Perfect Sair nodded. He geared up to cast a stealth teleportation spell, ready to instantly warp the squad right onto Garnus's doorstep, completely undetected. Let's get this bread, ladies and gentlemen. A little later, the MC was practically freezing, throwing his arms up against the brutal blizzard. Trudging blindly through the powder, he was literally flying blind in the whiteout conditions. Zap. A violent flash of crimson lightning crashed right behind him. He whipped around, absolute panic setting in. Was that insanely massive shockwave just Garnus flapping his literal wings? What a total monster! Kulawar spun around, screaming at Mose to book it. He sprinted forward, as Sair gripped his glowing staff. Since the whole party was stacked and ready, it was time to kick off the raid. He hoisted the relic high. Channeling raw mana, he chanted. The whispers of the springs, the roaring of the oceans, the crushing abyss of the deep sea, I summon thee in his holy name. Let the tides swallow the earth in an unbreakable silence, so let it be. Wham! He smashed the staff into the frost, sending a massive shockwave of arcane energy ripping through the air. Aurora rubbed his head. Man, this silence is so heavy my ears are literally ringing. The MC stared at his violently shaking hands. This magic was no joke. It was sending literal chills down his spine. Sair's voice echoed again. Oh, invincible Belika, our all-knowing goddess. Oh, Belus, our ruthless yet totally just protector. Twin deities ruling the cosmic tides of the endless heavens, cursed to remain forever apart. The spell's aura kept expanding, and ping the system blared. Sacred chant detected, a massive 34% buff just dropped. His HP regen spiked to 583 points per second, locking in for a solid 2 hours. Even better, his total attack power got cranked up by 34% for the next 2 hours as well. Heck yes! Yvonne cheered, that buff is gonna carry us. The MC hyped himself up, staring at his glowing fists. The raw energy was literally surging through his veins. Now that is a god-tier support carrying the lobby. Suddenly, a terrifying crunch echoed from the cliffside. The MC jerked his head back, his heart jumping into his throat. What the heck was that? He yanked his blade from its scabbard. Looks like the boss is right on top of us, he warned. Heads up, squad. The whole team snapped into combat stances. The MC frantically scanned the perimeter, but boom! The beast materialized right behind his back. He spun around, absolutely gagged. Bro, is that a whole freaking dragon? Before he could react, the beast's maw lit up with a blinding, terrifying energy. It unleashed a hurricane of wind, with its wings throwing the MC straight into the dirt. His legs turned to jelly. I'm literally going to get wiped. He was totally paralyzed with fear, ready to kiss his life goodbye. Then the dragon unleashed an apocalyptic inferno. The MC threw his arms up in a desperate block, but Aurora slid in like a massive wall, slamming his shield down. What are you doing touching grass? He roared. Get your butt to the backline, you idiot, in a clutch move. Yvonne whipped out a magical bind, lassoing the dragon's jaws, shut tight. Zip it for a sec, big guy. Okay, she smirked. Gon immediately praised her. Huge W, Yvonne. Now we counterattack. Gon completely unhinged, winding up his massive broadsword and unleashing a devastating slash. Eat this! Panting heavily, Gon grinned. Knew it. This lockdown play buys us some desperately needed time. Sair nodded, confirming, absolutely. It's working. The MC broke into a massive grin. So this is how the top-tier pros play the game. But a split second later, the dragon violently wrenched its jaws apart, snapping the magic binds like twigs. Brace for impact. Gon roared. Aurora ordered the team to stay behind him. He aggressively charged the beast, deflecting the lethal strike with his shield. Sending this right back at your ugly mug, he taunted. A colossal shockwave erupted from his shield, colliding head-on with the dragon's devastating breath attack. Saira tightly shut his eyes, praying intensely. Almighty gods have mercy on this pathetic mortal. Let the sacred light obliterate our foes. Boom, a gigantic glowing rune instantly materialized right above the boss, blasting down a blinding laser of holy energy. The system pinged again. Dispersal skill activated. For the entirety of this debuff phase, all enemy-based stats are massively nerfed. Duration 2 hours. Aurora flashed a savage smile. "Now we're talking," he cheered. Then, the piercing energy from his shield totally shattered the dragon's inferno. He wiped the sweat from his face, grumbling, "Damn. This boss is built different, huh?" The MC was absolutely stunned by his own sudden power spike. It was giving him major flashbacks to that insane raid against Gira 10. Hold up. NPCs can seriously level up just by equipping a rare weapon, but before that could even sink in, the massive dragon violently battered the air with its wings. Aurora yelled, panicked, "Wait, is it seriously gonna dive bomb us?" Yvonne screamed back, "Hell no, we are not letting that happen. Bind him up, White Rose." Thick glowing vines exploded from the ground, wrapping around the beast. Yvonne strained violently to maintain the grip, gritting her teeth and warning that her magic was practically at its limit. The monster's raw strength was just too insane. Heyer desperately told her to hang on for just a few more seconds. He was actively charging up a spell and just needed to get air. A split second later, massive ethereal wings ripped out from Heyer's back, launching him straight into the atmosphere. I literally just stared, totally starstruck, like, okay, that's breaking the trance. Calloware sprinted ahead and roared, "Mose, we gotta move! The boss is tied down. This is our only opening." Mose bolted right behind him, yelling that he was on it. They launched themselves into the air for a sick combo attack, but the colossal beast instantly locked its terrifying reptilian eyes dead on them. With one casual swipe of its wing, it swatted them down, slamming them violently into the freezing snow. Calloware groaned. "Crap! Mose, you still breathing?" Mose choked out, "I'm still alive." Mose clenched his jaw, brutally determined to pull this off. It was obvious this absolute unit of a monster had... Suddenly, Gon swaggered past them with a cocky little smirk. "My dear swordsmen," he called out, the sheer pressure of his aura making everyone physically tense up. He told them to push past their limits to hit faster and strike way harder. He reminded them that the perfect synergy between a raw blade and flawless technique is the ultimate cheat code for any true... That was the insane level of mastery they needed to aim for. Without even breaking a sweat, Gon blasted a blinding shockwave of energy, slicing a massive bloody gash straight across the dragon's throat. My jaw actually hit the floor. Holy crap. Level 388. Gon was literally outscaling Garnos at this point. The dude's technique was absolutely flawless, like literally zero competition. Honestly, I think I just found my new idol. Hyped up, I charged in yelling that the monster was finally bleeding, and this was our shot. Calloware darted forward too, screaming Mose's name. Mose chased right behind him, roaring back in agreement. I completely hyped myself up. There was zero chance I was letting this raid end without securing some crazy highlight reel moment. You could just tell Mose was basically destined to be a top-tier player. Feeding off that energy, I explosive jumped off the icy ground, ripped my blade through the air, and landed a vicious heavy strike directly on the beast. The sheer recoil vibrated through my bones as I slammed back onto the dirt, teeth aggressively gritted. Gon casually strolled up to me, effortlessly resting his massive sword over his shoulder. He gave me a reality check telling me not to blow all my... Then Gon flash stepped back into the fray, delivering an earth-shattering critical hit. I grabbed my throbbing hand totally in awe, thinking, man, the Grandmaster absolutely never disappoints. Gon glanced back over his shoulder with a smirk. So how was that for a warm-up? Suddenly my eyes shot up to the sky as Heyer, hands tightly locked together in deep concentration, bellowed down at us. "Listen up, everyone. Fall back from Garnos right now." A blinding apocalyptic beam of pure energy began tearing open the clouds above. Looking totally solemn, Heyer muttered, "Forgive me, Ancient One." Instantly, slamming his massive shield straight into the dirt, screamed for the entire squad to stack up directly behind him for cover. Wiping out this majestic beast was brutal, but millions of innocent lives were literally on the line. The orbital strike of raw destructive magic absolutely vaporized through the dragon's thick scales. A retina-burning shockwave of pure white light violently washed over the entire battlefield. When the dust settled, the colossal boss completely seized up, before crashing lifelessly into the frozen earth. I broke out into a massive grin, cheering that we actually clutched the win. But then a glowing orb caught my eye. Wait, I quickly scanned the rest of the raid party. They were acting totally blind to this legendary drop sitting right there. Oh duh, I realized. They totally As I sneaked over to pocket the insanely rare core, Yvonne casually strolled up beside me, flashing a tired but victorious smile. Well, that's a wrap. Raid officially cleared. I let out a massive sigh of relief. The absolutely sweaty, chaotic grind against Garnos was finally over. Checking my stats, I realized I had skyrocketed a totally ridiculous 25 level. Aurora nonchalantly waved us off, groaning that he was completely sick of freezing his butt off out here, and just bluntly hit us with a catch ya. I low-key judged Aurora for just dipping the absolute second he secured his loot. Meanwhile, Yvonne was already hard at work, summoning her scavenging crew from the bin, who ruthlessly got to work carving up the boss's gargantuan corpse. Dusting off her hands, she announced, "All right, squad, pack it up. We gotta hit the..." Her crew was aggressively stripping every last scale and bone they could salvage. You just knew they were about to make absolutely insane bank flipping those rare materials. Honestly, she seemed completely thrilled, walking away with both a massive win and an absolute mountain of premium loot. Hopping smoothly on, she hollered back, "Don't you dare forget our little deal, Hayer." He just chuckled effortlessly and yelled, Yeah, I got it." Pivoting back to the group, Hayer reached out a hand and said, "Mr. Gon, Mr. Callower, Mr. Mose, seriously, major respect, and thanks for the carry out there." Gon beamed right back at the squad, completely backing up Hayer's wholesome vibe. I, on the other hand, just awkwardly let out a super nervous chuckle, furiously rubbing the back of my neck. Inside my head, I was basically sweating, thinking about how unbelievably exhausting and terrifying that fight. But hey, at least Hayer seemed totally valid in recognizing my grind. The veteran warrior dipped into a deep, respectful bow, firmly confirming his presence. Then Hayer shouted, "And to the rising swordsman Aspergan." I immediately snapped into a stiff bow, nervously sounding off that I was present yet and accounted for. Hayer's voice got super dramatic as he declared, "And when those crazy rumors finally reach my ears again, I will personally roll out the red carpet for you guys. I'll be eagerly waiting for a reunion at the Bin Caravan base." Dropping that epic final line, he stepped straight backward into a glowing portal, vanishing entirely. Then Callower, locking eyes with me, casually mentioned, "Hey man, I've got some hardcore urgent business to catch up on, so you should probably head out too. We'll definitely cross paths again." He threw up a quick laid-back peace sign before heading off. As I stood completely alone in the freezing crater, the absolute silence made it feel like that insane boss raid was literally just a crazy fever dream. Shaking off the surreal vibes, I snapped back to reality. Focus up. He seriously debated snatching the entire loot pile for himself, even though he basically just stood on the sidelines the whole time. Guilt definitely gnawed at him, but passing up this kind of jackpot, pure stupidity. If he ever wanted to trade blows with the heavy hitters, he desperately needed a massive power spike. Reaching out, his fingertips brushed the glowing core, instantly triggering a blinding shockwave. Shielding his eyes from the glare, our guy's jaw practically hit the floor when a full gear set materialized out of thin air. He hesitantly reached out, muttering, "Yo, what even is this?" As his fingers wrapped around the massive hilt, a holographic window popped up. Atorai's brand legendary two-handed greatsword. Weight 8.8 kilos. Strength plus 43. Health plus 31. Agility plus 31. Intellect plus 16. Passive ability, Atori's combat style. Upon executing 100 mobs, it unlocks the destructive flame solar storm. Max charges 3. Cooldown 10 minutes flat. Oh, and farming lobies doesn't count mobs 20 levels below. You give absolutely 0 stacks. The protagonist literally gasped, a legendary drop. But wait, there's more. He eagerly checked the next system prompt. Atori's Rising Sun. Armor legendary grade 5 out of 6 pieces. Mind Atori's heavy helm. Sun Atori's heavy chestplate. Sinews Atori's heavy greaves. Madness Atori's heavy gauntlets. Fire Atori's heavy sabatons. And rounding it out, Brand Atori's two-handed sword. Total stat boosts: strength plus 87 health plus 77 dexterity plus 84 intelligence. Plus 59 3-piece set bonus movement, speed boosted by 34%, plus 1 extra charge of unbridled flame solar storm. 5-piece bonus. Melee damage skyrockets by 44%. Full 6-piece bonus solar fury unlocks, heavily buffing the devastating flame solar storm. A massive grin spread across his face. "Bro, is this for real? Am I being punked right now?" the loot dropping from Garnet's core, was just as insane as the dragon itself. A legendary set that absolutely curb stomps any unique gear. He had just become the very first player in circuit history to bag legendary loot. Cut to a bit later, a live stream boots up. What is good, chat? It is John Korea's #2 streamer. You guys catch the latest tea. The Information Guild dropped a massive bombshell yesterday morning. A full-blown ranker battle is coming, and it is open to everyone, up until now. The ranking system was basically a glorified stat check algorithm, but moving forward, things are getting hardcore. Rank verifications are getting insanely strict, and top players will unlock national-level quests. So, if you think you have the skills to pay the bills, you need to pull up to the Spartan Central Square. Meanwhile, our MC collapsed onto a park bench, sweating from a heavy jog deep in thought. Ever since he locked in on grinding his circuit power levels, he'd been hitting the pavement daily to max out his real-world stamina. Better IRL cardio meant longer VR dive sessions. But logging out earlier had hit him with wicked vertigo from pushing his playtime. Playtime way past the line separating the pixelated fantasy from cold reality was seriously messing with his head. He was desperate for a glow-up in life, and circuit was his golden ticket. Yet the boundaries between these two dimensions were getting super blurry. Honestly, it was kind of ironic the only place he was pulling insane bags of cash was inside a video game. That realization sparked a fire in him. It was time to level up his real self and treat this game like a career. Could he really just treat circuit as a casual hobby anymore if he uninstalled? Right now, would he just go back to being another NPC blending into the crowd? Hell no. Being broke wasn't magically going to fix itself. Brushing the doubts aside, he made his choice. He was heading back to the digital battlefield, his true home. Fast forward a bit, our boy is strolling down the street absent-mindedly inspecting his hands. Muttering to himself, he confirmed he'd dropped his new armor off at the blacksmith. Glancing around to make sure the coast was clear, he whispered, "Zero chance anyone spots me here. Inventory." A massive blade materialized in his grip. Man, an actual legendary drop. I wasn't dreaming. Suddenly a searing pain shot up his arm. Wait, what the hell? Why is this thing burning me? Boom! A blinding shockwave erupted, wrapping his entire body in raw, crackling energy. He clutched his temples, groaning, "Ugh, damn it!" Feels like my skull is splitting open. A system chime rang out. Passive skill unlocked to Tori's combat style. Blinking through the pain, a flood of holographic combat stances flickered rapidly across his vision, downloading straight into his brain. Staring at his glowing palms, he breathed out, "A passive skill. So that is the gimmick." Out of nowhere, voices echoed nearby, spidey senses tingling. Just around the corner, some dude was chatting away. No cap, his level has to be totally cracked, right? For sure. Our MC took a sneaky peek and thought, "Whoa, guy is just casually FaceTiming on a crystal orb." A smirk crept up. Now that is low-key meta. Maybe I should cop one of those. Cut to a bustling magic shop. The NPC clerk thanking him for dropping some coin as he stepped back into the sun. Hefting his shopping bag, he mentally checked his to-do list, picked up the upgraded armor, secured the comms orb. All done. Next stop, the Esper Sanctuary. Pulling out his teleportation stone, he readied up for the journey. Arriving at the flight deck, a cheerful attendant greeted him, promising a first-class sky cruise. "Destination, sir?" she chirped. Looking dead ahead, he replied, "Wyvern Caravan Route." Escorting him up the boarding ramp, she smiled and suggested he book a ride on Rowandel's white horse. Our guy knew he had to shadow her. Pushing through the doors, he let out a heavy sigh and muttered that he had just handled the sanctuary himself. Figuring a quick message would do the trick, he skimmed over the crumpled piece of paper. Suddenly, Kia rolled up, crossing her arms. "What's the holdup? Am I going to have to babysit you all day?" Catching her gaze, he blinked. "Wait, you're tagging along." Flashing a wicked smirk, she shot back, "Duh. We've got a co-op mission, remember?" Cut to a little while later at the massive bin caravan. Stretching out his stiff shoulders, our boy groaned. "Man, we actually blitzed our way to Langer way faster than expected." Kia pointed straight ahead, her eyes gleaming. "Check it out, Mose. That's the bin caravan tower, the ultimate hub for absolute mega trades." He stared up at the colossal structure, completely awestruck. "Okay, that's actually insane." Right then, a slick-looking dude stepped up. "Miss Kia, Mr. Mose, welcome." This was Russell the Silver Master, a high-ranking VIP from the Information Guild. A sly grin spread across his face as he sized them up. Stepping into a gravity-defying elevator, Russell casually mentioned they were already rocketing past the 81st floor. Levels 80 through 90 are exclusively VIP suites, he explained. You two will be crashing on floor 88. Inside the smelting chamber, Kia cut to the chase. The boss sent you right, cracking a door open. Russell nodded. Yeah, he'll drop the full briefing once he gets here. Shutting it tight, he stepped uncomfortably close. Before we dive in, fair warning. Every single word spoken in this room carries the exact same authority as Master Robin himself. Giving a deep bow of respect, Kia locked in. As a Spartan swordsman, the blades he called upon are ready and waiting. Flipping open a classified dossier, Russell locked eyes with them. You two were handpicked to execute a brand new Black Ops mission for some heavily restricted artifacts gear that absolutely cannot fall into the wrong hands, just got smuggled straight into Bin Caravan. They're calling it the Yulsine Rhapsody. Specifically, we're tracking down Rhapsody pieces numbered 7 through 14. Our guy glared up at him. So, what's the play? Russell didn't miss a beat. They're dropping them in a high-stakes auction on the penthouse level very soon. Since this place is run by hardcore merchants, nobody can just steal merchandise once it's logged in. Not even us. Your job outbid everyone and secure the bag legally. Kia, you're going deep undercover. You'll crash the auction playing the filthy rich aristocrat Marie Ariani. And Mose, you're her lethal shadow, a personal knight named Maxim. Flash forward and the duo is already pulling up to the ultra-luxurious gala. The head butler's voice echoed, welcoming the esteemed Ariani family from Para. As Kia strutted into the ballroom, our boy trailed behind, instantly realizing every single eye was glued to her. If they wanted a seat at the auction, they had to mingle with these absolute snobs. Honestly, off to a killer start. Suddenly, a total mean girl glided over, sticking out her hand with a fake smile. Welcome, darling of the Ariani family. I am Akasita von Ram. Care to join our table, assuming it's not too much of a bother? Pinching the hem of her ridiculous dress, Kia gave a perfectly executed curtsy. Oh, not at all. I'd love to. As they followed Ram through the VIP section, our guy scanned the room, his danger sense tingling. Why was everyone snickering at them? Hitting the table, Ram smirked. Ladies, meet the illustrious Lady Marie. The other rich brats immediately burst into catty laughter. Oh my God, sis, you did not just bring her here. Our boy was practically fuming, but Ram just waved a manicured hand. Oh, my apologies, I was simply trying to show respect by mimicking your quaint little para accent. Word on the street is your little hometown is famous for, what was it, growing grapes. You guys own vineyards, yeah. Kia didn't flinch, hitting back with a cool, spot on. A massive empire of them, actually. One of the fake blondes gasped. No way, so she literally bought her noble title with dirt and farming. The chick next to her scoffed, bragging, well, the Akasita bloodline is ancient royalty. We've got a long lineage of elite sorcerers who pulled their raw power straight from legendary artifacts. And every single one of them served the king. Honestly, the Ariani clan needs to stay in their lane, especially with that dirty elven blood mixed into their veins. I mean, I simply cannot fathom looking like one of those cheap slaves they auction off in the basement. Another girl fake gasped. Oh my God, I was wondering why her necklace was slapped on backwards. Turns out she's just a clueless peasant. Flashing a toxic grin, Ram snapped her fingers at her guard. Be a dear and fix the poor girl's jewelry, will you? The hulking knight stepped up, grunting. Right away, my lady. Reaching his massive hand straight toward Kia's neck, he sneered, don't take this personally, little lady. Just following the boss's orders. But before he could even brush her skin, bam! Our boy intercepted his wrist with an iron grip. Keep your filthy paws off her. Mose snarled, his eyes completely dead. Or do you actually have a death wish? The snob shrieked in pure terror, while Kia just sighed. Oh, for heaven's sake. Are all Akasita knights this brain dead, or is he just a special case? The mean girls lost their absolute minds. Excuse me, what did you just call him, you little rat? How dare you? But Kia completely flipped the script, her voice echoing with absolute authority. You arrogant fools, a true lady graced you with her presence, and I intended to handle this little spat with the dignity and grace of true high society. Snapping her fan open and pointing it dead at Ram's face, she roared, But I, Marie, of the Ariani family, refuse to swallow this disgusting disrespect from the— So, here's how this goes down. I officially challenge your guard to a duel to the death against my knight. Let's see who really holds the honor here. Maxime, are you ready to crack some skulls? Gripping his hilt, our boy smirked. Always my lady. I am Maxime, the vanguard blade of the area. With a metallic shing, he ripped his blazing sword from its scabbard flames erupting into the air. And I will slaughter anyone who disrespect would be his. The whole room instantly started buzzing with whispers. A duel right out of the gate. Talk about a wild debut. The Akase bloodline wasn't going down without a fight. The noble girl shrieked, "Ulf, my fearless knight, step up and defend our family's honor." The massive dude stepped up, bowing deeply. "As you command, my lady," he raised his heavy broadsword, roaring at the top of his lungs. That as a sworn knight of the Akase clan, he would protect their pristine reputation. Our boy just smirked, scanning his stats. Level 32. Honestly kinda mid. Ulf lunged forward, swinging his blade with brutal force. But the MC effortlessly ducked underneath the slash, mocking him. Way too slow, man. With lightning speed, our guy launched a devastating counterattack, completely obliterating Ulf's heavy chest plate. The knight crashed to the floor, totally out cold. The entire crowd was absolutely shook. One single strike. That raw power was insane. Furious Rames threw a massive tantrum, screaming at Lancel, her most loyal guard, to wipe the floor with this absolute trash. Stepping into the spotlight, Lancel announced himself as the Knight of the Wind, proudly declaring that Lady Akase had given the absolute order. He vowed to end this right here, right now. Without hesitating, Lancel unleashed a furious barrage of strikes, but our protagonist simply pivoted, flawlessly deflecting every single blade thrust. Lancel ground his teeth in pure frustration. "Are you kidding me right now?" The MC just tilted his head, yawning. "Is that really all you've got?" Pure terror flashed in the knight's eyes as he choked out, You're a total monster," before collapsing face first onto the marble floor. The audience was left utterly speechless. Right after the chaos, Kia glided over to the protagonist, adopting her fake persona, Marie. She dramatically sighed, claiming she was by the absolute disrespect going on here. She called them out for blatantly bullying a race that traveled all the way from across the globe. Like, seriously, what kind of toxic prejudice was this? She loudly hoped that moving forward their elite gatherings would actually welcome foreign VIP with genuine hospitality. She reminded the room that Bin Caravan was literally built as a massive melting pot, a hub where all cultures and races collide and build connections. Her savage reality check had the nobles clapping in awe. Then Lara strolled up to them, grinning. Finally, the epic moment had arrived. He had been hyping himself up for this exact showdown for way too long. A little later, Kia ripped out her heavy earrings, dropping the act completely. She announced that their real mission was finally a go. The fancy party was a massive win, but the actual endgame was dominating the underground auction. The MC kicked back in his chair, staring at her like she was an absolute legend. Catching his gaze, she raised an eyebrow, asking why he was staring a hole through her. He just gave a super goofy smile and stayed totally. Honestly, her acting skills were straight fire. Yanking off the second earring, she scoffed. Acting? What acting? Especially when dealing with these stuck-up snobs. He blinked, totally caught off guard. Wait, what, since when, how? For real. She coldly confessed that she actually used to be a literal slave for a high society family. Their toxic habits, their arrogant mindset, that garbage had practically burned itself into her brain. Honestly, as an oppressed half-elf, her first instinct was to just absolutely obliterate him right there. But that era was over. She was a lethal swordswoman now. The weak Kia who got stepped on for her bottom-tier status was dead and buried. Dropping that heavy truth, she flashed a genuinely warm smile. Our boy immediately looked down, guiltily apologizing, but she just smacked his shoulder playfully and laughed, telling him it was all good. "Chill out, dude. Why do you look so terrified? They already mapped out the entire game plan." The boss man promised them a massive vacation once this job was wrapped, so failing this mission was simply not an option. Fast forward a bit, they were cruising in a sleek carriage. Kia ran the numbers they were packing 25 Ormikins and another 7,000 gold coins. Snagging the artifact on a discount would be totally clutch, but the night definitely wouldn't end there. The carriage rolled up to a massive, imposing structure, and they started conquering the grand staircase. The MC casually asked if there was any competition trying to snipe the magic scrolls. "Should we just take these guys out?" Kia nodded, confirming they were definitely not alone. They'd have to play the bidding game just to expose who the rivals really were. Our guy smoothly adjusted his tailored suit, hyping himself up internally. This was it. Eden, the legendary underground auction house of Bin Caravan. They strutted straight through the heavy double doors, and he smirked. "All right, let's get this bread." Inside, the insanely hyped auctioneer finally took center stage, grabbing the mic. Ladies, gentlemen, and our VIP high rollers, may I have your total attention? Tonight and tonight only, we are dropping insanely rare loot that makes flawless diamonds look like cheap glass. From mythical relics hiding the universe's darkest secrets to insanely broken items that will skyrocket your stats, we guarantee your minds will be absolutely blown. So let's kick off the madness. The elite crowd went completely wild with applause as a mysterious cart was wheeled out under the blinding spotlight. The hype man screamed that the very first drop of the night was the index fingernail, belonging to the final princess of the completely wiped out Ezrindel kingdom. He dramatically ripped the velvet cover off the glass case, causing our MC to take a deep, shaky breath. "Stay focused," he whispered. Instantly, a glowing blue system prompt popped up in his vision. Lona Ezrindel's nail. Tier unique. The owner unlocks the hidden quest, the tragedy of the Ezrindel bloodline. Wait, so this weird drop actually triggers a side quest, he realized. Snapping him back to reality, the auctioneer roared. The starting bid is set at 3 Ormacans. Chaos erupted across the auction floor as a massive bidding war ignited. 3 Ormacans, 4517. The auctioneer's voice boomed through the speakers. 17 Ormacans. Do I hear 18? He slammed his wooden gavel down hard. Sold for 17 Ormacans. While the host hyped up the winner, our boy let out an exhausted groan, murmuring about how totally drained he felt. Kia elbowed him in the ribs, hissing at him to snap out of it. "Mose, the night is literally just getting started." He violently slapped his own cheeks. "Right, yeah, I need to lock in." Just then the announcer grabbed the mic again. "And now, for tonight's main event." Their heads snapped toward the glowing stage in shock as the host hyped up a masterpiece forged by the most brilliantly twisted composer alive. Feast your eyes on the Eulenspiegel Rhapsodies, Volume 7 through 14. Suddenly, a blinding system window popped up, classifying this drop as a unique tier. Our MC stared. A black info screen. "Yeah, this artifact is definitely built different." The host threw up 4 fingers, smirking at the crowd. "We are starting the bidding at 4 Ormacans." Absolute madness broke out. 6-8 wait, make it 9. Pointing straight into the frenzy, the MC roared, "Wow, 9 Ormacans. Any high rollers willing to raise the stakes?" Without missing a beat, Kia flexed hard. 25. Every single head in the room whipped around to stare at her in pure shock. 25, the host screamed. "We got 25 Ormacans. Any takers?" The announcer nervously asked if anyone was brave enough to match it. Out of nowhere, Learo's voice sliced through the tension. 50,000 gold. That is 50 Ormacans. The host's jaw practically hit the floor as he scanned the room, while our guy leaned. "Who casually drops that kind of bag?" Kia immediately shot her hand out, gesturing for him to shut up and stay completely frozen. 75,000 gold, she screamed back. 75 Ormacans. The announcer completely lost his mind. 75 going once, going twice. Our MC stared at Kia like she had lost her mind. 75? Are you absolutely insane? That is a psychotic amount of cash. She shot him a sly grin, whispering that it was all cool, she was just baiting a reaction. Right on cue, Liaro dropped the nuke. 100,000 gold. 100 Ormacans? The host was practically hyperventilating. 100,000 gold? Did I just hear 100,000 gold? That is officially the most expensive item ever sold in the history of this auction. Kia flashed a wicked smile at our guy, basically saying she played him perfectly. Mose spun around, his eyes narrowing in focus. All right, now we just track down this massive whale. But when he caught a glimpse of the buyer, his blood ran cold. Wait, that is... Who? Kia whispered urgently. He locked onto the target. That is Liaro, the S-tier wanted fugitive and notorious gambler. Moments later, they blasted out of the auction house into the cold night. The second Liaro bolted our duo was already hot on his heels, ripping their blades from their sheaths. Suddenly, the gambler skidded to a halt, looking back with a cocky grin. Whoa, you guys have been stalking me all night, and now we are playing tag. Our boy clenched his jaw so hard it nearly cracked. Liaro, it is definitely him. Surging explosive mana through his veins, the MC braced for impact. Let's do this. The gambler had clearly been waiting for this exact showdown. What the hell is this suffocating aura? Our guy panicked internally. It feels like one tiny slip-up, and he will completely vaporize me into dust. Mockingly polite Liaro pressed a hand to his chest, and the name is Liaro. Instantly our boy ripped off his cloak, barking out a warning. Kia, stay back. He is dangerous. She blinked, totally confused. Wait, why? Damn it, he realized in a panic. Kia is just an NPC. She literally cannot see his insane stats or realize how totally outmatched we are. He yelled back. This dude is an absolute raid boss. Liaro's level was chillingly high, sitting at a solid 102. The gambler smirked. This is truly going down in history, Mose. Kia glared at our boy. Wait, you actually know this creep? He nodded tensely. Yeah, back in Lindbergh, I flipped an artifact to him. But how does he even remember me? How could I ever forget? Liaro cackled instantly, teleporting right beside him in a flash. Our reunion was totally written in the stars, buddy. What the hell is that speed? Mose gasped. Before the gambler could strike, Kia unleashed a lethal flurry of slashes, forcing Liaro to violently leap backward. I do not care what kind of weird, fateful history you two have, she snarled, but there is no way I am just going to stand by and watch. I am Kia the Blademaster of Asparagon, and my steel is going to force the absolute truth out of you. But before she could even blink, Liaro casually ghosted past her blade and materialized inches from Mose's face. Let me show you a magic trick, kid. With a single sharp snap of his fingers, Mose, Kia's terrified screams echoed into nothingness as our guy was instantly plunged into an endless void of pitch-black darkness. Staring into the endless abyss, he glared at the smirking gambler. What the hell did you just do? Liaro shrugged smoothly. Relax, your little girlfriend cannot crash our party. That alleyway was way too crowded for my taste. I prefer my heart-to-hearts totally isolated. Our guy clenched his fists. Talk with me. Liaro chuckled darkly, soaking in the terror. Oh, you are shaking in your boots, aren't you, Mose, the legendary immortal? Suddenly his eyes flipped pure demonic black. He burst into psychotic, unhinged laughter before letting out an exhausted sigh. Man, out of that massive lottery I handpicked over 1,000 of you so-called immortals. And what do you idiots do? You rush to pawn off your artifacts instantly, without even testing their limits. But you, Mose, you are built entirely different. So I cooked up a special little master plan just for you. He shoved an accusing finger directly at our boy's chest. What kind of sick game are you playing? Mose demanded. The gambler leaned in dangerously close. Think about it. Right before you unlocked your swordsman class, do you really think bumping into Jiritan was just random RNG? Why was that guy's mission in Philip just to capture him? Did he seriously believe it was some crazy coincidence they bumped into each other at Ben Caravan during the mission? Mose stared ahead, completely blindsided, while Lyro just chuckled darkly, asking if he actually thought he was just lucky. The dude had orchestrated every single move, way in advance. The MC's mind raced. Wait, why? This wasn't some random stroke of luck. It was Lyro's master plan all along. Dropping to his knees, his sword clattering to the dirt, Mose demanded answers. What the hell is going on? Why? And Lyro coolly replied that his endgame was simple: conquer this entire world using the immortals. Crouching right in front of him, he smirked. Come on, Mose, he urged, telling him to embrace the rage and unleash absolute hell on the Empire. He knew Mose had the power to pull it off. So, what was the verdict? Total world domination, plus the ultimate payback against the absolute scumbags who ripped his family away. Mose locked eyes with him, whispering, "Revenge." Lyro nodded, declaring that every single person wearing a golden crown had to be wiped off the map. The power was in Mose's hands. He was the chosen one. He clamped a heavy hand onto Mose's shoulder. The pieces clicked in the MC's head. Lyro despised this reality, a world that had stolen his loved ones, twisting his grief into pure, unadulterated fury against everyone. Now he was starving for vengeance. Wait, was Kia just another pawn on his chessboard too? No, that wasn't right. This was his own path. Snatching his blade back up, Mose stood his ground. Lyro, I'm nobody's chess piece. Choosing the path of a swordsman, grinding through all that brutal training, that was 100% his call. Sure, he owed the guy big time. That pendant Lyro handed him literally gave him a future. But right here, right now, he was calling his own shots. Lyro's smirk vanished into a harsh scowl. Excuse me, what did you just say? Suddenly, a glowing system screen flashed in Mose's vision. Quest battle initiated. Objective: take down the gambler Lyro. The prize, a top-tier hidden ability. Igniting his blade, Mose roared, "Let's do this!" He launched a blazing arc forward. Lyro dodged back, grinding his teeth. Mose, what the hell is your problem? Pitch-black ooze suddenly erupted from Lyro's skin, swirling into a suffocating dark aura. Lyro taunted, getting scared. This was his true power, and it was absolutely bottomless. He could pass this god-tier strength to Mose if he just said the word. Lyro demanded his final answer, warning him that this was his absolute last shot. Join the dark side or get completely wiped out. Mose smirked casually, noting that his hands were tied. Lyro scoffed, wondering why on earth anyone would reject the chance to have the entire world bowing at their feet. Taking the deal meant erasing those imperial scumbags from existence. Total domination. But the MC just shrugged, dropping a cold, "Sorry to burst your bubble, man, but I'll pass." Lyro's eyes widened. "Seriously? If you're gonna be this stubborn, then I'll just have to rip you apart myself." Not even breaking a sweat, Mose flashed a cocky grin. "Yeah, good luck with that." Boom, the clash ignited in an instant. Lyro caught Mose's swinging blade, bare-handed, glaring daggers, and spat that he always knew immortals were built completely different. They could perceive and understand reality on a whole other level. He knew exactly where they came from. The dude literally had to sell his soul to the devil just to dig up their secrets. Shoving the glowing blade aside, Lyro snarled, "You just spawned in here to mess around and find some twisted meaning for your pathetic life." "Right, and I handed you all of that on a silver platter," he lashed out, carving a nasty gash across Mose's cheek, screaming, "New power, big dreams, pure thrills," raining down savage blows with every single word. He finally leaped back, panting. "So, why the hell are you turning me down? You're just a thrill seeker. You don't give a damn about this world." Gripping his shaking sword, Mose breathed out. "Yeah, you're right. I logged in chasing cash just like the rest of them. But along the way, I unlocked insane power. And with that power, I actually started changing things for the better. I've crossed this entire continent, explored absolute marvels. Now I actually get it. I see the raw beauty hiding in this unknown reality. Lindbergh asparagus. Langer, and yeah, even Ben Caravan." His chest swelled with pure hype every time he discovered a brand new zone. "Look, Lyro, I owe you massive respect, and I get why you're hurting, but I'm sorry. I'm not backing your play." "I refuse to let this world burn," Lyro shrieked, demanding to know why. Mose admitted he didn't have all the answers, but deep down he knew Lyro didn't actually want to vaporize everything either. So, Mose was stepping up. He was going to shoulder that crushing agony himself. Locking his blade straight at his former mentor, Mose stood ready. Lyro just clutched his face, bursting into a psychotic, booming laugh. "Are you seriously trying to lecture me?" he shrieked. "Me, the guy who spent years drowning in revenge, doesn't want to watch this world burn into ashes. How can you spit out such complete garbage? Fine, if you won't fall in line, I'll just erase you from the server right here, right now," blasting off the dirt. He blitzed forward, parrying Mose's blade and unleashing a devastating combo. The system flashed red, HP dropping to 70%. Lyro shrieked like a maniac, demanding Mose to just drop dead. He hacked relentlessly, landing brutal hits. System warning, HP at 50%, critical alert, HP plummeting to 30%. Lyro roared, demanding to see Mose. This was raw, unfiltered hatred, a desperate thirst for payback. With a guttural scream, he unleashed a massive blinding beam of energy straight at our guy. Instantly, the system flashed red, warning HP dropping to a critical 10%. Mose gritted his teeth, his mind racing. What the hell is going on? He was completely pinned down, totally unable to counterattack. But if he didn't shut this down right now, Lyro would completely lose himself to an endless spiral of violent madness. Not on his watch. He needed a genius play, and fast. Suddenly, the blade in his grip pulsed with a blinding, fierce light. Bingo. The system chimed in, confirming he had just wiped out exactly 100 monsters. The Itoria brand flared to life. A brand new ultra-rare skill just dropped. A holographic window shattered the air in front of him. Destructive Flame Solar Storm. Active class. Requirement to pop this crazy move. Master the Itoria brand. Got pieces of Itoria's Rising Sun armor stashed in your inventory. Boom auto activation. It summons a literal solar storm, obliterating everything within a 250-meter radius. We're talking catastrophic damage ranging from 12,245 up to a whopping 15,560. Plus, it stacks a brutal 1,226 burn damage per second. This absolute inferno lasts for 100 straight seconds. You can pop this bad boy up to 3 times before the cooldown hits. The Catch Saint Tier skills can actually bounce the flames back. Our boy's jaw practically hit the floor. Wait, a brand new active skill. Solar Storm, he roared. Instantly, his vision whited out in a blinding flash. He whipped his flaming greatsword around and slammed it brutally into the earth. Massive shockwaves of pure hellfire erupted in every direction. The blazing inferno swallowed Laro whole, ripping agonizing screams from his throat. "My wife, my kids," he wailed, as horrific, deeply buried memories flooded his mind. "Those filthy imperial scumbags," he shrieked. "I'll never forgive them. I'll make them pay in blood." A haunting flashback hit him, a little boy sobbing violently, shaking as he begged, "Daddy, please, Uncle, don't kill him," standing there with hands dripping in fresh blood. Laro had stared at the kid absolutely shell-shocked. It wasn't me, it was them, those imperial rats," he stammered defensively. He desperately tried to convince himself he was the good guy. But deep down, even back then, he knew he had crossed the line. He was just in too deep to ever hit reverse. Yet despite all the years and the madness that followed, a part of his soul was actually, as Mose approached Laro's body, started shattering into glittering digital dust. With a heavy sigh, Laro admitted that deep down, he totally regretted the twisted path he took. With one final broken breath, he whispered, "I'm so sorry, Mose. Goodbye." Our guy instinctively reached his hand out into the void, watching the last pixels drift toward the sky. Laro was completely lost, he thought solemnly, but at least he finally found peace. Snapping back to reality, tears actually stung his eyes. He swore he'd never forget the tragic warrior. Just then, Tia spotted him from across the battlefield. Sprinting over, she screamed his name, Mose. Right on. Fast forward a bit, and our hero was chilling on the deck of a massive airship. Scrolling through his glowing status screens, he muttered, "Lucky destroyer, huh? That's wild." The holographic panel read, "Name Mose, Class Swordsman, Hidden Trait, Lucky Destroyer." He realized that this insane new trait, the one he bagged from that hardcore boss fight with Laro, actually came with two crazy new abilities. First up, Lucky Destruction, Level 1, Active Skill, Cost to pop it. Just one single luck stat point. Basically any ancient loot scavenged from dungeon ruins can be magically sealed inside a glowing orb. The tier of the trapped item scales directly with the skill's level, and you're hit with a brutal 72-hour cooldown. He stroked his chin, realizing this practically let him turn raw artifacts into epic gacha pulls. Swiping to the next screen, Destroyer Fusion, Max Level, Active Skill. This one lets you securely vault an orb straight into your inventory. Even better, you can smash up to 3 identical tier orbs together to craft something way more overpowered. Once fused, the stats on these items are permanently maxed out. But there's a massive, terrifying catch. There's a totally random chance that a freaking monster will just burst right out of the orb and attack. Oh, and the cooldown is a solid 48 hours. He pieced it together using Destroyer Fusion. Lets him hoard and smash these loot orbs together like a crazy alchemist. Wait. Was this how Laro handed out those ultra-rare drops to other players? It honestly felt like the fallen warrior had passed him the torch. From this day forward, Mose swore he'd flip the script, making sure tragic broken souls like Laro never had to suffer in this world again. After that heartbreaking heart-to-heart, the truth hit him like a truck. The NPCs in this so-called game actually felt deep, raw human emotions. Real blinding rage, real gut-wrenching empathy. Basically, they were no different from the living, breathing players logging in. Sure, they shared a world with basic NPCs, who just mindlessly followed their coded loops, but these guys, they were entirely different beasts. So, could anyone seriously still call Circuit just a video game? It was straight up a parallel universe. Breaking his deep thoughts, Kia strolled up and softly asked if he was holding up okay. "Yeah, I'm surviving," he replied with a half. "You absolutely sure about that?" she pressed, tilting her head. "So, what's the big plan for your time off?" Staring off into the clouds, he admitted he literally had 0 plans on the calendar. "What about you? Where are you headed?" he asked. Crossing her arms over her chest, she beamed and said she was finally going back to see her family. "Going back home, huh?" he smiled. Gazing out over the edge of the airship, she nodded softly. "Yeah, back to my tiny middle-of-nowhere village in Ajarusa. I'll have to crash there and visit sometime," he teased. Her eyes lit up as she smiled, promising she'd hold him to that. Cut to a little while later down in the bustling capital city of Asp. Our boy was dragging his feet down the cobblestone streets, letting out a massive, exhausted sigh. "Man, I am totally not in the mood for anything right now." Honestly, catching up with Kia made him realize just how desperately he needed to touch grass and chill. Suddenly, a sharp buzzing sound erupted from his communication orb. Frowning, he pulled it out. "Who's hitting me up?" Sharon suddenly popped up with a huge grin. "Finally, the ghost replies," she teased. "How have you been holding up?" Fast forward a bit, they were chilling at a local tavern. Glasses clinked as the whole squad cheered, absolutely hyped to be back together again. Guile flashed a warm smile at our boy, pointing out that it felt like an absolute eternity since they last linked up. Sharon playfully interrogated him, asking how he managed to become a literal server-wide legend. Our guy just rubbed his neck, giving a sheepish grin. "Honestly, just grinding random side gigs everywhere. Turns out, popping off in every single zone kind of turns you into the main character of everyone's gossip." Clearing his throat, Gile announced that his little brother was about to spit. He proudly shoved his hand into the center of the table. "Yo, get a load of this," he beamed, flexing a shiny new ring. He and his girl had snagged matching magical couple rings. Sharon instantly melted, hyping up how adorable that was. Vincent leaned in, eyeing the glow. "Damn, that is some top-tier loot right there, huh?" He smirked. Mose blinked, totally blindsided. "Wait, you actually bagged a girlfriend?" He laughed, giving his buddy massive props. Sharon gasped, slapping a hand over her mouth. "Hold up. I heard she is an actual elf, bro, really aimed for the absolute ceiling." Mose literally choked on his drink, his brain short-circuiting. "An elf," meanwhile, Guile just shrugged like it was nothing. "What is that weird—" Mose stared blankly, trying to wrap his head around dating a literal NPC. This was completely uncharted territory for him. But then his mind drifted back to a heavy chat he had with Lyra. For the hardcore players who practically traded reality for this virtual world, the line between digital pixels and flesh and blood humans completely blurs. Still seeing the squad's jaw-dropped reactions, Mose realized he wasn't the only one shocked by Gile's flex, even if he was. Suddenly, Gile scratched his head. "Man, calling you sir feels way too formal. We good if I just call you Mose?" "Yeah, obviously," Mose replied, his face flushing bright red. He quickly broke eye contact, downplaying his past heroics like it was no big deal. But Gile wasn't letting it slide. Because of Mose, he literally dodged college debt. Back then, he was totally broke, both in-game and in real life, but now, he was actually thriving. "I owe you everything, man," Gile insisted. Mose offered a soft, dismissive smile. "Come on, it was nothing." "I am serious," Gile pressed on. "If you had not carried us, we would have never saved my wounded uncle, or survived that brutal ambush. You are a literal lifesaver." Sharon chimed in, her tone totally sincere. "Honestly, without him pulling the strings, they all would have been totally wiped out by that absolute snake Silborn." Vincent leaned back, nodding grimly. "I have heard horror stories about players getting griefed by toxic guys like that. Most of them just rage quit the game permanently." Sharon pumped her fist. "Plus, we totally clapped that boss." Gile laughed, adding that without their MVP, that entire raid would have been a massive embarrassing. Mose went quiet, memories of Lyra flooding his mind. That one single chance she gave him, it had sparked a massive ripple effect, changing all their lives too. Out of nowhere, Sharon tossed her hand up with a bright smile. "Oh, by the way," the whole table absolutely lost it. "Wait, what?" Vincent just crossed his arms, smirking like a guy who predicted the apocalypse. "Called it. Knew you would cave." She casually explained her daily grind was completely draining her soul, so she was going full-time on circuit. Swiping open her digital inventory, she smirked. "Time to flex a little. Check out what I bought with my own hard-earned cash." With a flash of light, she materialized a wicked-looking bow, casually dropping that it was a super rare drop. She had been hunting for that beauty for ages. Mose sat there absolutely stunned. She just bought a rare item? Holy crap. He knew firsthand the absolute hell you had to go through to earn an artifact like that. Gile and Sharon had been juggling actual jobs while playing, but what was his excuse? Did he even try anymore? Ever since bagging the Florence star, his luck had been completely broken, letting him sweep up top-tier loot and god-level skills, with zero sweat. Instead of grinding and leveling his actual mechanics, he had been coasting on pure luck, taking his overpowered status completely for granted. He used to hustle. He begged for a second chance, swearing he would actually enjoy the journey just like his friends. So, what the hell was he doing now? It was time to lock in, hit the reset button on his mindset, and give it 100%. "Yo, it's been way too long," he suddenly announced. "Let's run a quest together." He threw his hand into the center, hyped for a nostalgic party run. But in hindsight, he had zero clue what absolute nightmare he was dragging them into. Cut to pitch-black darkness. Heavy footsteps echoed through a grim cave. Gile gripped his broadsword, sweating bullets as he glanced back. "Bro, This backed against a jagged cliffside, panic set in. There is way too many of them. A literal tsunami of terrifying monsters was swarming toward their position. The system interface flashed an ominous crimson warning: emergency quest, eradicate the rampant monster colony inside the target monitor lizards. Progress 0 out of 1,568. Boss entity unknown. Progress 0 out of 1. Flashback to a few hours ago, the squad was chilling in a horse-drawn carriage when a glowing holographic panel abruptly materialized in front of Mose. It read, "Exterminate the anomaly in Dumont Mountain." A massive aggressive breed had completely overrun the largest, most vital mine on the entire Asgardian continent. Guild intel confirmed the threat: mutated monitor lizards. And worse, their insane numbers were literally tearing the cavern apart, threatening a catastrophic cave-in at any second. Time was ticking. He had to obliterate it. We're talking a Wyvern-class quest, rank B+, the bag, a clean 5,500 gold, plus some insane bonuses stacked by the Lord of Damon Fortress. Our guy thought to himself, "Monitor lizards, seriously?" He locked eyes with his squad and asked, "Yo, anybody got the specs on these freaks?" Giles aggressively flipped open his grimoire, pointing out a lore drop that linked them to a bloodline of deep Dwarun mountain predators. And get this, they swarm in massive packs of up to 100 beasts. Vincent's jaw totally dropped. 100 per pack, and we gotta wipe a whole colony off the map, Sharon chimed in, pointing out that for a Wyvern-class hit, they'd be staring down way over 500 of those freaks. Giles practically shrieked in absolute terror. "Wait, how many?" Our boy kept his cool, breaking it down. "There's gotta be an alpha running this hive. We snipe the boss, and the rest of the mob turns to pure fodder." Vincent clocked the logic, adding that the alpha usually camps out in the Basque line just chilling and watching the carnage. To bait that big boss out, they just needed to hijack the colony's absolute choke points. Giles forced a nervous grin and asked, "All right, Bet, are we locking in our roles then?" He locked eyes with Sharon, directing her to scale the mountain peak and track down the hive's footprint. She flashed a cocky grin, throwing up a thumbs up. "Say less, I got this." Giles hyped himself up, stating that since he was packing pure magic, he'd be dishing out heavy combat support. Moses, Vincent aggressively thumped his chest, declaring he'd be throwing up the ultimate shield wall to tank for. Moses blinked, totally caught off guard. "Wait, me?" Sharon shot him a serious look and hit him with the truth. "He is the absolute hard carry of their squad." Giles chimed in, admitting he knew they were dumping a crazy amount of pressure on him. He totally apologized, but Loki, with this strat, it gave them the absolute best odds of clutching the win. "We're heavily relying on you, Moses." Our boy just smirked and said, "Bet, I'm in." A beat later, the crew was creeping down a jagged stone stairwell. Sharon, gripping a radiant orb, took the absolute front line. She hollered back, warning the squad to watch their footing in the dark. Moses asked how much deeper this hellhole went. Suddenly she threw her hand up. "Hold up!" Creepy scratching noises echoed from the abyss below. Vincent instantly slammed his massive shield down, guessing they'd finally reached the drop zone. Giles squinted. "Yo, wait a sec. Does the path just end right here?" The squad stepped out into a massive cavern. Vincent peered over the edge. "Yo, it's a straight-up cliff edge." Giles panicked, screaming for him to watch his step. "Do not fall." But in a split second, a sinister crimson glow flared up right beside Giles' head. The squad practically screamed his name. Out of absolute nowhere, a massive monitor lizard lunged right at his blind spot. Sharon shrieked, "Dodge it!" Moses instantly blitzed right into the beast's face perfectly, parrying the lethal strike with his blade. Giles collapsed into the dirt, absolutely petrified, screaming, "Moses!" Our MC flawlessly pressed cold steel straight against the monster's throat. Right then, Vincent crouched down over Giles, checking if the mage was still breathing. Giles gasped, stuttering out that he was alive. Suddenly, an entire ocean of glowing red eyes ignited in the pitch-black shadows. Moses gritted his teeth. "There's way too many of them." Giles checked his system HUD and completely lost his mind. "Bro, what 15 of them? What the hell is he doing?" Sharon instantly sprinted to the flank, dropping into a lethal combat stance, and commanded everyone to stick to the damn game plan. Giles nervously gulped. But his blood instantly ran cold, as a squad of razor-toothed lizards started creeping right toward him. But right on cue, Vincent bulldozed into the fray, planting himself like a brick wall. He aggressively shoved the freaks back with his colossal shield. Giles snapped out of it. Raw aura exploded straight from his gear, blasting the horde even further away. Vincent groaned. "What even are these things?" He clamped his jaw super tight, adding that they were completely swarmed. Moses slid up right beside him, pointing out that their positioning was absolute trash. They couldn't hit their formation at all. Guile wildly screamed Sharon's name. She let a sharp arrow fly, but those scaly freaks were closing the gap at terrifying speeds. One of the beasts literally clamped its nasty claws right onto her bow. Giles started spiraling. If she gets pinned down here, she is totally cooked. The guys furiously yelled for her to fall back to their spot. She shouted back, totally locked in. Our MC went completely feral, unleashing a crazy barrage of slashes on the front line. He screamed out that he'd totally tank the aggro. Using the distraction, Sharon literally parkoured across the monster's skulls to group back up. Our boy, gasping for pure air, scanned the endless mob, realizing that clearing this entire wave was going to take forever. Giles trembled in panic. We're absolutely dead, but Sharon brutally snapped at him to quit crying and totally lock in. He tried to argue back. They were completely outnumbered. The entire strat was chalked, and they were completely backed into a corner. Sharon drew her bowstring super tight, coldly asking if he seriously wanted to just give up. They had to at least fight for their lives. Vincent hoisted his colossal shield once more, totally admitting the archer was spitting pure facts. Folding just wasn't an option. Plus, they hadn't even scoped out the big boss yet. They needed to survive long enough to at least expose the alpha. While they totally panicked, Moses' brain was racing. What is the play here? Dive bomb the mob? Nah, he'd get absolutely shredded. But then a holographic system alert popped up, and a wicked smirk crossed his face. He had officially slaughtered exactly 100 targets. The Atoria's brand passive had just kicked into overdrive, fully unlocking his ultimate nuke, the devastatingly destructive Flame Solar Storm. He chuckled. Talk about clutch timing, Vincent roared, that he'd absolutely tank every single hit for him. So Moses just needed to punch a massive hole right through the wave, but our guy casually stopped them. Hold up. I'm ending this right now. Just brace that shield. Without missing a beat, he charged straight at the monster horde, while Vincent screamed his name in pure panic. But a split second later, a massive blast ripped through the cavern. As the thick smoke finally faded, our guy was standing dead center in a sea of shredded monster corpses. Let's push, he barked. The system flashed monitor lizards 415 out of 1,568. Unknown target 0 out of 1. Blistering flames erupted from his blade, torching everything in sight. The kill counter for those giant reptiles skyrocketed with every single slash. Vincent's jaw dropped. Holy crap, that's insane. Giles hyped him up. Hell yeah. That's our guild leader. Sharon just stared in awe. She knew he was totally overpowered, but this was next level. Without even flinching, he just wiped an entire mob, absolutely cracked. MC kept tearing through the battlefield, and the system pinged again. Monitor lizards 975 out of 1,568. All right, he smirked. We just cleared out half the trash. The squad was totally hyped. Say less. Let's wipe them all out, Giles roared, ready to jump in. The MC looked around, realizing his entire crew was stepping up with zero hesitation. They actually completely crushed the lizard ambush. For a brief second, a wave of nostalgia hit him, but then glowing holographic screens popped up right in their faces. Sharon blinked, totally confused. Wait, what's this? The quest tracker showed only one unknown target left. Vincent gripped his weapon. Is it finally the boss? Giles shifted into a back-to-back stance, scanning the shadows. Where the hell is it? Suddenly Sharon gasped. Guys, look further down into the cave. Everyone froze. Further down? Our MC narrowed his eyes, completely thrown off. Is that? Sharon whispered. Giles squinted. Wait, a human? Slowly stepping out of the gloom was a twisted, hunched-over figure. He shakily pointed a finger right at them, muttering that his arms and legs were perfectly fine. MC kept his guard up. Who are you? The creepy dude mumbled that he was a fallen. He claimed he was exactly like them, but he was tossed away. MC frowned. What are you talking about? He totally wasn't getting it. The guy just tapped his twisted spine. He had a massive hunchback, and because of that, he was thrown away like garbage. His own mother shoved him straight off a cliff. Vincent looked sick to his stomach. Bro, that's literally psycho. Giles was just stunned. But why? MC's voice dropped. Are there others like you down here? The guy nodded bleakly. Yeah, but they're all just bones now. You guys look just like my mom and dad. Who are you gonna throw away this time? Giles lost his cool, shouting, Hey, we aren't here to do that. The hunchback shook his head, refusing to buy it. My mom lied to me too. Plus, you just slaughtered my only friends. Those monsters protected me when I was abandoned in the dark. I taught them how to live without hurting anyone. MC tilted his head. So, what's your ultimate goal? The guy's eyes went wild. This whole cavern, I'm gonna cave it in. MC's eyes widened. Wait, what? Giles frantically pointed at the cavern walls. Dude, are you crazy? If you bring this entire mountain down, every village out there is gonna get crushed by a massive rock slide. Innocent people will die. But the guy just laughed bitterly. There are way more skeletons rotting down here than living humans up there. That scumbag village ruler tosses everyone into this pit. Missing an arm, missing a leg, got a bad back. If you're not perfect, he throws you in. That tyrant is the one who actually murdered our parents. Sharon gasped. Wait, the viceroy? Giles was absolutely horrified. Oh my God. Vincent finally connected the dots. He literally forced parents to throw away their own kids just to keep his village looking flawless. What an absolute psycho. Sharon looked down, piecing it all together. No wonder the locals looked so sketchy when we accepted this quest. MC nodded grimly. They weren't ungrateful. They were terrified. Suddenly, the hunchback snapped, screaming that, if they tried to stop his revenge, he was going to lose his damn mind. The crew just stood there in dead silence. MC realized something huge no matter how fat the payout was. And none of them wanted to play God and choose who gets to live or die. This was honestly the very first time. And they were hit with such a brutal moral choice. Even MC never thought he'd get slapped with a dilemma this heavy. On what was supposed to be a basic grinding quest. Vincent looked totally conflicted. I mean, he's threatening a whole town, but do we seriously have to end him? Sharon hugged her arms, whispering that the whole situation was just toxic. Giles looked desperately at MC. Is there any other way out of this? Taking a deep breath, he looked at his team to see where their heads were at. Vincent gestured toward the trembling guy. Come on, there's got to be a loophole here. Why don't we just try talking him down? MC stared at the broken kid for a second. Then he walked slowly toward him, crouching down to his eye level. Look, I am so sorry we killed your monster friends, he said softly. But they swung first, we didn't have a choice. Please just listen to me. You can't cave in this mountain. If you bring this place down, the whole village gets wiped, including your mom. The kid flinched, tears welling up. No, I don't want my mom to die. MC looked him dead in the eyes. Then let us handle that trash viceroy. We'll make sure nobody ever gets thrown into this dark pit again. The kid sniffled, looking up. The bad man, he really won't hurt anyone else. He choked out that he was so tired of watching people turn into skeletons. And he didn't want any more of his monster friends crying over graves. MC gave him a warm smile. If that's what you want, then you need to come with us. If you step out of this dark cave, you can actually help protect other abandoned kids just like you. The kid's eyes sparkled with a tiny bit of hope. Other kid, you got it, he promised. He swore to protect the innocent and make that tyrant king pay for his crimes. The kid slowly held out his pinky finger. Do you pinky swear? He whispered, desperate for hope. If you promise, we'll follow your every word. Wrapping his finger around the boy's, he locked in the vow. I swear it, he declared. Sitting up, a spark ignited in his eyes. But right now, I've got a master plan. Fast forward a bit. Tucked away in the Leywood Information Guild near Mount Demant, our MC kicked back at a table. A glowing communication orb rested right in front. Long time no see, he greeted smoothly. How have you been holding up? Everything good on your end? He cut straight to the chase. I've got a massive favor to ask you. It's a special delivery, involving Knight Maxim. Hours later, Sire strutted into the cavern. Whoa, consider me shook. Not a single monitor lizard left breathing, he gasped. Vincent flashed a cocky smirk. Yeah, we put in the elbow grease. You guys are absolute legends, Sire praised. Here's 6,000 gold pieces, clean and fair. He slammed heavy, overflowing chests of coins onto the dirt. Bowing his head in thanks, the client hopped it into his carriage and vanished down the dirt road. With their pockets heavy, the crew finally ditched the grimy cave. Vincent crossed his arms, his vibe shifting. All right, side quest complete. Next stop, Castle Demont. Let's move. Guile nervously shifted his gaze, praying Mose wasn't fumbling the bag. Flashback to 2 hours prior, Vincent had straight up announced he was bagging the quest reward. And violently dethroning the sicko king who chucked innocent kids off a literal cliff. Sharon didn't even blink. Say less. I'm 100% down. Guile looked at them like they were crazy. Vincent tapped his chin, his gears turning. There's gotta be a loophole to pull this off. That's when our MC dropped the mic. Oh, there absolutely is. He reminded the squad that the game's circuit blew up entirely because of its insane boundary and by freedom, he meant literal sandbox chaos. If your brain could cook up a wild scenario, the game engine would let you execute it. The main objective was just wiping out the monitor lizards, right? Vincent muttered tightly, gripping his fist as the realization hit. So, that is why you ordered the kid to bounce from the mine. The MC snapped his fingers. Bingo, you nailed it. If his galaxy brain strategy didn't flop, they'd cash in the fat loot and serve some ice-cold karma. Smash cut to the present. Kia sat tall and menacing on her warhorse. The crowd packing the town square totally lost their minds. Holy crap. It was the elite night squad. Whispers erupted. Was the corrupt king actually about to face the music? Kia whipped out her gleaming broadsword, aiming the lethal tip straight ahead. Larry, Lord of Demant Castle, she roared. Your reign of terror ends today. Time to pay the piper. Watching from the sidelines, our MC smirked. She came just in time, Kia. Right on cue, the slimy Lord Larry swaggered down the steps, dripping with fake charm. Well, well, what's a high-class lady doing slumming it in a total dump like this, he purred. The terrified villagers practically held their breath. Suddenly, a ragged villager threw himself into the dirt, right in front of Kia's horse. Please, my lady, you have to listen to me, he sobbed hysterically. In this whole rotten world, there was nothing more beautiful than the shining eyes of my baby girl. Hot tears streamed down the man's filthy cheeks as he violently clutched his chest in pure agony. He choked on his words, screaming that he was forced at sword point to hurl his own disabled daughter off a jagged cliff. It was either murder her or get slaughtered himself. And the monster pulling the strings, the literal king. Hayer, lounging on the horse right next to Kia, scoffed loudly. Bro, are you kidding me? The smoking gun just dropped onto our laps. You're completely cooked, Larry. Throwing back his heavy hood, Hayer's gaze turned lethal. So, is this guy spitting facts? Larry's eyes widened in panic. Wait, that crest. You're from the legendary order. Backing into a corner, Larry desperately tried to justify his twisted logic. I am a true patriot. I bleed for this empire, he ranted, aggressively pumping. Can build the future of this nation. Genetic rejects and the disabled have zero right to breathe our air. Hearing this unhinged garbage, Vincent cringed hard. Wow, is this guy actually brain dead? Literal trash, Sharon spat back, completely disgusted. But Larry kept digging his own grave, bragging that he just used his absolute authority to literally erase a... He smugly crossed his arms. And newsflash, my political moves are strictly off limits, unless the Emperor himself rolls up. No. Hayer tilted his head, feigning innocence. Oh, is that how it works, big yikes? Because honestly, politics aren't even why I crashed this little party. I just followed the gossip, Hayer smirked. The underground intel brokers posted a very spicy bounty for elite swordsmen. The objective: brutally assassinate a certain scumbag lord running this exact castle. Larry's smug grin instantly vanished. An assassination bounty? Who the hell authorized that? Larry shrieked, losing his mind. He aggressively jabbed his finger at the knights. Guards, arrest these traitors right here and now. The armored guards aggressively charged forward as the innocent villagers shrieked, scattering like bowling pins, crying that they had nothing to do with this. Unbothered Hayer just sighed. Are you seriously glitching out right now? You were handpicked by the Order of the 14 Knights. You swore an oath to the holy shrine. Yet, your sick eugenic speech literally wipes its backside with our sacred laws. Parasites like you are the real plague infecting this continent, totally blind to who the actual trash is. Boiling with rage, Larry screeched, How dare you disrespect me? I am the supreme lord of this castle. Hayer just deadpanned. Bro, what? Larry's relentless yapping was finally getting on Hayer's last nerve, as crackling pure energy began violently spiraling. You really need to check who you're flexing on, Hayer warned coldly. But honestly, taking you out isn't my main quest line, so I'm gonna sit this one out. Hayer flashed a terrifying, knowing smile. Larry blinked, totally thrown off. Wait, what do you mean, another one? His aura surged as he panicked, screaming, What the hell? But he never finished that sentence. In one blindingly fast, flawless arc, Kia cleanly chopped his head off his shoulders. The villagers stood frozen in absolute shock. Was he actually dead? Was the nightmare finally over? Bursting into tears of joy, the crowd bowed to their savior. Suddenly, a glowing system prompt flashed before his eyes. The mission: wipe out every last monster lurking inside the dead mountain mine. Monitor lizards 1568 out of 1568. Unknown targets 1 out of 1. Mission accomplished. Vincent stared at the glowing text, realizing Mose had called it perfectly. No way you can actually cheese quests like this, Giles muttered in disbelief. But before they could celebrate, Sharon hollered across the cave. Mose, get over here. You gotta see what I just... It looked like a hidden drop left specifically for him. Mose snatched the parchment. A letter, he whispered. The opening line read, "To my fiery friend." The mysterious sender poured out his thanks, confirming that he and his crew had bounced just like they promised. But the real kicker, he dropped a map coordinate claiming a massive ship. The writer admitted he had zero clue what was locked inside the vessel, leaving him too spooked to even get close. Mose frowned, totally baffled. A ship? Out in the middle. Suddenly, Kia burst onto the scene, absolutely fuming. Mose, do you have any idea how insanely long it took me to track you down? Does your conscience even work? Before she could completely pop off, Mose just flashed a warm smile. I missed you too, Kia. It's been way too long. Her whole face flushed a deep crimson as she stammered out, yeah, exactly. Fast forward a bit, and the whole crew was chilling around a tavern table. Leaning in, Kia raised an eyebrow. So, let me guess. You need a hand pulling off this crazy stunt, and you automatically thought of me, right? Sharon shot her a sideways glance, eyes narrowed. Just what exactly is your deal with Mose? Kia blinked, playing dumb. Wait, who? How do I even put this? Kia mumbled, tapping her chin. Long story short, we're basically just... co-workers. Mose violently choke-coughed, practically spitting his drink across the table. Unfazed Kia, at least that's what you immortals call it, yeah? Vincent started aggressively slapping Mose on the back, chuckling. Come on, man, toughen up. Pull yourself together. Mose wheezed, secretly thinking their vibe was definitely way more than just co-workers. But whatever, he needed to focus. That mysterious ship wasn't going to find itself. Later on, just before dipping out of the zone, Mose found as the dark water lapped at his boots, he glanced around the eerie cavern. Man, it got seriously dead silent in here. Guess wiping out that lizard army really killed the noise. He scanned the empty lake, feeling scammed. Is this really the spot from the letter? There's literally zero trace of any boat. But before the words even left his mouth, the black water violently... Holy crap, no way! He yelled, stumbling back. Right on cue, a blazing system alert announced the discovery of an ancient ruin. The ship of the celestial ruler. A prompt hovered mid-air. Do you wish to compress the ruins of the celestial ruler into a power core? Mose stared at the text like it was a joke. Shrink a legendary ghost ship into a pocket-sized core. Heck, yeah, he was doing that. In a blinding flash of light, the massive galleon condensed, collapsing in on itself until a glowing marble-sized sphere dropped right into his palm. A holographic stat sheet instantly unrolled. Heavenly Ruler, Class Transport, Grade Legendary Power. It packed a whopping 1,400,000 magic power, fueled by 2 square supergiant gravity crystals. Top speed, a blistering 861 kilometers per hour. The lore literally described it as the speed of a Guinness hunting its prey. Its maneuverability equivalent to 102 thunderclouds colliding with the goddess of the winds. And to top it off, it held a maximum passenger capacity of 850. Sometime later, a familiar face stepped out of the shadows. It was Hire, smirking, as he pointed out that they just... Mose blinked, totally caught off guard. Hire chuckled, admitting he was actually fascinated. He'd never crossed paths with an immortal this many times before. Recovering his cool, Mose fired back that he definitely didn't expect to see a night out here either. Hire just shrugged, noting that Demont Castle had clearly caught both their eyes. Testing the waters, Mose locked eyes with him. So, are you planning to pin the king's murder on Kia? Are you going to accuse her? Not a chance, the knight replied smoothly. According to the sacred code of the 14 knights, she's clear. Mose doubled down. Kia didn't break a single law. Hire crossed his arms, letting out a heavy sigh. The order operates strictly by the book, and technically you're dead right. But beneath this armor, I'm just a guy exactly like you. Mose's eyes widened in shock as the knight dropped his stern facade, admitting that they did the absolute right thing. I despise tyrants who torture their own people and rule through terror, Hire growled softly. So off the record, I want to personally thank you and that fierce little swordswoman. With that heavy confession off his chest, the knight turned toward the dark tree line. That's all I came to say. Mose pressed a hand over his own racing heart. Absolute, just a guy like me, he thought. Fast forward to the next morning, Kia was groggily fixing her messy hair. Clenching her stomach, she groaned, "Ugh, those last few pints last night were definitely a mistake." Mose strolled up behind her, cracking a massive grin. "Yeah, no kidding. You look wrecked." She shot him a glare before her expression softened. "Hey, at least there's a—" "I ended up making some pretty awesome new friends." Mose's smile turned genuine. "I'm honestly just glad you actually see us that way." Stopping in her tracks, she looked back at him. "You know, Mose, I really vibe with you immortals. You guys don't carry the toxic baggage of this world. You treat me like an actual person, and nobody gives a damn that I'm a half-elf." She took a step closer, her voice dropping softly. "So, I really like you." Hearing that, Mose felt his cheeks burn. He awkwardly scratched the back, but before things could get too deep, she instantly snapped back to reality, waving him off. Anyway, time was totally ticking. Later, chilling around a tavern table, Vincent leaned in and threw the question out. "All right, Mose, what's the master plan?" Mose wondered if they were down to hunt for a fresh raid, inviting the whole crew. Vincent slammed his fist on the table, grinning ear to ear. "You bet we are." Guile puffed out his chest, bragging that she roasted him, telling him to stop leeching and secure his own bag. Guile just cracked up, teasing that she was secretly stoked to tag along. Vincent hopped up off the bench, totally hyped. "Then let's get it." Kia tilted her head, her curiosity piquing. "So, where are we at?" Mose shrugged, admitting he hadn't fully cooked up a strategy yet, but dropping back into Aspergan felt like the right play. "Gotcha," she murmured softly. Mose locked eyes with her, his tone shifting to pure sincerity. "Kia, you gotta roll with us on this one." Her eyes widened at his outstretched hand. A massive, genuine smile broke across her face as she grabbed it. "I'm totally—" Cut to a bit later, and the squad was literally cruising through the clouds. Vincent spun around the deck, completely gobsmacked. "You've gotta be kidding me." Sharon nodded slowly, utterly impressed. "Okay, this is seriously next level." Kia just stared at Mose, her brain doing mental gymnastics. "Seriously, dude? Where did this thing even spawn from? How did you—" He flashed a mysterious smirk. "Just got lucky, I guess." Then Kia caught a glimpse of a glowing figure and blinked. "Wait, who is that?" Mose stepped aside with a grand gesture. "Squad meet Elsha, the fairy of the sparkling tree. She's the guardian spirit holding this entire beast of a ship together." The tiny ethereal being bowed gracefully. "Welcome." Elsha explained she was steering the vessel now, strictly answering to her new boss Mose. And they were the sprawling continent of Aspergan. Mose did a double take, totally stunned. "Hold up. We literally just took off and we're already here." The airship hit the dock smooth as butter. Strutting down the ramp, Kia side-eyed Mose. "Okay, Spill, are you low-key?" "Some undercover heavy hitter from the White Fortress." He just chuckled, shaking his head. "Nah, nothing crazy like that." Pivoting around, he called out to the crew. "Stick close, guys. We need to hit up the Information Guild." But as they rolled up, a massive mob of players was swarming the building. Mose frowned, wondering what the hype was about. He started elbowing his way through the sea of avatars. "My bad coming through." Finally breaking to the front, he grabbed Sayer. "Dude, what's going down?" Sayer looked absolutely wrecked. Bowing his head, Sayer delivered the crushing update. "I am so sorry, man, but it's a total disaster. Every single Information Guild branch across the entire continent just shut down." Sharon gasped, her jaw dropping. "Wait, all of them in Aspergan simultaneously?" Giles scratched his head. "Bro, why?" Out of nowhere, a random dude sprinted past, screaming at the top of his lungs. "Yo, everyone get to the main plaza, right freaking now." The squad whipped around, completely caught off guard. Mose narrowed his eyes. "Yeah, this gives me a seriously bad vibe." The massive crowd— No way. Were they tripping, or was Circuit TV actually hijacking the sky? A massive glowing system window hovering above had everyone frozen in absolute shock. Players were freaking out. "Are those dead bodies for real? If this is a troll, it's sick." Moses' mind was racing. What the hell is actually happening right? The glowing text flashed a chilling reality. The system was fully hijacked. A rogue entity was taunting the immortals, daring them to try and cut the feed. Mose gritted his teeth. "Hijacked immortals, wait, is this an NPC pulling the strings?" The imposing figure towering on the screen locked eyes with the camera, speaking directly to the player base. "Just like the ancient lore predicted you, immortals have crashed into our realm. But who exactly gave you the green light? Bellica of the sun? Bellies of the moon? Hell no. You glitched into this world like parasites. Literally nobody wants you here. You invaders only care about griefing, farming our resources, and treating our lives like a joke. Did you really think we'd just sit back and watch our home burn? Watch closely. In exactly 1 second, these trespassers will be wiped out, and they won't be respawning back in your reality. Mose felt sick to his stomach. Those are just random innocent play. The armored figure drew his blade, his voice booming like thunder. Hear this, players, I am Laydorn, Crown Prince of Logis, and I am officially declaring war on all. Suddenly, warning sirens blared as a red system alert flooded everyone's vision. Massive world event activated. Global unification raid, the Rebel Prince. Difficulty level, S rank. The insane objective, they had to assassinate the heir to the massive server's biggest empire, the absolute tactical prodigy Laydorn. Historically, the prince was famous for being a chill, level-headed NPC, but right now, he was a monster fueled by pure, unadulterated rage. He had flipped the script, mercilessly slaughtering the player base. Why? Because too many toxic gamers treated his world like a lawless sandbox. Trolls and griefers had been pulling off horrific, sadistic stuff they would never get away with in the real world. Laydorn finally snapped, stepping up to execute the garbage tier of the player base, who had been turning Circuit into their personal playground of terror. Within 24 hours of Laydorn crashing the server, the official forums were a literal dumpster fire of panic. But the hardcore veterans, they were sweating over how terrifyingly self-aware this AI had become. Ironically, half the community actually started hyping up the NPC rebellion on social media. Mega threads popped up non-stop with gamers unironically taking Laydorn's side. Meanwhile, the sweatiest guilds were frantically throwing parties together, trying to queue up for the raid. In literally no time, an army of millions logged in, teaming up to crush the prince's savage revolution. Fast forward a bit. Mose was posted up on his airship, staring deep into the horizon, completely zoned out. That is until Kia quietly slid up right next to him. Balancing 2 steaming mugs in her hands, she offered him one. She had whipped up a sweet milk tea brew. He murmured a quick thanks. Staring at his own gloomy reflection rippling in the dark liquid, he broke the silence. So, what's your take on all this madness? Taking a slow, thoughtful sip, she just shrugged. What do you think? Honestly, her mind was completely blank on the matter. The chaos barely fazed her. To her, this was just another Tuesday. Why? Because her entire life had been one endless battlefield since the day she took her first. A brutal war against a twisted fate, just to keep her own parents from throwing. A bloody fight against starving wolves, desperately clawing to avoid becoming their next meal. An exhausting, suffocating struggle to survive as a literal slave. Or the daily mental warfare against the bigots who constantly spat on her mixed heritage. That was her kind of warfare. She had spent every waking second of her existence desperately keeping herself alive. So getting dragged into other people's petty drama. Yeah, she always tapped out of that. Hearing this, our boy Mose felt a massive pang of guilt, muttering that he owed her a real apology. Gazing out the frosty window, she softly told him to drop it. Everything was totally fine. She remembered an old mage once claiming their reality was fundamentally broken. That interdimensional rifts were just violently ripping open and snapping It turns out literally every non-native species wandering this earth originally tumbled in from some alternate universe. And yep, the elves are totally one of those alien races. Mose's eyes went wide. Whoa, seriously, I had no clue. She sighed, explaining how the locals instantly hunted and violently oppressed her ancestors back in the day. But thankfully, in the modern era, these two completely different civilizations finally struck a peaceful balance. Sure, half-bloods still get massive side-eye, and the toxic prejudice hasn't magically, but now they have immortals in the mix. Bold, fearless guys like him, like Mose. Okay, yeah, sometimes the players trigger absolute chaos, but hey, nobody's perfect. Honestly, society actually leveled up big time thanks to their interference. A ton of NPCs straight up adore the immortals now. Leaning in, Mose asked the real question. But what about you, Kia? What's your actual vibe on us? Holding his gaze, she didn't hesitate. She genuinely liked the players. Why? Because they never slapped her with toxic labels like half-breed, subhuman, or mutt. In their eyes, she was just Kia. And Mose was exactly that kind of guy. Flustered, he quickly stammered out a heartfelt, "Thank you." His cheeks completely burned red as he nervously stared out the glass. Smiling softly, she whispered, "I just wonder what it feels like to view this entire universe through the exact same lens you and your friends do." Mose's mind started racing. He knew perfectly well that some locals despise the players and take Laydorn, for instance. That psycho definitely had his own twisted dark agenda driving his madness. It absolutely to constantly witness innocent people getting crushed by grief and trauma. But Ladorn's brutal methods were literally slaughtering the defenseless, and the death toll was only skyrocketing. Bottom line, Mose didn't care about the villain's tragic motives. This massacre had to stop, and he was going to personally bury Ladorn. Cut to a devastated battlefield. Slaughtered knights littered the blood-soaked dirt. Clutching his mangled arm, a lone survivor choked back a gasp of pure horror. "No way," he wheezed. "An entire massive army of players and locals, wiped out in seconds. Is this monster even killable?" Looming over the carnage astride a terrifying beast, Ladorn raised his blade and roared, "Black Griffin Cavalry forward!" His blood-curdling war cry shattered the air. Meanwhile, cutting to the real-world broadcast, Ji-hyun broke the massive news, an absolutely epic server-wide event with the shocking headline, "The legendary Wild Rose Guild, the very first squad to rush the front line, had just been completely and utterly annihilated." Riding the momentum of his massacre, the ruthless Princely Dorn ordered his heavy cavalry to instantly lock down and besiege the castles of Toiko and Magi. Staring into the glowing communication orb, Kia felt her stomach drop. Things were spiraling into a total catastrophe. Crossing his arms tightly, Mose laid down the law. They were absolutely diving straight into the war zone to bap them. Vincent's jaw dropped. "Wait, dude, are you seriously charging into that?" He was completely shook, but Mose didn't flinch. "Obviously, I can't just sit here and do nothing." Panning his gaze across his stunned crew, he threw down the gauntlet. "What about you guys?" He totally refused to drag them to their deaths. This had to be their call. A tense silence hung in the air as the squad nervously traded looks. And then Vincent smirked. They were riding with Mose zero hesitation. Blinking in shock, our hero gasped, "Are you guys serious?" "Bro, obviously," Vincent laughed. Mose was insanely overpowered compared to the rest of them. If the ultimate carry was leading the charge, they'd follow him. Stepping up, Sharon totally backed her uncle up. Their 13-man raid group desperately needed a shot caller, and nobody was built for the job better than him. Flashing a confident grin, Giles chimed in, "Facts, who else is gonna carry us? Overwhelmed." Mose raised his hands, desperately trying to calm the hype train. He swore he totally wasn't leadership material, but locking eyes with Kia, he saw the unwavering trust in her gaze. Breathing out a heavy sigh, he fiercely thumped his own chest and shouted, "Fine, the clock is ticking and things are getting incredibly ugly. If you guys actually trust me this much, then grab your gear. Let's crush this boss together." A massive grin spread across Vincent's face. "Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about." Pumping her fist, Sharon yelled out that with Mose on the front line, they were basically invincible. Gripping his weapon tightly, Giles roared, "We'll follow you to the literal ends of the server, man." Stepping forward, Kia solemnly pressed a hand over her racing heart. With absolute devotion, she the elite swordswoman of Esparta, would guard his back until her dying breath. Choking back his intense emotion, Mose softly thanked his brand new raid party. He swore he'd never take a single step backward. His crew just needed to put their faith in him and ride out the storm. Deep in the trenches, the Vanguard Knight spun around, scanning the battered front line. "What the hell is going on with our squads?" he demanded. The guy watching his six screamed back, "We're down to just 20 heavy shields, and half of them are basically at 1 HP. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. How were they supposed to hold back a monster like Ladorn? Suddenly, a muffled static cracked from the communication crystal buried. "Do you copy? Answer me." He snatched the glowing sphere, and a frantic voice blasted through. "It's King Tiger. We're getting slaughtered out here. What's your status?" He echoed the exact same nightmare scenario. Their squad was decimated, completely running on fumes. They absolutely had to merge their surviving units. "We're holding the riverbank right by the flatlands," the voice crackled. "Copy that, we're pushing to your coordinates," he barked back. The whole squad caught the order, but the words barely left his mouth before his rear guard jabbed a trembling finger toward the horizon. "Look out!" he roared. The enemy ambush was already right on top of them. Their speed was absolutely insane. "Don't just stand there, move, push for the flatlands. Link up with the main force, go." Amidst the absolute chaos, one lone berserker planted his feet, screaming that he'd hold the line. "Hit them back, you morons!" he bellowed, but instantly a lethal spear blurred right at his face. "Too fast!" he gasped. He braced for the game over screen, but in a split second, a massive incantation ripped through the air. Artracage Rono, a blinding shockwave of pure energy exploded outward. The mysterious caster commanded him to fall back. The save fighter stammered a thank you, then completely froze. It was the legendary pioneer of the White Tower, the absolute powerhouse sitting at number 3 on the global sorcerer leaderboards, Kellyan. Fast forward, ominous thunderheads choked the sky above the main base. The head general smashed his fist through the strategy map, totally losing it. Are you out of your minds? You're seriously standing there telling me that a massive coalition of 11,000 players and avatars just got wiped off the map? A scout fired right back. Open your eyes. That wasn't just some standard mob of programmed grunts. We pulled off a miracle just logging out alive. But another guild leader snapped, lunging forward. A miracle? My entire faction got absolutely deleted. Where the hell was your backup while my guys were getting butchered on the front lines? The scout flared up, getting right in his face. Are you seriously pinning this on us? Grow up! Suddenly, Kiho's booming voice shattered the argument. Shut up, all of you! We don't have time for this petty drama. Lock down the perimeter and build up those barricades right now. But the moment he spoke, a chilling rumble shook the ground. Every head snapped toward the horizon in sheer disbelief. The slaughterhouse was marching right to their doorstep. Kiho screamed at the top of his lungs. Heavy armor, foreman, and a young recruit practically shrieked, "Move your asses! Do you all want to get unalive today?" Buff the front line, stack those shields, casters chug your potions, and max out your mana bars. Kellyan stood paralyzed, processing the absolute nightmare tearing through the base. The invasion was moving at warp speed, and a dark thought crossed his mind. Were they totally doomed? Because the invading swarm wasn't human. The sky blackened with an endless armada of colossal, monstrous birds of prey. High above, Ladorn looked back at his loyal death squad. With heavy regret, he addressed the warriors who had burned their kingdom, their crowns, and their reputations just to follow his crusade. Their devotion burned hotter than the sun goddess herself. He had recklessly gambled his very soul, entrusting it to the commander of the Ainu Knights, who rode ruthlessly behind the bloodthirsty prince. If he could drag even a fraction of these so-called down into the abyss with him, he'd gladly embrace 100 deaths. Unfurl your wings and rain hell, he roared. On that terrifying command, the aerial legion dive-bombed. A catastrophic war erupted across the shattered plains. It was an absolute bloodbath. Bodies dropped like flies as endless waves of vanguard troops were shredded to pieces in seconds. Kellyan redlined his magical core, pumping raw power into his crumbling team, but his energy gauge was violently flashing red. If this meat grinder didn't stop it, was game over. He was completely out of options. Just as despair set in, a massive system prompt hijacked his vision. A mysterious player named Elshe was demanding a mana tether. The cost? A staggering 1,000 MP. His jaw hit the floor. What the hell is this? Who casually requests a literal ocean of mana mid-massacre? And what kind of god-tier stats did they have? But beggars can't be choosers. With zero hesitation, he smashed the accept prompt. As his energy drained, he braced for whatever insane trick was about to drop. Out of nowhere, a blinding golden idol materialized on the deck of a hovering gunship. Kellyan squinted through the glare. What kind of cheat code is that? High-tech mana conduits snaked out of the vessel's hull, acting as the eyes for Elshe's spirit to lock on to the raging battlefield below. Targeting gridlocked light shower maximum AoE. The Magitech Dreadnought unleashed an absolute laser light show. Dozens of heavily armored griffins were vaporized instantly, leaving a rookie staring. What kind of firepower is that? The entire battalion froze in shock, totally clueless about who just crashed the server. Don't waste the opening, push the line, someone roared. Blitz them while they're stunned. The carnage cranked into overdrive. The MC cracked his knuckles and threw a sharp glance at his squad. You guys warmed up. With deadly smirks, they locked eyes with the slaughter. It was time to carry this. They were going straight for the prince's throat. The chaotic skirmish just evolved into an all-out apocalyptic boss fight. A blinding flash of magic erupts across the battlefield, leaving our guy absolutely stunned. As the thick smoke clears, he roars, "Wipe them out." On cue, a massive wave of enemy knights gets absolutely obliterated. Sharon is right there on the front lines, pulling up with her bow. One of his squad mates screams at Mose to push forward, promising to hold the line against the oncoming horde. Mose yells back that he's got it, but out of nowhere, an enemy knight drops in right behind his back, screaming for his head. Caught totally off guard, he spins around only to watch a brutal strike blast the attacker straight through the chest. His savior, it's Kellyan. Catching his breath, Mose thanks him for the clutch, save admitting he had zero clue a player was out here flexing a massive flying warship. Dusting himself off, our boy formally introduces himself. The name is Mose. Good to meet you, man. They lock hands, but Kia instantly snaps them back to reality, yelling that they are literally in the middle of a war zone. Mose nods, agreeing to table the chat for later. Kellyanne shouts back, "Bet." In a flash, they blur out of sight, diving straight back into the bloody chaos. Moving like an absolute glitch, Mose tears through the enemy ranks, dropping bodies back to back, weaving through their strikes like they are standing still. But then a hyper-agile knight slides right into his path. This guy is totally different. Mose realizes he can't just spam attacks here. These monsters are seriously cracked. Just one of these elites packs the firepower of an entire strike team. Time to stop holding back. He draws the Atoria blade. The moment he triggers his skill, an intensely bright inferno explodes all around him. Searing fire traces every single swing of his weapon. The enemies grit their teeth, absolutely raging at this massive power flex. But Mose quickly notices he's pushed way too deep into enemy territory. Instantly, the mob swarms him from all sides. Boom, Kia drops in right beside him, completely locked in to cover his blind spots. They stand back to back, ready to brawl. Mose glances over his shoulder, checking if she's holding up okay. She flashes a smirk. Duh, don't sweat it. Hyped up, Mose tightens his grip on the flaming hilt. Just stay close, I'll cover you. She blinks, totally caught off guard by the protective vibe, then gives a soft smile. I can handle my own, thanks. Launching herself straight into the mob. She yells back, "You just worry about your own health bar." Mose grins. Honestly, he respects that. His eyes narrow, locking dead onto the bloodbath ahead. Suddenly, an insane aura spikes the air. He freezes. Standing there is a face he knows all too well. Showtime. It's Lydorn. A level 144 absolute menace. 1 second the boss is chilling at the top of a ridge. The next, he literally teleports. Mose roars, bracing for the impact. Metal screeches against metal as Lydorn crashes down on him like a meteor. Mose's arms shake. He knows his defense is about to break, and boom, Lydorn launches a heavy follow-up strike that violently blasts him across the dirt. He hits the ground hard, red system warnings flashing across his vision, status effect dizzy. Gripping his head, Mose tries to focus, but the whole world is spinning. Lydorn stalks closer, raising his massive blade for the execution, screaming for him to drop dead. Mose grits his teeth. Hell no, I'm not going out like this. But before the blade drops, Vincent dives in with his shield, completely shocking Mose. The impact violently slashes Vincent's face, forcing a brutal scream out of him. Lydorn scoffs, stepping up to me. You've got some nerve. Do you idiots even know why they call me the White Wolf? Because anyone who steps to me gets ripped apart by my fangs. Vincent freezes, completely paralyzed by fear. And in that split second, a blade punches straight through Vincent from behind. Blood sprays everywhere as the cold steel impales him. Vincent chokes out one final agonizing gasp. Mose's eyes go wide with pure terror. Vincent, no, one shot. He literally one-shot him. Mose stammers, watching in agony as his friend's lifeless body trembles and collapses into the dirt. Lydorn slowly shifts his dark gaze back to Mose. Looks like your little meat shield just expired. Mose screams, crushed by pure heartbreak and fury. Pointing his dripping sword, Lydorn smirks. You're up next. Something inside Mose finally snaps. You absolute psycho, he roars. All fear instantly vanishes. Right now he is dangerous. Pure blazing rage engulfs his blade. The system HUD goes crazy. Atoria set, effect triggered, skill activated Solar Fury. This is an ultra-rare limited use class ability. A player can only trigger it manually, strictly while rocking the full Atoria armor and hitting an absolute peak of emotional rage. The catch: it heavily drains your HP by 3 points every single second, and once that health bar hits 0, you literally flatline. No healing magic, no potions, and no clutch artifacts can stop this bleeding. The only way to save your own life is to power down the skill or kill your target first. Mose roared that he'd slaughter him with his own 2 hands right then and there. With those words, he lunged at his enemy like a feral beast. Sparks flew as their blades aggressively collided. The system flashed a red warning. HP drain had already devoured over 10% of his maximum. His attack power and agility spiked by 50 points. Mere seconds ticked by and the health drain surged past the 20% mark. His strength and speed skyrocketed by a flat 100 points. Lydorn gritted his teeth, realizing this monster was scaling up by the second. Red alerts spammed his vision. The HP drain had now cannibalized over 30% of his total life force. His power and speed buff hit 150 points. Eat this, Mose bellowed, swinging his weapon with everything he had. A shockwave of pure rage erupted from the strike, blasting Ladorn backward like a rag doll. Panting heavily, practically suffocating on his own fury, Mose growled out Ladorn's name. Wiping his mouth, Ladorn smirked. Wow, so you immortals actually feel something after all. Looks like losing a buddy actually stings, he mocked. Ladorn's momentum crashed him hard against a jagged boulder, slamming his spine and skull. Dazed from the heavy impact, he struggled to push himself up onto his knees. "Shut your damn mouth!" Mose shrieked. Right then, the system pinged again. 40% of his HP was entirely siphoned away. But in exchange, his attack and agility skyrocketed by 200 points. Steel shrieked against steel as they locked blades, and Ladorn sneered. "A wiped-out race is basically immortal too, right? Such a heartbreaking tragedy." The clashing swords trembled under their sheer force. Ladorn spat that Mose had zero clue what he'd put him through when he was forced to permanently Blinded by raw vengeance, Ladorn snapped, launching a savage barrage at our hero. Mose's eyes widened. He thought this level of power was straight up impossible. Ladorn's level violently spiked from 178 all the way to 210. He was already a powerhouse, but this new aura was absolutely insane. The counter didn't stop until it hit 235. Ladorn screamed that all players were nothing but unkillable butchers. Scum who didn't deserve to breathe the same air. Mose locked eyes with the madman, and the killing intent radiating between them hit an absolute boiling point. "Stare death right in the face, player," Ladorn barked, declaring himself the executioner sent to collect his soul. Without warning, a razor-sharp blade whistled through the air, straight toward Mose's blind spot. He whipped around, sensing the lethal ambush, a split second too late. The cold steel ripped right through his arm. Mose let out a gut-wrenching scream, collapsing hard onto the dirt. Crimson splattered across the battlefield. Towering over him, Ladorn glared down with absolute disgust. "You think you can just do whatever the hell you want," he roared. "Who gave you the right to slaughter my family? Answer me, you immortal freak." Right then, familiar voices echoed across the wasteland, shouting that they had finally arrived. Sharon and Gale rushed onto the scene. Ladorn's lips curled into a twisted smirk. "Well, well, looks like you've got some precious friends, too." His bloodthirsty gaze locked dead onto the newcomers. Pure panic hijacked Mose's face as he desperately screamed for them to run for their lives. Ladorn moved like a blur, driving his sword straight through Gale before the poor guy could even blink. Blood sprayed violently as agonizing pain ripped through. "No!" Sharon shrieked in absolute terror. Ladorn coldly told Mose to choke on that helpless despair while he butchered everyone he cared about. Mose begged him to stop screaming until his throat bled, but right then a sickening whoosh cut the air as another blade materialized right behind Sharon. She snapped her head back, freezing in fear. Out of nowhere, Kellyan tackled her out of harm's way, muttering a quick, "Sorry," as he shoved her shoulders back. Mose's jaw dropped. He never expected a clutch rescue from Kellyan. Enraged, Ladorn bellowed, "What the hell just happened?" The lethal strike slammed into empty dirt. Mose blinked, realizing his friends had successfully vanished, leaving the battlefield eerily silent. Hours seemed to bleed away. The war raged on. The military forces were violently clashing against swarms of incoming griffins, taking the majestic beasts down one by bloody one. Kia, standing over a freshly slain griffin, finally caught her breath and let out a heavy sigh of relief. A single cold drop splattered against the back of her hand. She glanced up at the gloomy sky. "Is it raining?" she muttered, knowing damn well they didn't have time to worry about the weather. Peering through the haze, she spotted Mose locked in a brutal one-on-one death match with Ladorn. "Ladorn, seriously, just stop," Mose pleaded desperately. "Stop," Ladorn mocked, his voice dripping with venom. "You players are nothing but selfish, two-faced parasites. You absolute monsters act like you're some kind of blessing. Any grief you claim to feel as immortals is fake, a total joke, pure delusion. You cry for a few days and then forget it," Mose stammered, entirely lost. "What are you talking about?" The truth hit Mose like a freight train, leaving him completely paralyzed. Ladorn didn't hold back, continuing his unhinged rant. He screamed that the love of his life, his beautiful Ayn, was permanently erased from existence because of players like him. Yet these heroes always respond. He butchered them over and over. "And you know what those cowards whined," Ladorn barked. "They literally said, 'I quit.' They just got bored of the game." Mose stood there utterly shell-shocked. "That's right," Ladorn yelled, throwing his arms wide open. "To you freaks, this endless bloodshed is just a damn video game. Moses' brain completely short-circuited. Flashbacks of his guildmates hit him out of nowhere, casually chatting about grinding a few turf war quests that afternoon. Pushing rank in PvP sounds so hyped, they had laughed. The horrifying reality finally clicked. Mose froze to his core, stumbling backward as he whispered, "No way." His blazing solar aura instantly fizzled out. Desperate, he screamed that not all players were toxic, but the sickening truth remained. The ones exploiting the world and causing absolute chaos were always the unkillable players. These cowards were dodging the fallout. That is exactly why he crashed the scene to squash this beef for good. Did he honestly believe he had the right to play hero? Did he even pack the firepower? How was he supposed to tank that pure, unfiltered rage? Mose was speechless, completely cornered into admitting Lighthorn had a point. But backing down, not an option. He could not fold. Not when his crew was bleeding out on the front lines, and definitely not with Kia watching. He was the only weapon left to take this monster down. Even with Solar Fury glitched out, he was going to pull off a miracle and pull the plug on this nightmare. He dug his heels into the dirt and launched himself at the boss, roaring as he closed the gap. Lighthorn was radiating pure arrogance, while Mose desperately hunted for a weak link in his armor. Out of nowhere, cold steel flashed directly at Mose's face. Lighthorn scoffed, asking if he seriously thought he had exposed a blind spot. He was rushing, and the Grim Reaper was already rolling out the red carpet. Mose froze in pure shock as his offhand got completely shredded. The system blared a critical warning, health tanking to 20%. He chewed through the agony, realizing the damage was absolutely insane. Was he seriously about to get wiped out here? His knees buckled, sending him crashing toward the mud, until Kia's frantic scream ripped through the chaos. Her voice anchored him, begging him to stay alive. As she sprinted straight into the crossfire, Lighthorn locked onto her, instantly realizing she had 0 respawns, and froze. Moses' heart plummeted, eyes wide with absolute terror. He screamed at her to get the hell out of there. Lighthorn tilted his head, asking if she actually knew this guy. She locked eyes with the boss and spat a bold yes, prompting Lighthorn to ask if she was seriously ready to throw away her one and only life for a random player. In that split second, she ignored the villain, her gaze softening with heartbreaking sadness. Mose shredded his vocal cords, screaming, "Kia, do not do this!" But she just flashed a bittersweet smile and shouted she would risk it all because this guy meant everything to her. Who cared if he could respawn? Watching him die even for a second was not an option. She was completely down to take the final hit for him, brushing off the fact that they belonged to entirely different worlds. Lighthorn demanded to know why she was throwing her life away. She clapped back, saying she did not care about his villainous little crusade, since his mind was made up, and he could play God all he wanted. Lighthorn caught her drift. Bet. If she was begging for a game over, he was more than happy to deliver. In a heartbeat, the lethal blade swung right for her blind spot, and Mose let out a gut-wrenching no. He yeeted his own weapon like a boomerang to parry the fatal blow. The steel clashed perfectly, buying Kia just enough time to sidestep, shielding her face from the blinding sparks. Lighthorn stammered, totally rattled, asking what kind of insane stunt that was. Even on death's door, how did he have the nerve? The boss recovered and launched another savage swing, sending panic coursing through Moses' veins. Backed into a corner, he channeled a hardcore charm spell. A neon blue aura erupted from his palm, and he drove his bear strike straight through Lighthorn, leaving the boss utterly paralyzed by the excruciating pain. The attack hollowed out his chest, as a massive geyser of crimson sprayed into the air. The torrential downpour went into overdrive, and in his final gasps of clarity, Lighthorn let out a blood-curdling roar. Moses' brain completely short-circuited. I actually got him, but the villain choked out a... Did he seriously think this was game over? He was just the match that would light an unstoppable wildfire, and his twisted mission was already a massive success. Hacking up dark blood, he swore that a whole army of successors would step up and burn the world to ashes. With those chilling final words, his body slammed into the mud, lifeless. Seconds later, the corpse went completely stiff, and the system flashed a massive pop-up. The Prince of Rebellion quest was officially cleared. The main boss Lighthorn was totally wiped off the map, and just like that, the legendary loot started raining down. The level-up animation triggered, and the absolute reality hit Mose. They actually survived. He stared at his trembling, blood-soaked hands before snapping his head toward Kia. Why the hell did you do that? He rushed over, gripping her shoulders like his life depended on it, completely losing it. Why would you throw your life away like that? If you got wiped, I would be entirely broken. Kia gently cupped his bruised face, whispering that someone had to distract the boss for the final hit. Voice cracking, he begged her to never pull a stunt like that again. She just smiled softly and whispered, "I promise." Kia leaned in, offering to cast a healing prayer. Mose just squeezed his eyes shut and nodded. They held onto each other like a lifeline, letting the freezing rain wash over them. And that wrapped up the totally tragic lore of Lighthorn. But the circuit servers were never the same. The Lighthorn Knights, a hardcore faction of anti-player mobs, started spawning all over the Logis Kingdom and the surrounding zones. They were hell-bent on keeping their dead leader's chaotic dream alive, making low-level players absolutely miserable. To fight back, the White Tower admins rolled out a magical tracking debuff. This digital brand basically painted a massive target on the backs of all the toxic griefers. The Intel Guild slapped insane cash bounties on anyone rocking the mark. Out of nowhere, these vigilante squads rebranded themselves as Griefer Hunters, actively sniping down the toxic players. The server basically turned into a massive unhinged purge inside virtual reality, and our boy ended up right in the middle of the drama. Thanks to his overpowered warship, the community started treating him like a literal god-tier boss. And now, the dude was basically locked out of exploring without starting a riot. Flying under the radar was definitely the move here. Luckily, the masses were still completely hyper-fixated on debating whether he was a real. But if his luck suddenly runs dry, he can absolutely kiss this chill low-key journey goodbye. Honestly, why did he even waste his breath on such absolute garbage? Who seriously gave a damn about his identity anyway? Lydorn's brutal end had left a crushing weight on his chest. But Kia stepped in, grounding him, and that suffocating grief finally started to wash away. She pitched the idea of taking a much-needed mental health break back in her homeland, so here they were cruising straight toward her roots in Azarus. The interface flashed, confirming that his training prep was 100% locked and loaded. "Perfect, I'll be right there," he muttered as their enchanted airship carved through the clouds. Mose stretched out his arms, letting raw energy surge through his veins. A system prompt popped up, announcing that the lower deck's inner hull was heavily reinforced with arcane shields. "Now that is exactly what I like to hear," he smirked, tossing a quick mental thanks to the system. He locked his eyes onto the floating holographic panel, while crackling blue mana materialized right in his palm. Roaring an incantation, he slashed his blade out to the side. It was time to dual wield. He gripped a second weapon fiercely in his right fist. It was the engraved blade he had looted off Lydorn's corpse. Pure karma, he thought bitterly. This was the exact same steel that Bastard used to butcher his own squad. A new notification chimed in. He now possessed 11 engraved swords in total. The weapon specs glowed karma. Legendary tier, longsword class. Forged by Lavoger. Weight 9.8 kilograms. Strength 31, vitality 24. Agility 38. Intelligence 28. The fine print revealed that once fully attuned, the blade would instantly materialize in the user's dominant hand. Plus, securing the weapon automatically granted the auto-summon ability. It triggered a set bonus 2 out of 11 pieces collected. By acquiring Karma, he instantly unlocked a brand new combat art designed specifically for dual-wielding engraved blades. A satisfied grin crept across his face as the system officially applied the 2-piece synergy buff. All engraving arts have evolved into will summoning. The text read, "Active skill Go acquired base weapon damage is permanently boosted by 8%. Without skipping a beat, he triggered the magic, and the heavy steel glided seamlessly through the air right beside him. This was huge. He could now command his blades to zero in on any target using rune tracking. Adding a sick ranged attack to his arsenal was an absolute game changer. Not to mention his raw DPS and base stats had completely skyrocketed. But deep down, he knew there was one massive catch. Suddenly, the floating blade snapped back, hurtling straight toward him. He roared, channeling intense raw power to snatch the first hilt right out of the air. Bracing himself for the incoming second blade, his fingers slammed tight around its grip. He nailed it. But out of nowhere, sheer panic flared. The crushing dead weight of the dual weapons completely overwhelmed his exhausted muscles, sending him crashing hard into the floorboards. Struggling to push himself up, he spit out a bitter curse. "Damn it, I can't handle two at once yet." This was a devastating setback. If he was this incredibly weak, he couldn't protect the damn soul. He'd just be a helpless idiot forced to watch his found family get slaughtered right in front of his eyes. At this rate, he was going to lose everything. He had to push harder. Quitting wasn't an option. He swore to grind this out until his body completely gave out. Hours later, he dragged himself out of the training chamber, looking completely wiped. "Man, that was insanely brutal," he panted. He used to struggle just to recall a single blade, and now he rolled his aching shoulders, wincing as his overtaxed muscles violently spasmed. Then a sudden shift in the air caught his attention. He glanced up. Kia was leaning against the doorway, raising an eyebrow. "Finally done sweating it out," she teased. "Look at you, you're an absolute wreck." "Here, take this," she offered, tossing a neatly folded bundle his way. He caught it, blinking in confusion. What exactly is—" His interface pinged instantly. "Item acquired, rare tier linen tunic." Kia crossed her arms, demanding he put it on the second he actually washed the grime off. It was traditional streetwear from her home region. Since they were stepping into her territory, he desperately needed a fresh fit to blend in. "Appreciate it," Mose nodded with a warm smile. "I'll go scrub down and swap fits right now." But beneath the casual banter, his resolve burned fiercely. He had to level up to shield his crew, and with that heavy truth weighing on his mind, he cut to an entirely different scene. An imposing shadowy figure glared down at his trembling lackey. "Did you secure the package?" "Yes, Director," the subordinate stammered out. "Just intercepted the data today. It is fresh off the grid." A wicked smirk crept across the director's face. "Perfect. This is exactly the leverage I needed. The kid is completely hooked, and this little secret is—" Fast forward to their arrival. The second they touched down in Kia's home territory, Mose's jaw practically unhinged at the sight of a mind-bendingly colossal tower piercing the sky. The free city of Azarus was an absolute architectural masterpiece. "Holy crap, how is this place so impossibly massive?" he breathed out, totally starstruck. "Incredible, right?" Kia replied, her eyes locked on the structure. "That massive spire is the White Tower. It used to house the Rosa alchemists, the Empire's tops. Rumor has it back in the day those twisted scientists ran zero-ethics experiments in there, without anyone to keep them in check. Thanks to their reckless magic, this entire zone was completely nuked into a toxic barren wasteland where literally nothing could survive. But then Geyser, the absolute legend and wisest of all elven sages, stepped up. He literally sacrificed his own soul to purify the corrupted soil, paving the way for the free city of Azarus to rise. Mose tilted his head, genuinely curious. "So, what's the actual lore behind—" "We don't exactly have a head honcho pulling the strings," she dropped casually. Mose's eyes went wide. "Wait, seriously? How does that even work?" "Then who throws the book at the bad guys?" he pressed. She smirked, revealing a massive syndicate actually calls the shots. Heavy hitters from every single race hold massive summits known as the Azarus Elders. Because of this massive melting pot, stepping into the city means getting hit with a tidal wave of clashing views from totally different walks of life. Mose was low-key fascinated. Not too long ago, grinding in this VR world was literally his only lifeline to pay the bills. He'd crawled through the absolute mud-forged, unbreakable bonds with some epic allies, and totally crushed his first squad mission. Along that grueling grind, he officially leveled up, earning his spot among the elite swordsmen, and juggling his double identity as both Mose and Kehoe. He hit the absolute jackpot, crossing paths with some truly top-tier people. That's why during that brutal final clash against Lydorn, he made a rock-solid vow. His ultimate mission, shielding his newfound family at all costs. He was totally zoning out in his feels when Kia snapped him back to reality. "Earth to Mose, what you overthinking about?" she shouted. Flailing his arms in an absolute panic, he stammered that it was nothing. Kia beamed, hyping up the vibe. "Awesome! Then let's get moving. I've got a million insane spots to show you." Snatching his hand, she practically dragged him down the street. Mose stared at her with massive hard eyes. Watching that glowing smile, he silently swore to keep her safe, even if it cost him everything. A quick stroll later, they hit up a local dive bar, grabbing a couple of ice-cold brews. Clinking their massive mugs together, they downed the drinks, both grinning at how insanely crisp it tasted. Out of nowhere, an old buddy named Lorad slid into their personal space. "Yo, Kia!" he boomed across the room. It had been a hot minute since their last meetup. Kia spun around, her face lighting up, as she shrieked about how many literal years had flown by since they last kicked it. He flashed a cheeky grin, totally agreeing. Kia immediately pulled Mose into the mix. Dropping Lorad's name, the guy was vertically challenged, rocking the absolute most massive ears in the whole skyline. In a voice that sounded like a broken speaker. Flustered by the brutal roast, Lorad rubbed the back of his neck. "Geez, tell him how you really feel." Mose stepped up, giving him a solid nod and saying it was great to meet. Lorad instantly mirrored the good vibes. But then Lorad's eyes locked onto the glittering gold ring on Moses' hand. He gasped, totally starstruck. Wait, are you legit one of the elite swordsmen? What's a heavy hitter like you doing in our neck of the wood? Kia chuckled, waving off the hype. We're completely off the clock, just here to chill. Lorad raised an eyebrow. For real, my bad for jumping the gun then? Kia cracked up, assuring him there was zero beef. Everyone assumes the elite only roll into town to start massive brawls. Lorad admitted he totally thought she was here for a raid. Kia... He blinked, completely caught off guard. Wait, what kind of raid? He nervously peeled back some wrapping in his palm and told her to peep the stash. Is that supposed to be a marble or some kind of pill? She squinted. It's called Venetic, Lorad whispered. A hardcore stimulant you absorb straight through the pores. Mose and Kia's jaws practically hit the floor. Wait, an illicit booster! Lorad nodded grimly, dropping the bomb that this stuff was insanely easy to score across Asgardia. Literally anyone, even little kids, could snag it without a single hassle. Kia's expression darkened instantly. The Azarus elders slapped a strict zero-tolerance ban on all that shady gear. This shouldn't be possible. Lorad scoffed, pointing out the obvious. An absolute flood of immortal players had recently crashed into the region. The metropolis blew up overnight with massive new industrial factories. Everything was smooth sailing until the vibe totally shifted. He had zero clue when the switch flipped, but suddenly every single dive was pushing these sketchy orbs. And the masterminds running the cartel absolute scum. Right on cue, a pack of intensely intimidating dudes swaggered through the doors, freezing the entire room. Kia flinched, catching Lorad's terrified reaction. What's the deal with them? She hissed. Lorad practically shrunk into his boots. That's them, the kingpins pushing the Venetic. They ran their own ruthless syndicate and controlled a massive fortress-like brew plant. Everyone just assumed that was ground zero for the contraband. Moses' brow furrowed, realizing these scumbags were actual gamers. What did they even call themselves? Kia demanded. He muttered that they rocked the ultra-cringe name the Pickup Artists. They were notorious for pulling girls from the bar and partying hard at local neon clubs. As the tension spiked, one of the thugs barked, asking who was stuck pulling the graveyard shift. A terrified server trembled under the manager's glare, stuttering out that they only had 3 half-elves and 6 nymphs on deck. The boss lost his mind. What? Just 3 half-elves? I specifically demanded at least 5? Another thug lazily waved him off, telling him to chill out, since they didn't need to cause a massive scene. Word was fresh VIPs had just rolled in from Valum. Valum, huh? All right then. Valum hybrids are decent enough. Whatever, I'll take them for the night. Bring them to the back. And make sure there isn't a single scratch on them. The server immediately bowed in submission. With that sorted, the group shifted their attention, and one of the thugs leaned in, asking his partner if he'd finally reached a decision. The answer was a deadpan, yeah. So spill it. The first guy smirked, bragging about spotting something super rare yesterday, a literal half-elf hanging out with some random player. His buddy's jaw practically dropped. Wait, seriously? A half-elf? Show me the receipts. Smug as ever, the guy whipped a photograph out of his... The moment his eyes hit the image, a wicked grin spread across his face. This was it. The ultimate prize. He needed them dragged in here ASAP. The snapshot captured Kia standing right beside our boy Mose. The thug scoffed, his eyes practically drooling over Kia with pure sickening greed. Smash cut to the next morning. Kia slid a steaming plate of food across the table toward Mo's eyes, sparkling, as she begged him to take a bite. It was a massive bowl of stewed rudo, a legit Azarusi tier meal. System specs popped up. Upon eating, every single stat gets buffed by 1 point, and your HP regen skyrockets by 8 points per second. The buff lasts for a solid 3,600 seconds. Mose was absolutely blown away by the insane flavor. Wait, did you actually make this yourself? He gasped. Kia just beamed, duh, obviously. Mose practically showered her in praise, and went back to completely demolishing the stew. Leaning in, she nervously asked for his verdict. It's literally top tier, he mumbled with a stuffed face, and seeing him chow down made her heart totally melt. But then a light bulb went off. Her besties Shara and Farah were scheduled to visit any minute now. She was so hyped to finally introduce everyone, but before she could even finish her thought, the front door violently slammed open. Lorad practically stumbled inside, screaming, "Keep!" Whipping around in absolute shock, they demanded to know what was going on. Panting heavily, he choked out that a total nightmare was unfolding, and they needed to grab their gear and sprint. Cut to the city center, where blood-curdling shrieks were already echoing through the clinic halls. Dozens of medics completely drenched in blood were losing their minds. "What the hell kind of toxin is this?" one yelled. "Could it be a bad batch of food?" But the chaos only spiraled out of control. Agonizing wails ripped through the air. Mose and Kia sprinted into the medical ward, totally paralyzed by the sheer madness around them. Their blood ran cold as patients began violently thrashing, screaming for the juice, begging anyone to just give them a hit. A girl strapped to a gurney was literally sobbing for another dose. Mose's instincts instantly flared up. This wasn't a disease. He locked onto a weird dark mark pulsing on a victim's neck. Wait, could it be? But before the terrifying truth could fully click, Kia fiercely grabbed Lorad, shaking him. "What the hell is actually happening right now? Lorad, talk to me, please." Lorad couldn't even look her in the eye. Staring at the blood-stained floor, he whispered that her two friends had been forcefully injected with the drug by a local gang. The absolute horror of his words hit them like a freight train. In a flash, it all made sense. This was the work of that creepy pickup. Moses' eyes darkened with pure, unadulterated rage. Just as he clenched his fists, another infected victim let out an ear-piercing screech, clawing at his own skin and begging for another hit. The horrifying reality crashed over Mose. This syndicate wasn't just flooding the streets with narcotics. They had purposely targeted and drugged Kia's innocent friends. The sheer cruelty of it was downright nauseating. He slowly turned to Kia. Tears were streaming down her face, but her eyes held a chilling, broken emptiness. His voice dropped to a dead serious growl. "The scumbags are going to pay in blood. I am personally going to hunt them down, and I don't care what it takes to break them." Trembling Kia asked if he would swear that promise on the goddess Balika herself. Without missing a beat, he locked eyes with her. "I swear it." Meanwhile, over in the Circuit Masters, the biggest hub for top-tier players was literally catching fire over two massive breaking updates. Number 1, the ultimate raid drop. After grinding for a brutal 9 straight months in-game time, included the Elite Information Guild, finally unearthed the legendary Holy Artifact. This mythical drop, flexed as the Eye of New Humanity, is literally the paralyzed eyeball of a colossal kraken-like boss, originally known in the lore as the Great Prophet. The crazy part, the devs officially confirmed that the New Humanity the Prophet predicted was actually the player base, who were currently swarming the servers of Circuit. But the second trending topic had the community completely shook. It was a new bioweapon Venetic. The mechanics were brutal. If a victim doesn't score a second dose of this narcotic within 24 hours of their first hit, their body goes into total toxic shock. We're talking violent seizures, 0 HP, and straight up game over. Oh, and the worst part, there's literally no crafted antidote. The forums figured out that only god-tier alchemists or mages who specifically maxed out the Carskonia purification skill tree could purge the venom. But here's the catch. Every decent alchemist is already locked down by massive guilds or mega whales. Because of that monopoly, the going rate for a detox run is astronomically steep. And trying to track down a freelance mage with those specific specs, basically impossible. There are maybe 5 of them in the entire server. For regular players, you either sell your soul for the next fix, or you die. Fast forward a bit, and our furious duo pulled up to the sleazy stronghold of that exact same pickup artist. They marched up with lethal intent. Mose glanced over, his voice sharp. "Lorad leaked this location, right?" She gave a grim nod. "Yeah, this is it." Lorad had confessed that right before going under Shara, and Farah managed to gasp out that they were lured here by an invite from that troll's pathetic sidekick. They were just celebrating their upcoming birthdays. Their absolute favorite musician was doing a gig in town, and they were so hyped to score VIP passes. Lorad had totally blamed himself, sobbing that he should have physically blocked the door. Kia just stood outside the villain's hideout, listening to the silence, and then it hit her. She spotted the troll's lackey. Pure panic washed over her face, leaving her totally speechless before she finally breathed out a massive thank you to Mose for having her back. Before kicking the doors down, she had one thing to make crystal clear. She was about to rip those scumbags to shreds. Mose was totally on the exact same wavelength, because trash like that doesn't deserve an ounce of mercy. It's exactly those kinds of freaks who drag Ladorn into this mess. All right, time to crash the party. The second they stepped up to the massive gates, a couple of the heavy-duty bouncers blocked their path. One of the meatheads smirked, barking that this gig was for VIPs only. The whole venue was fully booked for the night, but just in case they missed the memo, they were making a special little exception for half-elves, giving them an all-access pass to literally any room in the castle. Catching him totally off guard, Mose demanded he repeat that garbage. The guard shrugged, claiming it was a direct order straight from the top dogs running the event. Mose fired back, insisting he was Kia's +1, but the bouncer gave a totally fake apology, sneering that they honestly couldn't care less, since Mose didn't have pointy ears, basically telling him to hit the road before things got ugly. Mose's blood was absolutely boiling, but out of nowhere, Kia just brushed right past the muscle stepping inside completely solo. Panic spiked in Mose's chest as he yelled out, "Kia! The hell are you doing?" She just glanced over her shoulder, flashing this crazy, fearless grin, and told him to chill out. She promised she was just gonna go scout the vibe and bounce right back, claiming she'd be in and out in a literal heartbeat, so there was zero reason to freak out. But Mose was still fully spiraling, shouting back that if so much as a single hair on her head got hurt, he would literally lose his mind. He balled his fist so tight his knuckles turned white, his whole arm trembling. Seeing him like that, Kia stepped back gently, grabbing his shaking hand, and whispered to give her exactly 2 hours. If she ghosted him past that deadline, he had the green light to absolutely wreck the place. That hardcore ultimatum totally threw him off. He breathed her name, his voice super quiet. A heavy silence dropped between them before he finally gave her hand a firm and muttered, "All right." Kia offered a dead calm bow, dropping a totally badass line about how her true self only awakens to the blade. Mose dipped into a deep bow, right back echoing that exact same warrior's oath. With that final send-off, she spun on her heel and vanished into the massive stronghold. Mose glared at the heavy doors, every single instinct in his body, screaming at him to just go full goblin mode and literally tear that fortress apart, brick by bloody brick. But he forced himself to stand down. He trusted Kia with his life. Stepping into the main hall, Kia was instantly hit with a massive pulsing crowd, just raging out and partying hard like it was some underground club. She was literally the only person in the room not vibing. Scanning the sweaty mob, her eyes narrowed as she hunted for the exact monsters who ruined her friends' lives. Suddenly, a smooth, slimy voice cut through the heavy bass, faking an apology and asking if a pretty girl like her was flying solo. It was that exact same creepy player laying on the charm with a super slick, "Hey there, beautiful evening, isn't it?" Kia recognized that punchable face. The exact same sketchy dealer she spotted hanging out with Laura. Plastering on a totally fake sugary smile, she purred that, yeah, she was all by herself, and honestly, she was super in. Taking the bait, the sleazebag slid his arm right around her waist, invading her personal space while offering to give her a private VIP tour. Her skin absolutely crawled at the contact, but her poker face was flawless. Inside her head, she was already plotting exactly how to amputate that wand, but the timing wasn't right to pop off just yet. Swallowing her pure disgust, she played the innocent card, gasping, "Wait, really? You'd do that for me?" Gushing about how unbelievably sweet he was being, while secretly plotting his downfall. The second she turned her head, her face twisted into absolute revulsion, while the clueless creep kept thinking he had total riz. Cut to our boy Mose, who was out in the dark woods just hugging the perimeter of the club. He was pacing holes into the dirt, his mind racing. Had the 2 hours passed? Was it time to breach the doors? Right at that exact second, a familiar voice called out his name, instantly snapping him out of his spiral. Kia strolled right out of the shadows, and he immediately demanded to know if things went south. She casually brushed it off, joking that the heavy bass blasted her eardrums, but other than that, she was totally solid. And as a bonus, this lovely gentleman right here was feeling super generous and decided to spill all his dirty little secrets. Turns out that same smooth-talking player was now slumped in the dirt, beaten to an absolute pulp, and shrieking his lungs out, screaming, "Are you psychos insane? Do you have any idea who you're messing with? Let me go. Do you even know who I work for? You're both literally dead meat." Mose just stared down at the pathetic trash with zero emotion before suddenly delivering a devastating lightning-fast strike, slashing his shoulder so deep that dark red blood literally sprayed into the air. The guy squealed like a stuck pig, violently thrashing around and sobbing from the pure agonizing pain. Mose ground his teeth together, his eyes totally unhinged as he growled that the rat better start singing. Otherwise, Mose was going to personally drag him straight. The scumbag finally snapped back to reality, realizing his massive ego wasn't going to save him here. He literally kissed the dirt, bawling his eyes out and begging for a shred of mercy, swearing on his life that he messed up and he'd never cross them again. Mose coldly cut him off, barking that he literally did not care, demanding the creep drag his. Mose flashed the exact same shady combat drug they had been pushing, leaving the battered dealer totally shell-shocked. Before the guy could even process, our boy pressed his cold razor-sharp steel right up against the guy's throat. The player was practically choking on his own spit, totally paralyzed. Mose leaned in, whispering that he knew, and if he even thought about lying, his head was rolling. Totally breaking under the pressure, the sleazebag frantically shrieked, "No, wait, the drug venetic, it's cooked by this dude named Jason. I literally know nothing about the lab stuff. I swear not letting up." Mose fiercely demanded, "This Jason, is he a player too?" The guy frantically nodded, gasping out, "He's a level 57 alchemist totally on the payroll for Director Choi." Hearing that name dropped like a bomb, Mose totally froze in shock. The bleeding rat kept desperately nodding, blurting out, Yeah, he's the big boss repping NG Tech Director Choi Seo-ho." Hearing that intel, the pieces clicked for Kia, flashing back to that exact massive player corporation, the very same corrupted company Laura had warned her about. The terrified lackey practically hyperventilated, shouting, "Yes, you guys nailed it." And just like that, the floodgates opened. "If word gets out, you are dead meat." The guy was practically sobbing at this point, begging on his hands and knees for them to just let him walk. "Have a little mercy, right?" Our MC locked eyes with Kia, and she straight up announced that they had scooped up all the intel they needed. Time to leave this walking trash bag behind. Mose gave a chill nod. Cool, they were out of there. The pickup artist watched their shadows fade, a twisted smirk creeping onto his face. Oh, they were so done, because he had their faces burned into his brain, and he was absolutely going to end them. But just as Mose pivoted away, a thought hit him. Wait, didn't this creep mess up a few times already? Just to make absolutely sure he didn't get any cute ideas about payback, Mose spun right back around to finish the job. It was time for him to pay the piper. Keep it simple, nothing too crazy. The dude's eyes widened in pure terror, frantically throwing his hands up. "Hold up! Please, man, no!" His blood-curdling shrieks echoed through the dark woods. Fast forward to the dead of night. Sofo scoffed, wondering what was taking the guy an absolute eternity. He gave the dude an inch of freedom, and he literally ghosted them. A lackey slid up, practically kissing up to him, promising that the whole stash would be his in no time. Sofo snapped back, demanding a timeline. Or was it really that hard to get a straight answer? Absolute blockhead. Without skipping a beat, he splashed his entire drink right across his minion's face. The lackey flinched, dripping wet, and totally humiliated. Sofo sneered, asking if this idiot seriously thought potion making was his only gig. "Sure, I can brew them all day. Gold star for me, but why the heck am I waiting ages for a single drop-off? If I cook it, you haul it immediately, you moron. Am I supposed to just sit around twiddling my thumbs?" The drenched henchman bowed frantically, spitting out apologies left and right. He swore he would hustle his crew to fast-track the shipment. Sofo wasn't having it, and literally booted him out of the room, roaring that the guy was all bark and no bite. Then he whipped his deadly glare toward the last two servers cowering in the corner. "What are you two staring at? Scram before I lose my mind." Weren't they the pickup artists' lackeys anyway? They needed to bounce fast. The duo sprinted out of there like their lives depended on it, while Sofo cursed them out as useless trash. He was beyond frustrated, totally clueless about his buddy's whereabouts. Cut to another scene, where that exact buddy was crying his eyes out, thanking his lucky stars and apologizing on a loop for getting wrecked. He was a broken record of pure panic, until his own crew found him totally baffled by the pathetic sight. "Dude, what is wrong with you? Did you lose your freaking mind? This stuff is insanely expensive, you idiot. Grab his face, make him look at me." Without hesitation, one of the thugs jammed a high-grade potion straight down his throat. The battered guy hacked and gasped for air. His buddy demanded some answers. Between coughs, the pickup artist spilled everything, revealing how a half-elf and a player snatched him up and put him through absolute hell. The gears turned in the thug's head, realizing these had to be the exact same targets that Director Choi put a hit out on, and since they just dipped, they couldn't have gotten far. He barked out orders to radio their local squad. "Tell them to burn that city to the ground. Tear the place apart, but drag those two out into the street. They are going to bleed for this." It was an all-out declaration of war. Flash forward a bit, and the village was a blazing inferno. Innocent civilians were scattered everywhere, absolutely drenched in blood. Moses' jaw basically unhinged. He stared at the apocalyptic nightmare, totally shell-shocked. He sprinted toward the survivors, desperately asking what triggered this massacre. Furious, he roared that whoever did this was dead meat. Then he whipped around to Kia, trying to piece together the chaos. Her voice was dead serious. Just look at the wall. Written in bold letters was a twisted ransom note: come to Trolltunga if you ever want to see the dwarf breathing again. It hit our MC like a freight train. Was this absolute slaughter all because of them? Did the villains wipe out an entire town just to send a message? Kia's eyes burned with pure rage. She swore no mercy offering and vowed to literally rip those monsters limb from limb. Her knuckles turned white as she balled her fists and told Mose it was time to move. Trolltunga was calling. Fueled by vengeance, the duo marched straight toward the towering stronghold, carving their way through the thick, shadowy woods. Meanwhile, cutting to a live broadcast, a news anchor flashed her media smile and introduced herself as Ji Hyun from Circuit TV. She was reporting live from the exact epicenter where the legendary relic was scheduled for extraction. The absolute pinnacle of human evolution was about to flex its insane power, and the hype was unreal. Out of nowhere, the ground violently shook. Panic erupted through the crowd. The sacred treasure was fully activated on the rooftop. It was finally showtime. A blinding neon blue sphere levitated into the atmosphere. Instantly, a massive laser beam struck it, igniting the entire skyline like a massive supernova. Ji Hyun shielded her eyes, totally bewildered. What on earth is that? Glowing cryptic runes materialized across the clouds. The camera zoomed in, trying to translate the glitchy text. As she read it aloud, the message dropped a bombshell, revealing that some insane player had basically unlocked the universe's source code. Humanity was commanded to witness the most mind-blowing event in history. Boom! The system triggered a global notification. Every single player's clout points were getting exposed. It was time for the ultimate ranking drop. Based on their total points, a brand new stat was about to drop, and every single player's clout level was about to be exposed to the whole world. The moment those system holograms popped up, the hype was literally unreal. The system casually dropped another bombshell: 42,923,112 brand new clout-chasing quests had just been unlocked. The global flex rankings were officially live, Mose sitting comfortably at number 1, followed by Charisma, in second Ravi taking third, and Kellyan bringing up fourth. Meanwhile, over at the Trolltunga Tower, things were getting incredibly chaotic. A dude rocking glasses squinted at the fresh system prompt, totally baffled. A popularity ranking. Wait, is that what I think it is? This has gotta be tied to the Holy Relic, right? Looks like we're dealing with a totally revamped leaderboard here. The whole plaza was buzzing, guys aggressively gossiping and trying to figure out. Rumor had it that Mose, the literal god of the server, had absolutely nothing holding him back. So, was the heat coming their way? The head honcho of the pickup guild demanded to know the ETA. His lackey bowed low, sweating. Any second now, boss. The package is already en route. They had heard the target was an absolute savage. They thought breaking him would take some serious effort, but little did they know he was getting captured on purpose and had the entire situation completely on lock. Seho actually hated it. When victims were too obedient, it bored him to tears. Flashing a toxic grin, he was ready to get a piece of the action. But before the words even left his mouth, Tia and Mose casually strolled right into the office. They moved with a terrifyingly confident swagger, heading straight for him. Seho was completely clueless. "Damn, my guys caught them that fast," he muttered. The merchandise looked way more stunning IRL than in the photos. He expected mid, but this was an absolute gift. His patience dropped to 0. He didn't want to wait a single second. He ordered his goons to drag them forward. One of his lackeys gave a quick nod, confirming the command. Jason, the self-proclaimed alpha of the pickup squad, stepped up. He was fuming, feeling like these so-called captives were totally disrespecting his crew. If they thought they could just mess around on his turf, he was about to dish out a "The boss needs the girl" breathing, he roared at the top of his lungs. And in that split second, his mob of goons lunged straight for Tia. Instantaneously, the system blared red. Tia and Mose were locked in as high-threat hostiles. Jason caught a glimpse of the system alert and froze. Was he tripping, or was that name way too familiar? The realization hit him like a freaking freight train. This wasn't just some random dude. Was this actually the #1 player on the server? Without missing a beat, Mose flared his mana, radiating pure killer intent. With a few devastatingly smooth moves, he sliced through the mob like butter, severing throats left and right. The room instantly turned into an absolute bloodbath. The remaining thugs started shrieking in pure panic. Jason was mentally spiraling. The literal god of the game was standing right there, and he had zero clue why. Jason's survival instincts kicked in, time to dip. He knew he was basically an NPC compared to Mose. Scrambling desperately toward the exit, a blinding flash of energy surged straight at him. Panicking, he slammed down his strongest magical barrier. But a millisecond later, that shield shattered into a million useless pixels like it was made of glass. Jason was absolutely shook. His ultimate defense one-shotted. He couldn't comprehend it until the system coldly flashed the reason 11 engraved swords had been deployed. A mythic karma skill, the Lava Maker Creator class. Jason stared death in the face, his mind completely blown by the insane flex. They had literally poked the final boss, and right then, a blazing laser beam eviscerated Jason, instantly deleting him from existence. Mose just stood there, casually leveling up his ghost skill off the kill. Dripping with dominance, Mose asked the void, "Where the hell is Choi Seiho?" The final target. Meanwhile, Seiho was strutting through his high-rise. Out of nowhere, a deafening crash shook the walls. "What the hell is happening?" he yelled. But as the smoke cleared, revealing Mo's reality slapped him in the face. The undisputed rank 1. Why was this absolute legend slumming it in his territory? And how did he have the audacity to crash his spot? He was Seiho, the freaking CEO of NG Tech. He bolted for his luxury ride, screaming his lungs out. "Does this punk think he can touch me?" he shrieked, mashing the emergency lockdown button, while desperately yelling his own name like a protective ward. He barked through the comms for his entire security squad to assemble ASAP. He needed an army right freaking now, and he was flooring. "If you idiots aren't ready, I'll rip your heads off," he threatened. He drifted aggressively toward the rendezvous point. Going at breakneck speeds, he finally screeched to a halt, greeted by his corporate goons who were visibly relieved he had made it. The whole squad bowed in sync as he barged into the secure office suite. But the vibe was way off. It was officially a code red. One of his higher-ups cautiously called out his name. "Boss, you dragged us out of bed in the middle of the night," the guy complained. Seiho snapped, "Shut the hell up. I don't have time for your damn lectures." The terrified guy stammered again, asking how much longer they could keep up this charade. Because if the big boss found out, their heads were definitely gonna roll. Seolho violently snatched him by the collar, dragging him inches from his face. "Are you completely out of your damn mind?" he roared. "Didn't I literally just tell you to zip it? Or are your ears broken?" The subordinate trembled. "But, Director Seolho, he already leaked our guild specs. And he's ordering a massive purge on all player killers," Seolho barked back. "That is literally the least of our problems right now." He turned his rage toward his partner. "Director Park, the entire corp is crumbling as we speak. Can't you handle this absolute mess yourself?" He snarled that if this kept up, their business allies would end up 6 feet under one by one. "Fix this nightmare right now and get off my back," Seolho demanded. "Pop the vault open." Park rolled his eyes. "Fine." The heavy steel doors hissed open. As Seolho shoved his way inside, Park trailed behind him, grumbling under his breath. "What an absolute psycho," Park muttered. He ordered his elite guards to lock the perimeter and completely obliterate anyone trying to breach the vault. "Consider it done," the guard. "Director Park, sir." Meanwhile, deep inside the vault, Seolho gasped, his eyes totally lighting up. "I actually found it," he cheered. This was exactly the kind of overpowered cheat item you saved for an absolute crisis. Clutching the glowing relic in his palm, he smirked, bragging that with this insane buff, completely crushing Mose would be an absolute breeze. It was the legendary Vera Barden earring, a top-tier jewelry piece packing insane stats, strength, vitality, agility, and intelligence, all boosted by a whopping 33 points. Plus, equipping it instantly triggered level 7 body enhancement magic and unlocked a secret inventory slot. Cut back outside. The second Kia and Mose pulled up to the stronghold. Park blocked their path, coldly ordering them to freeze right there. Flanked by his heavily armed squad, Park glared. Unfazed Mose hit him with an ultimatum. "Drag Seolho out here right now, and maybe I'll let you guys keep your lives." Park just smirked. Without a word, he signaled his goon, who flipped open a massive chest overflowing with cash, flaunting it in their faces. Flashing a cocky grin, Park asked if that was enough to buy their silence. It was a completely insane amount of wealth, but Kia absolutely snapped, screaming at them to shut the hell up. "Seolho is gonna pay for every single thing he did. He got my best friends hooked on that garbage," boiling with rage. Kia stepped up, her voice cracking with fury. "Did you seriously think you could just throw a bag of cash at me and make this go away?" Park scoffed, leaning in. "Oh yeah? And where is your proof, little girl?" He blatantly accused her of making wild, baseless, pretending her fake drama could literally ruin their massive corporation. Mose stepped in, his voice freezing cold. I literally don't care about your company. Hand over, say. Park's smug smile totally vanished, replaced by a furious. He sneered, telling Mose he clearly had zero clue who he was dealing with. Know your freaking place, trash. Why on earth would our CEO waste his on bottom feeders like you? Kia spat back, calling him a completely disgusting piece of garbage. But Park just laughed darkly. How exactly does a pathetic NPC like you even know our world turned into a beta test? Hearing that Mose totally lost it, to protect Kia from his toxic mind games, Mose shot him a pure death glare. Keep your mouth shut, he growled, promising to literally force-feed him dirt if he dared to disrespect her again. Park just burst out laughing. Oh, does your mommy know you're out here playing hero, kid? Because when things escalate, are you ready for the massive lawsuit coming your way? He wasn't just talking about real life, but the game too. We have an elder from the Azara faction backing us up. If you swing at us, you can kiss your entire circuit account goodbye. Mose just tilted his head. So, are you done yapping yet? He gripped his blazing longsword, his eyes locked onto his target with pure killer intent. Park blinked suddenly, looking totally clueless. Wait, what the hell is happening? System alerts suddenly flooded the sky. Mose had officially declared all-out war on NG Tech. They were instantly marked as hostile targets. Park burst into mocking laughter. A two-man army declaring war on us. Who the hell do you think you are? But before the words even left his mouth, his elite guards started dropping like flies. Kia launched into an absolute frenzy, slicing through them one by one, tearing their throats out in a blur of deadly slashes. She swore upon the god of blades that she would butcher every last one of these scumbags. In that exact moment, she triggered her level 1, Aura 1, flash. Radiating pure menacing energy, Kia tore through the remaining defenders like wet paper. Park spun around, the terrifying reality finally hitting him. Kia stopped mid-slaughter, locking her cold, dead eyes right onto him. Sweating bullets, Park whipped his head around, only to see Mose casually strolling up, mocking his pathetic setup. Absolute panic hijacked Park's brain. You stupid kid, he shrieked. Don't mess with forces you can't comprehend. You're gonna regret this. But in a literal split second, Mose sent Park flying violently across the courtyard. Park hit the ground totally broken, coughing up pools of blood. Standing over him, Mose, regret, this is exactly what I came to do. Let me guess, you think you can just magically fix this mess by respawning? You are dead wrong. Mose brought his flaming sword crashing down coldly, declaring that there wouldn't be a single piece of their shady guild left alive. Cut to a bit later. Seolho was huddled in his dark office hyperventilating. He was absolutely dreading this, but his back was completely against the wall. Lorad was slumped in a chair beside him, bound tight with a heavy scarf gagging him, so he couldn't even make a sound. Pacing frantically, Seolho muttered that this was literally their only way out. He flicked open a metal lighter, his voice shaking. All the evidence has to burn. He stumbled into the adjacent warehouse, staring at the towering stacks of wooden crates, and tossed the blazing lighter right into the pile. That psychotic player tearing through our factory. It is gonna take the fall for this massive arson, he cackled. Plus the corrupt elder of the swamps was leading the official city investigation. The elders already got our backs. There's literally zero chance that kid survives this setup. Insane plot twist, right? Seolho mocked, while Lorad just squirmed, completely helpless to answer. Right then, Mose and Kia are strolling down the corridor, only to crash straight into Seolho. The guy spins around, locking eyes with them, and demands to know who's creeping up. Reality instantly slaps Mose in the face. He knows exactly who this villain is. Seolho flashes a totally toxic smirk. He mocks them, bragging about how the legendary Mose has graced them with a visit and brought a little +1. He violently scopes Kia out, dropping a creepy comment about her gorgeous face, claiming she completely blows yesterday's elves out of the... Kia completely loses it. She screams at him, calling him an absolute scumbag, and instantly lunges forward to slice him in half. Boom. The entire hallway erupts in a blinding neon blue flash. Seolho just smirks, dodging the hit and teasing her for being fast. He arrogantly claps back that her strike was actually impressive. Kia freezes, gripping her blade tight, completely shook. Her brain is literally short-circuiting, trying to process. Flashing that infuriating grin, Seolho flexes hard, bragging about how insanely overpowered his weapon is. While she's still trying to compute his move, he barks that playtime is over, viciously swinging his heavy blade right at her. Panic surges through Mose, but he dives in fast enough to deflect the strike shielding Kia. That single chaotic clash practically sets the whole city on fire with panic. The local information guild immediately swoops in, launching a massive full-scale probe into the absolute mess. They're tearing into everything from the brutal raid on Ash Village to the shady pushing of Venetic, and even the massive blaze that gutted the streets are absolutely buzzing with paranoia. This insane hype forces the elite Aziris elders to sit down for an emergency summit with the guild. Plot twist out of nowhere. Mose and Kea get slapped with the primary suspect labels for the massive substance. Even as they are dragged into the courtroom to take the stand, his mind is spinning in circles, trying to figure out this insane setup. It makes literally zero sense. They were the exact ones who hunted down Seol Ho, yet somehow they are taking the fall for cooking up the illicit stash. Kia whispers for him to chill out, swearing up and down that they are completely untouchable. The gallery is absolutely popping off, arguing that the ultimate priority is tracking down one elder totally backs that play, but another immediately shuts it down. He is hyper-fixated on the massive arson case instead. Smash, the head judge, violently hammers his desk, roaring for dead silence. The spotlight instantly shifts over to the Elder of the Leaves. Before dropping the gavel on a final verdict, he aggressively demands testimony directly from the survivors who were trapped inside the blazing building. The Swamp Elder snatches the mic first. He flashes this sick, twisted grin, leaving Mose totally weirded out by the intense stare-down. Kicking things off, the Swamp Elder casually drops a massive bomb, linking them directly to the Pickup Artists Guild. Kia's jaw practically hits the floor as she demands a playback. What in the world is he going on about? What could they possibly share in common? The old guy ignores her coldly, asking if they... He then drops another nasty hook, pointing out that unless his memory is failing, they are both elite swordsmen, right? The whole room instantly starts buzzing with rumors. People start whispering, the pickup artists, like the actual guild. Since when do those immortals run with swordsmen? Mose realizes he has to step up fast. He fires back. Yeah, we use swords. So what? That literally proves 0 point. Not missing a single beat, the Swamp Elder points out that swordsmen are absolutely notorious for running Black Ops missions under the radar. And your specific target this time was torching the factory to the ground, wasn't it? Mose absolutely loses it, shouting, "Hell no, that is pure garbage." The Elder just smirks. Oh, really no? He acts totally unfazed. Classic denial. After all, Black Ops are supposed to stay buried in the dark. He aggressively waves a stack of sketchy files in the air, roaring that he totally knew this massive cover-up was going to happen. 2 rogue blades contracted directly by the pickup artists to burn that factory to ash. Mose is utterly stun-locked. It is an absolutely wild, completely baseless accusation. But then the gears in his head start turning. Wait a second. The branch director had just warned them a corrupt elder was pulling strings behind the scenes. Right on cue, the puzzle pieces click. This very same Swamp Elder dragging their names through the mud is the actual mole. The traitor violently demands the roaring crowd's attention. The innocent people of Ash Village were brutally ambushed, he bellows. And do we honestly know who orchestrated the massive massacre? Right on schedule, a random elf in the crowd pipes up, claiming every single witness is pointing fingers straight at the pickup artists. Someone else jumps in, totally backing the fake narrative. Word on the street is the whole hit squad came from that exact guild. The mob mentality aggressively spikes. Yeah, the pickup artists are the dirty ones, running the entire, and they obviously paid these 2 rogue mercenaries to spark the massive blaze. If anyone questions why the guild was pushing that chemical trash and renting out shady spaces, it was obviously just a massive smokescreen. Kia's blood starts boiling. She fiercely warns him to keep the swordsman's legacy. The swamp dude literally bursts into evil laughter. He mocks her right back, claiming the heralds always hide their dirty laundry behind a massive wall of fake secrecy, even if it completely tanks their rep. He dramatically turns to the jury, screaming, "Are we going to pretend this is normal? People of the city, isn't their guilt screamingly obvious?" He claims the facts are staring them right in the face, and these 2 are only fighting it because they literally have 0 proof to clear their own names. He aggressively demands they get dragged straight to the Barvard Tribunal, practically begging for the absolute maximum magical punishment. The entire courtroom violently erupts, chanting, "Yes!" And get this, they've got 0 proof to back up their innocence. The Swamp Elder sneered, practically spitting the words. Mose spun around, totally lost. Wait, what the hell is happening? Did they just hand down a guilty verdict already? How was that even possible? Some random guy piped up, leaking that their defense was completely empty. Mose was only catching snippets of the chaos. Did these geezers seriously think they could just echo chamber this trial and call it a day? Mose had sprinted here because the stakes were life or death, and they desperately needed a special investigator. But staring at this rigged room, it clicked. Everyone here had completely ditched the rulebook. Suddenly, the double doors slammed open. A guy named Zeke strolled in, casually flipping through a stack of files. Mose blinked, totally clueless about who this dude was or where he spawned from. Then his stats flashed. Level 211. Mose's jaw practically hit the floor. Zeke stepped up to the podium, flashing a confident smirk, and dropped his resume platinum tier. Head of the Information Guild. He'd skimmed the case files on the ride over, and honestly, this whole mess screamed "wover up" and needed a massive deep dive. Jumping to a guilty verdict this fast, he challenged the room. Or is someone desperately trying to sweep this under the rug? The vibe in Sudan Hall instantly froze. You could hear a pin drop. Zeke was slicing through the BS, hitting them with pure, unfiltered logic. Between his insane level and god-tier guild rank, this guy was an absolute powerhouse. But why the hell was he sticking his neck out for them? The courtroom erupted into pure chaos. Outraged whispers turned into shouting matches. The Swamp Elder completely lost it. "We have the facts, they're guilty," he roared. "They burned our city to the ground, case closed." He violently slammed his fist onto the heavy wooden desk, rattling the room. Unfazed, Zeke sauntered over to Kia, calmly stating that the defense could present their side. The Swamp Elder fired back. If burning down the factory isn't proof, then what was their little secret Black Ops mission about? Zeke just pointed a finger, totally chill, and asked, "You two are technically on paid time off right now, aren't you?" Kia nodded firmly. "Yeah, we cleared our quotas and clocked out for a break." Zeke leaned in. "Cool. So, why were you lurking around that factory? Right as it went up in flames? Kind of a weird vacation spot, right?" Kia didn't flinch. She laid it all out. "A best friend of mine got caught up in that sketchy new substance wave. I started my own hunt. It's personal." Zeke raised an eyebrow. "Catch anything good?" She didn't hesitate. "NG Tech total front for a trafficking ring. So we tracked down Seoho for a little chat. He's the mastermind behind this entire urban nightmare. Next thing we know, the whole place is an inferno." Zeke crossed his arms. "Okay, where's the hard proof?" Kia gritted her teeth. "Turned to ash. Everything burned." The Swamp Elder's face lit up with a wicked, gloating grin. "Zero evidence," he crowed. "It's all a desperate, pathetic lie." Zeke shot him an absolute death glare. "Dude, shut it." The Elder choked on his own words, completely stunned by the disrespect. Zeke ignored him, thumbing through the files again. "This is a massive-scale disaster," Zeke announced, cold and clear. "We are not rushing a kangaroo court. Plus, these swordsmen need a hardcore interrogation. The High Council literally hired a special investigator for this exact reason. But since you all skipped the actual detective work, we are hitting the reset button. Crystal clear." The Swamp Elder started sweating. "As you wish," he stammered. The rest of the crowd nodded along. You couldn't argue with that logic. Kia and Mose were ordered to head straight to Azara's Information Guild. Mose whipped his head around. "Wait, seriously?" Kia offered a tight, vindicated smile. They were in the clear, but right then, the doors crashed open again. "Hold everything!" a battered guy shouted. The crew's eyes widened, a massive wave of relief hitting them. It was Lorad. He barged right into the center of the hall. "I am Lorad from Ash Village, Seoho. The NG Tech director kidnapped me, and I'm carrying top-tier evidence for the investigator." Moses' eyes lit up. "Wait, hard evidence?" Lorad stood tall, his eyes locked on the judges with pure defiance. The entire courtroom erupted into a frenzy of panicked whispers. Did he just say, evidence? The Swamp Elder looked like he was about to have a heart attack. "Nonsense. What the hell kind of evidence could you possibly have? You're too late anyway. The verdict is basically finalized." Ignoring the tantrum, Lorad dramatically ripped his collar down, exposing a glowing brand on his throat. It pulsed with raw blue energy. Zeke leaned forward, his eyes narrowing as he clocked exactly what it was. "A memory crystal. B. That thing recorded audio, didn't it?" Lorad grinned fiercely. "Damn right it did." Back during his insane run with the Lion Beast, his battlefield recon had earned him some serious upgrades. He had physically implanted this tech to act as a living wiretap. Lorad tapped the crystal twice. A holographic system prompt flashed, confirming this would obliterate any lingering doubts. Static crackled through the hall. Kia gasped as a sickeningly familiar voice echoed from the crystal. It was Seoho's voice, boasting that we're looking in the completely wrong direction. "We've got one of the city elders in our pocket," the recording sneered. The swamp elder turned completely pale, shrieking in pure terror. "Wait, hold up. The swamp elder is seriously calling the shots for this investigation? Oh, this case is about to get incredibly spicy." Lorad slammed down his written statement, doubling down on the fact that he was taken completely against his will. The whole snatch and grab was entirely their fault. His squad had started digging too deep, hunting down the shadowy figure behind the illegal substance labs. If he hadn't busted out in time, he would have been roasted alive in the massive inferno Sulho sparked. The swamp elder sat there utterly paralyzed. His jaw hit the floor, completely clueless on how to wriggle his way out of this deadly trap. Zeke aggressively slapped the documents in the air, calling absolute bluff on the whole circus. Did this old geezer really think he could pull a fast one on a special invest and let this gorgeous city crumble to dust? The elder choked on his own words, absolutely sweating bullets in pure terror. Out of nowhere, Zeke slammed his boots right onto the table. He leaned in and dropped a massive bombshell. 52,000 citizens were totally hooked on the product. 383,000 more were on the watch list, teetering right on the edge of full-blown addiction. And 110 innocent people had already dropped dead, with the body count desperately climbing. Plot twist: the elder was totally caught up in the underground smuggling ring. The old man started violently shaking like a leaf, entirely out of excuses. Zeke didn't hold back, promising to move heaven and earth to throw this guy behind bars so fast his head would spin. He screamed at the top of his lungs that every corrupt knight and shady thug involved was going down with him. The elder just slumped his head, drowning in a mix of bitter rage and total defeat. Right at the climax of the drama, they were staring at him wide-eyed, completely starstruck, while Zeke just flashed them a massive knowing grin. He immediately sprinted over and practically bowed in apology, kicking himself for not instantly recognizing the absolute legends who saved the city. Clearing his throat dramatically, he projected his voice across the room, flexing his title as the Platinum Tier head of the Information Guild, and acting on behalf of the absolute top brass. This special investigator officially slammed the gavel. This case was permanently closed. The verdict was undeniable. NG Tech and the Pickup Artists Guild were totally busted for cooking and dealing the illegal merch. Their toxic hustle had wrecked countless ordinary lives. But more importantly, every single word swordswoman Kia preached turned out to be hard facts. Her name was instantly cleared of all that fake drama. The smoking gun, rock-solid evidence handed over by one of the syndicate's own victims. Riding that wave of justice, Zeke proudly crowned swordswoman Kia and swordsman Mose as the ultimate MVPs. They had single-handedly cracked this insane mystery. Just then, Mose jolted in pure shock as dazzling beams of magical light erupted all around him. The system chimed non-stop, spamming notifications that he leveled up like crazy and unlocked the god-tier title Savior of the City. Every single base stat spiked by 14 points, while his luck, a totally broken special trait, shot up by 8. His clout skyrocketed, jumping a ridiculous 83,271 points. Plus, he actually managed to clear a hidden quest, Prince Substance Super Battle. Rated A+ difficulty with a mystery reward waiting to drop. He bagged a title that buffed his stats as hard as a one-of-a-kind legendary artifact. The fame just kept pouring in. What started as a handful of seemingly brain-dead side missions had totally snowballed. The final payout was absolutely mind-blowing, leaving him grinning from ear to ear. Fast forward past the chaos, and a massive thread dropped on the circuit forums. Parked right in the incidents and accidents board, the post instantly went viral, hijacking the #1 trending spot. Why? Because it exposed how Mose totally dismantled NG Tech. Not to mention he was already the most hyped player in the game, and the badass captain of the Celestial Ruler. The whole server lost their minds, with literally every gamer throwing their 2 cents into the epic drama. The comment section turned into an absolute war zone, flooded with thousands of insane reactions. The hype was so unbelievably unreal that the massive wave of traffic actually nuked the server completely. The mods literally had to wipe the thread from existence just to save the platform. A little while later, Mose stood before a massive crowd, sincerely thanking them. These people had always had his back, and now they were gathered here specifically to give him an emotional send-off, which made his heart super full. But the locals immediately clapped back, insisting that they were the ones who owed him their lives. They had zero clue how to ever repay a debt this huge. They practically begged for his forgiveness for treating him like trash earlier. The city's top brass admitted it was an incredibly boneheaded move on their part. To make things right, The high-ranking elders of Asgard hooked him up with a little peace offering. This was extremely rare loot, locked exclusively to the ruling class, since ancient times. And yeah, sure, the grimy swamp elder had gotten his grubby hands on it, but that didn't scrape away a single ounce of its holy aura. They presented him with a legendary relic known as the All Inventory. It wasn't just a basic drop, it was an ultra-rare magic stone loaded with a completely forged straight from the bleeding roots of the Able Tree, the sacred tree of martyrs. Crack this bad boy open, and it instantly warps the player across the map. Mose rolled the gem in his palm, a slick smirk spreading across his face, as he realized he just scored a massively over. Was he seriously worthy of something so insanely rare? The village elders insisted it was just a humble token of their gratitude, considering how he had single-handedly saved their entire city from abs. It was the ultimate show of respect. Deeply moved, Mose accepted the legendary item, telling them he was beyond honored by the heartfelt gesture. The elders frantically waved goodbye, their voices echoing across the docks. Safe travels, Mr. Mose. Moments later, their massive magical ship launched into the clouds. The entire crowd erupted into cheers, excitedly waving goodbye to Mose and Kia as they ascended. Peering down through the reinforced glass, Kia and Mose watched the shrinking city below. Seeing the beaming, hopeful faces of the townsfolk left a warm. They locked eyes, a silent question lingering in the air. Where exactly were they heading next? Cut to that exact same evening. A ruthless killer named Junior, backed by his brutal crew, violently ambushed his former rival. The bleeding victim choked out a desperate plea. Why are you doing? Junior didn't even flinch. With zero hesitation, he executed the guy with a single merciless swing of his heavy blade. Instantly, his elite shadowy subordinates materialized. Lari Fei and Azera, the legendary swords of Lao Swan, dropped to one knee in total submission. Without a single word, they handed their boss a crumpled newspaper clipping. Junior stared intensely at the gritty photograph. "Has this immortal seriously turned into a swordsman?" he scoffed. He casually tossed the clipping, which featured a glaring shot of Kehoe, right onto the fresh. "Move out," he ordered his deadly crew. "We still have a ton of work to do." Meanwhile, miles away, Sharon and Kellyanne were captured. He was the only one awake. His eyes darted to the girl bound to the pillar, a cold realization hitting him. They had dragged her into this mess too. Sure, he knew he had a massive target on his back, but using a warp gate just to pinpoint the White Tower's exact location, that was Could Mose even track them down in time? Breaking the heavy silence, Kia chimed in, asking what their next move was. He threw out a name. Did she remember? His buddy Sharon. Kia tilted her head, double-checking if he meant that absolute legend of an archer who threw down with the immortals. He nodded. Ever since Sharon vanished off the grid with that spellcaster, it had been total radio silence. But his gut told him she was still breathing. The catch, as long as a player was chilling in a zone he had unlocked before he could ping them. And looking across the entire map, there was literally only one shadowed territory left on his radar: Tikris. It was a no-brainer they had to be there. Tikris was the ultimate playground for high rollers and party animals, but it was dripping with toxic contradictions. The neon glow and flashy aesthetic totally lived up to the hype, completely masking the filthy, corrupt underbelly crawling right beneath the surface. The second their boots hit the pier, our boy instantly locked in the waypoint for Tikris Harbor. He nudged Kia, pointing out that the yachts docked here made the Skyway look like absolute trash. She just smirked, admitting that was honestly a major flex. Out of nowhere, a furious scream ripped through the air. Kehoe whipped his head around, spotting a shady alleyway packed with hardcore gambling junkies. They were screaming their lungs out, raging over every single busted spin. He blinked in disbelief. An entire backstreet was literally crammed with blinking slot machines. Kia let out a sigh. This was exactly the twisted vibe Lorad had warned them about. Tikris was gorgeous, but it would chew you up and spit you out without a second thought. A literal melting pot of pipe dreams and crushed souls. Just then, a tiny, ragged-looking rabbit cautiously trotted up and squeaked out a hello. He peered up at them, asking if they were looking to test their luck. He introduced himself as Poche, a street-smart local guide hustling in the back alleys. He pitched them the ultimate challenge: take on the slots to score a super-rare Ormacon token. The price: just 1 coin per pull, costing 3 silver pieces. Kehoe's jaw dropped. "Wait, you can actually grind for those top-tier tokens at a random street arcade?" Poche shook his head, explaining that only a single rigged machine held the jackpot. And every desperate soul in this alley was blowing their life savings trying to find. But honestly, chasing that was a total trap. Poche promised there was way crazier loot hidden deeper inside. He looked up, locking eyes with Kehoe and Kia. Kia's gaze softened as she stared at the poor kid's bruised, heavily blistered little paws. Without hesitating, she asked him to grab her 10 playing coins. His tiny face lit up like a firework. He endlessly thanked her before sprinting off into the crowd to fetch them. Kiho watched the little guy vanish, then raised an eyebrow at Kia. He asked if she was genuinely down to gamble. She shrugged, telling him to go ahead and pull the lever quietly, adding that this city ruthlessly exploited the local Limpu kids for cheap labor. Kiho's expression instantly darkened. Kaya laid it out: if you were born a Limpu in this neon hellscape, landing a legit safe gig was literally impossible. It was the exact same messed up system as the half-elves who got thrown into bloody gladiator death matches the second they could stand on their own 2 feet. The little rabbit darted back out of the shadows, clutching a heavy pouch of tokens. He handed it to Kia, wishing them a crazy lucky streak, and turned to bounce away. But Kiho suddenly called out, telling the kid to hold up. He gently tossed a shiny coin right into his Pache froze, totally bewildered, stammering out a question of why he would do that. Kiho just smiled, saying he liked the kid's awesome vibe. It was just a little tip to reward his pure hustle and sweet energy. A silent prayer that the kid wouldn't get mugged and would actually use the cash to survive. The second the cold metal touched his bruised paws, Poche's massive eyes sparkled with pure shock. Heavy, warm tears of joy started streaming down his furry. He sobbed out a million thank yous. With this kind of cash, he could finally afford the pricey meds to save his sick baby brother. He dropped into a deep, shaking bow, pouring out every ounce of gratitude from the very bottom of his tiny heart. He wished them the most epic, victorious adventure ever, then joyfully sprinted off into the neon glow. Kiho just let out a breath and turned back to his partner. He joked that it was time to test if his RNG luck had finally tanked. They ended up grinding the slots for a bit. Shockingly, Kiho busted all his tokens, but he honestly couldn't care less. Kia burst out laughing playfully, roasting him for actually thinking he'd snipe an Ormekon token. Cracking jokes, they finally rolled up to their main objective, the Tikris Information Guild. Pushing past the heavy doors, a sharp-dressed receptionist instantly gave them a polite nod. She asked if they were the VIP clients who had booked ahead. Without missing a beat, she chanted a quick spell, and a brilliant magical circle flared up right beneath their boots. In a flash of light, they were warped straight into an insanely lavish penthouse office. Sitting there oozing authority was Varens, the head honcho of the Intel network. He leaned forward, confirming that they were trying to track down some missing players. Kiho and Kia just casually sank into the plush leather couch right across from him. Kia didn't beat around the bush. They needed the exact coordinates of an immortal spellcaster and a rogue archer. Varens rubbed his chin, pointing out that players with those specs were insane. However, his spies did have tabs on a certain White Tower prodigy. Based on their intel, only one absolute wildcard matched the profile: Kellyan. He is a truly unique player. Back in the day, the elitist snobs at the White Tower heavily blacklisted any immortal players from entering. But Kellyan was a total madman. He literally ditched his player identity and hardcore roleplayed as an NPC, blending into their snobby society flawlessly. The guy hustled so hard he officially ranked up to a top-tier wizard in his senior year. But honestly, the veteran mages absolutely despised him for breaking the meta. Kiho blinked in shock, asking what the hell the guy did to trigger them so badly. Varens just flashed a wicked smirk, leaning in and whispering that for the right price he could easily dig up his exact location. But hold up, the guy actually demanded a favor first. Kaya instantly fired up, demanding to know if she heard that right. Wasn't the guild supposed to hand out intel for free? The keeper frantically waved his hands, begging her to chill out. He swore this specific intel was way too classified for the general public, adding that he would owe them big time if they cleared a tiny side quest as payment. Kia crossed her arms and listened, as he explained that just around the corner sat Mount Malik. Its peak housed some ancient ruins called the Olive Pass, and Mose needed to wipe out every single ghost haunting the place. No spells required, just raw blade work. The guy claimed the stage was totally set. Our boy just had to flex his combat stats. Stepping out of the guild hall, Kia shook her head, completely baffled. Why was the keeper suddenly throwing random hurdles at the swordsman and gatekeeping the info? They seriously didn't have time for this. Kiho rubbed his chin and casually asked what the harm was in playing along. Her jaw practically dropped. He shrugged, admitting this ghost hunt sounded way more entertaining than trekking to Aspergon and grinding his usual swordsman duties. She instantly snapped at him, making him flinch. "What's wrong?" he stammered nervously. She locked eyes with him. Weren't he and Sharon partners? They fought in the exact same squad. Did he honestly not give a damn about her? Just because he was an immortal, guilt slammed into him. He stared at the dirt, realizing he just dropped some out-of-touch gamer logic. Straight to Kia's face, someone who actually lived and breathed in this reality. Deep down, he was just a regular dude named Lee Kehoe. But here he was, Mose, the undisputed #1 player in the circuit world. And the longer he stayed, the bigger the massive disconnect between his two identities grew. Kia's voice softened. She admitted she always thought he hit different compared to the other immortals, because he actually cared about the locals. But at the end of the day, he was still a player, meaning he could eventually adapt. Their toxic, detached mindset. Even if it sounded super selfish, she wanted him to stay the exact same Mose she first met. He gazed off into the distance, letting her words sink in before locking eyes with her again, pure determination on his face. He straight up apologized. Uttering that garbage was a huge mistake. He and Sharon were ride-or-die partners, and they needed to have each other's backs. He gently grabbed her hand, thanking her, and swearing he would never change. Who he was. Fast forward, they touched down at the harbor, where Kia spotted Poche sulking alone in a dark alleyway. She jogged over, flashing a warm smile. Wasn't he heading home? But the second he looked up, she gasped at his totally bruised, busted face. Absolute panic hit her. She tightly gripped his shoulders, desperately asking who did this. The poor guy could barely mumble, prompting Kehoe to step up, his voice dead serious as he demanded answers. Who beat him down? Pochai gulped hard. Tears spilled down his cheeks as he choked out a broken apology. That ultra-rare coin they gifted him, Suyamon snatched it. Poche swore up and down that he earned it fairly. But that scumbag branded him a lying thief anyway, threatening to sacrifice him to the ghosts at the Olive Pass. The duo froze. Waits the exact same Olive Pass. Wasting zero time, they pulled up to Suyamon's heavily fortified mansion. Crouching in the thick brush, Kia scoped out the insane amount of security patrolling the perimeter. But Kehoe didn't even flinch. An army of guards meant literally nothing to him. Cut to the inside of the mansion, Suyamon lounged in his crazy expensive VIP room, spitting curses. He barked at his lackey to drag in some fresh meat. That was actually useful. He didn't care how dirty the job got. Just make sure the new guy wouldn't drop dead in 60 seconds. Like the last loser. He stomped down the grand staircase, completely unaware our heroes were lurking right underneath the steps. He bragged that sure, the Silver Cat Society hooked him up with his boss status. But at the end of the day, he was the mastermind milking those absolute clowns for all their cash. Plus he was totally stressing, because they barely scraped together 4,000 gold this month. He schemed to launch a fake rumor, claiming the vending machines were already stocked with 10 ore Mekon. Let those greedy suckers drain their wallets dry, and now some little street rat had the audacity to rob him. He plotted to execute half the slums in broad daylight as a brutal warning. Hearing that psycho rant, Kea totally lost her cool and lunged from the shadows. Kehoe fiercely whispered for her to stop, but the damage was done. Suyamon caught the noise and spun around only to meet a high-speed fist flying straight into his face. Kea clocked him with everything she had, sending the crime boss stumbling back. Clutching his gushing nose, he screamed for his security squad, but Kea just smirked like a total badass. Wrapping her knuckles tightly, she casually dropped the bomb. His so-called guards were already out of commission. They were either knocked cold or crying somewhere in the bushes. She wound up for one final devastating haymaker, unleashing an absolute beatdown on the mobster. Watching her snap, Kehoe just crossed his arms and let her cook. Brushing the dust off her hands, she casually strolled back over to Kehoe with a sheepish apology. The girl seriously just needed a punching bag to vent her massive frustration. Pivoting back to the bruised loser on the floor, she flashed a dangerously sweet smile and suggested a little chat. It was time for him to spill the tea on the Olive Pass situation. Rocked by the absolute beatdown, Xiaomon stubbornly clamped his mouth shut, refusing to drop a single word. That is, until she hoisted a massive skull-crushing statuette right over his head. Suddenly, the guy became a total chatterbox, blurting out that the pass was actually a twisted underground casino. Gamblers were literally throwing down bets against phantoms. Thoroughly mind-blown, our boy demanded to know, how the heck does that even work? Shaking the guy exposed the Society of Silver Cats, an elite squad of snobby, rich aristocrats pulling the strings. These elites tossed a massive bag of cash at a dark magic user who unleashed a boss-tier specter right into the pass. This phantom acted as bait, reeling in desperate brawlers and reckless immortals with the promise of an insane payday if they won. The catch, absolutely zero challengers have ever walked away from this nightmare. Surviving even 3 minutes is literally impossible, boiling with rage. Kia snatched the scammer by the collar, dragging him inches from her furious glare. She screamed at him to confess exactly how much cash he dumped into this meat grinder. Trading lives for shiny coins, Kiho quickly stepped in, urging her to They desperately needed the rest of the intel. Dropping the trembling mess to the floor, Xiaoman choked out that tomorrow's event was. Rumor had it that the absolute most overpowered immortal was stepping up to clash with the Phantom. Click. The puzzle pieces suddenly snapped together in Kiho. The shady info guild was totally running the show. He finally saw right through Varen's sneaky trap. Grinding her teeth loud enough to echo, Kia snapped that it was insanely twisted, that the guild was actually rubbing elbows with these scumbags. Flexing her fists, she looked ready to pound Xiaoman into the sobbing and begging for his life. Luckily, Kiho intervened. The dude's empire was already crumbling. Once the city caught wind that those sketchy slot machines were totally rigged, without a single drop of actual loot inside. The second that scandal dropped, the outraged public would completely tear. Squinting at the pathetic rat who was literally foaming at the mouth from sheer panic, Kia seriously considered delivering. Just one more devastating kick to his ribs, but ultimately let it slide. Pivoting the vibe, our main guy suggested they hit the road for their next quest, mentally promising Varen that he'd painfully regret dragging him into this mess. Cut to voluntary and insanely massive archive, constructed by the ancient Azaris elites to piece together the city's wiped-out lore. It's basically a VIP-only zone, locked tight behind mystical keystones carved straight from the legendary Abel tree. Examining his personal pass, Kiho calculated he had roughly 12 hours to burn before crashing the Olive Pass. A quick detour to the restricted archives felt like a solid power move. He offered to bring Kia along for the ride, but she instantly shot the idea down. That magic pass was strictly locked to him as an official Azara citizen. She wasn't about to go breaking ancient city codes, but she did ask a massive favor. Could he track down a specific text, the minstrel coffer? Nodding, he activated the glowing relic. Stepping through the crackling portal, his jaw dropped at the mind-bending scale of the endless bookshelves. Ping a golden system alert popped up, triggering a hidden mission. Locate the personal journal of Lavager, a legendary half-elf forger, who survived brutal discrimination and endless torment, yet flexed an absolutely god-tier talent for crafting weapons. His masterpiece 11 insanely overpowered custom-engraved blades. But to track down this mythical arsenal securing that hidden diary was step one. Kiho's eyes lit up with pure hype. The mystery behind his own weapons was finally unraveling. If he scores that ancient book, it's basically a treasure map straight to the remaining legendary swords. Without wasting a single second, he dove deep into the dusty. But reality hit hard. How do you find one single notebook in this ocean of paper? A spark of hope hit him. Surely this magical place had a search bar. Nope, absolutely denied. The system was totally unhelpful. He'd actually have to touch grass, wander this ridiculously massive maze on foot, and physically scan every single shelf for the prize. Fast forward. 12 totally useless manuals were already tossed onto the marble floor, and he practically screamed at the ceiling that who literally forces a player to blindly search for one tiny item in a massive open world, and clung to the fact that at least the aisles were sorted by category. But with hundreds of thousands of heavy tomes looming over him, the sheer volume of racks was soul-crushing. At this agonizing pace, he'd be blowing dust off covers until he was ancient, just to find the right section. Stomping his foot, he threw his arms up and aggressively hyped himself up. His stamina was literally infinite. Channeling that sweaty gamer energy, he aggressively dived right back into the paper labyrinth. The clock was aggressively ticking down, but quitting wasn't in his code. Hours of grinding later, his fingers finally brushed the legendary journal, and a sweet system chime confirmed the quest was officially active. The second he popped the item open, a massive quest tree exploded onto his screen, dropping the exact coordinates for 5 missing blades. But one specific marker caught his absolute attention. The legendary Jerba. The lore was brutal. Its previous master was discovered totally shredded in the wreckage of Various Street. The craziest part, he was sliced to pieces by his own floating weapon. That bloody incident sent massive shockwaves straight through the info guild. Whispers claimed the haunted blade was dancing around, completely hijacked by an invisible mage. Kiho practically pumped his fist. The RNG gods were smiling today. If he had rage quit that dust, knocking that massive ego down a peg felt incredibly satisfying. And honestly, his master plan was finally falling right into place. Now he just had to hunt down a few rare grimoires for Kia. Stepping out of the glowing portal, he called out her name, announcing he was finally back. Absolute silence. He froze in his tracks, totally caught off guard. There she was, curled up fast asleep on the sofa. She must have totally crashed while waiting up for him. Sliding quietly onto the cushion beside her, he couldn't help but think she'd be way more comfortable in a real bed. His eyes traced the soft lines of her face, stirring up a massive wave of emotion. Yeah, he was completely falling for her. But crossing the boundary between two drastically different worlds, did he even have the right to drop a confession like that? He'd kept his mouth shut this whole time, because forcing her to answer felt insanely selfish. But deep down, weren't all these intense doubts just proof that he actually cared deeply about this reality? He just needed to scrape together an ounce of courage. Suddenly, a soft voice snapped him out of his trance. Whispering his name, she slowly blinked awake. She groggily rubbed her eyes, asking when exactly he got back. Guilt washed over him. He really should have woken her. Sweating bullets, he awkwardly stammered that he had literally just walked in. Gently, he slipped the heavy tome into her hands. Her face instantly lit up with pure joy, gasping that she was finally holding the legendary text. For the very first time. Flashing a radiant smile, she thanked him profusely, gushing about how incredibly lucky she was to have him as her friend. Ouch. That dreaded F-word stung like crazy, but he played it cool. Tearing his gaze away, he noticed the blood-red sunset bleeding through the window. Time was up. They needed to move right now. It was time to pull off the ultimate high-stakes gamble. Fast forward to absolute chaos. A demonic spirit viciously ambushed Kiho, slashing him deep, while Viren's practically live-streamed the brutal carnage from the sidelines. The announcer mockingly roared that anyone who bet their cash on the kid was dead broke, sending the twisted crowd into fits of cruel laughter. Hidden in that toxic sea of spectators, Kia watched in absolute terror for her best friend. Meanwhile, our MC's glowing blades levitated. Viren sneered, claiming that no matter how cracked his stats were back in the ordinary world, he was totally powerless here. The nightmarish phantom loomed directly in his path, and brandishing a cursed blade. They literally mirrored the exact same combat skills, but even while gasping for air, a bruised Kiho locked in ready for round 2. Rewind a bit to the kickoff of this insane underground tournament. VIPs rolled up to Olive Pass in ridiculously flashy carriages, their identities completely concealed behind. The shady host greeted the elites right at the crumbling ruin gates, ushering them through a shimmering magical barrier. Sure, the guy rocked a theatrical feline disguise, but that signature piercing gave him away instantly. It was definitely Viren's. A few yards back, our dynamic duo crouched silently in the thick brush. Whispering, Kia pointed out the obvious no creepy cat mask, no entry. Our MC nodded, explaining that these filthy rich snobs were exclusively here to gamble massive fortunes. But he already formulated a brilliant infiltration plan. She just needed to swipe a disguise and totally melt into the chaotic audience. Once inside, she had to drop a staggering 100 Ormicons entirely on him. Her eyes practically popped out of her skull. 100 tokens at once, she hissed and could they seriously risk blowing that much cash in one shot? Flashing a cocky smirk, he playfully challenged if she really thought he'd take the L. She blinked, utterly speechless, before letting out a soft giggle, declaring with absolute certainty that he was practically invincible. Locking eyes, he urged her to bet everything on his victory, revealing a hidden exploit to dominate the arena, assuming these walls were actually ancient ruins. Boom! The ultimate heist was officially in motion. Striding with zero hesitation, our boy marched straight up to the heavily guarded entrance. The menacing bouncer blocked his path, questioning if he was perhaps Moses. Instantly, our MC caught on. The guy was playing totally dumb to keep their cover intact. Playing along, he gave a slick nod of confirmation. The guard waved him through, mentioning the gladiators were being dispatched in strict sequence with a whole lineup of brutal brawlers ahead in the queue. He just needed to step into the bloodbath and chill. Meanwhile, the Grand Coliseum was absolutely packed to the brim. Kia had seamlessly dissolved into the screaming mob. Taking center stage, Viren's hyped up the VIPs, screaming how he could literally taste the bloodlust and adrenaline radiating from the stands for tonight's epic showdown. He promised an unbelievably savage clash that would shatter the history of these ancient stones, introducing the reigning titan of Olive Pass. Boasting a flawless record of 31 agonizing victories and absolutely zero defeats. An ominous sleep demon drifted into the death ring. It was hands down one of the most lethal entities. The Silver Cat Society controlled, forged from the cursed soul of a legendary blade master who fatally decided to catch some Z's in this very valley. Paying the ultimate price for his stupid mistake, the Phantom is now permanently chained to these ruins, screaming into an eternity of servitude. And in the opposite corner, the crowd went absolutely feral for the challenger, the immortal Fearless, a deadly marksman trained by the brutal assassins of the Blackest Spire. A massive hulking teenager armed with a colossal bow stomped onto the dirt. Watching from the shadows, Kiho couldn't help but wonder if these other gladiators were actual players in disguise. They obviously migrated here to snag that massive cash jackpot, but considering the demonic wraith had a literal 0% loss rate, this boss fight was going to be pure nightmare fuel. The second Viren signaled the bell, the giant sniper unleashed a relentless barrage of projectiles, but the Phantom casually swatted the hyperspeed arrows away like flies. With a flick of the wrist, he sent his ghostly blade soaring through the air, a terrifying flex of spectral mastery. Our MC narrowed his eyes at the levitating weapon, silently calculating if it was one of the fabled engraved relics. Back on the battlefield, the giant archer's face completely drained of color in pure unadulterated panic. The crowd ate this up. It's exactly the sick thrill they paid for. The ghoul aggressively slashed his arm forward, and the cursed steel ripped right into the target. Kiho winced, squeezing his eyes shut as he Phantom felt the agonizing strike. Just like that, the hulking sniper got one-shotted into oblivion and hit the dirt. Virens immediately crowned the Wicked Spirit the winner. The crowd burst into brutal laughter, absolutely dragging the kid for being a total rookie. Like, what was his endgame here? Everyone and their mother knew he was going down, but man, not that fast. Virens announced that a measly 4 Ormicons had been slapped down on the giant archer. Probably just a couple of snobby royals dropping a pity bet. Kia ground her teeth together, sweating bullets, as she secretly labeled the whole crowd a bunch of total psychopaths. Right after that, it was time for the next showdown. The swordsman Mose swaggered into the blood-stained arena, and Virens hyped up the crowd, announcing that it looked like the demonic entity finally had a legit challenger stepping up to the plate. Our boy ditched his heavy cloak, locking in for an epic clash, and the audience instantly started buzzing. Whispers rippled through the stands. Wait, what the heck is he doing in a blood sport like this? The whole arena figured absolutely nobody would risk their cash on him, which completely pissed Kia off. She practically vaulted out of her seat, screaming at the top of her lungs that she was dropping 100 Ormicons on Mose. The swordsman shot her a cocky smirk, leaving the rest of the VIPs absolutely shook. She didn't give a single damn about losing her bag. The peanut gallery immediately started trashing her wild flex, calling her nothing but a spoiled, filthy rich wannabe. Meanwhile, Virens narrowed his eyes. What the hell was her game plan? Their own payout, but he just flashed a shark-like grin, taunting the crowd to grow a pair and take a gamble. This matchup was about to go insanely hard. He officially kicked off the bloodbath, and in a split second, the Phantom plunged its heavy blade straight toward Mose's skull. But our guy didn't even flinch, launching his own lethal counterattack, parrying the brutal strike with a levitating blade. Virens gasped in pure hype, shouting that Mose was flexing the exact same trick. His weapon was literally floating in midair, an absolute game-changer that had the crowd going wild. The floating steel locked dead onto the Phantom's chest. It honestly looked like one of those flying daggers was about to skewer the demon right through its creepy skull. But in a glitchy blink, the ghost teleported right behind Kiho, delivering a massive slash. Kiho grunted, realizing his raw physical hits were basically ghosting straight through the monster. Thank God for his armor's passive buff, or he would have been sliced into confetti right then and there. The dark entity whipped its massive sword around for a second brutal sweep, and our MC fiercely redirected his own blade to block the onslaught, clashing steel against steel. He anxiously bit his lip, doing the math in his head. Only Karma and Sharma had the raw stats to actually put down their old comrade Jerb, who was currently spamming ranged attacks like a coward. The problem was Kiho's twin blades were built for stabbing, leaving him totally vulnerable to Jerb's heavy sweeping cleaves. He was backed into a corner, forced to desperately turtle up, just to survive this absolute nightmare of a matchup. Brawn alone wasn't going to cut it against a literal Phantom. First things first, he had to completely jam up that demonic blade, and he knew exactly which wildcard to play. Liaro, who honestly had garbage combat stats, didn't earn his legendary status through brute force, but by hoarding ridiculously overpowered artifacts. When hyper-rare loot was scavenged from the deepest, darkest dungeon ruins, he could literally trap their essence inside a mystical orb. The ultimate hack, successful destruction. If the math checked out, this insane skill might actually against a vengeful soul sealed inside a cursed weapon. It was a massive gamble, but to pull it off, he somehow had to slap his bare hand directly onto Jerv. The ghost's cursed steel aggressively pushed down on him, forcing him to gasp for air under the crushing weight. Still, our guy planted his boots deep into the dirt, bracing for the next lethal combo. Viren spotted his shaky stamina from a mile away and sarcastically asked if the swordsman was already gassing out. He mocked the poor suckers who threw their money at a sinking ship. Kiho instantly flipped his strategy, zooming his focus entirely onto the weapon instead of the phantom, and launched his floating blades like homing missiles. But the dark entity just flicked its wrist, and Jerv, casually deflecting the barrage, lunged past Kiho and sliced a nasty gash right across his ribs. Up in the stands, Kia's heart dropped into her stomach. Then, the demonic phantom tightly clenched its spectral fist, hoisting its arm high into the air. The cursed blade locked dead center onto our MC's chest. He aggressively ground his teeth together, making a psychotic split-second choice. The only way to catch this bastard was to literally take the hit. Shink Jerv's blade violently skewered straight through Kiho. Ignoring the agonizing pain, he violently clamped his bare hand around the sharp steel and smashed his lucky destruction skill. A blinding shockwave erupted, kicking up a massive cloud of arena dirt. The entire Colosseum held its breath in dead silence. As the thick smoke finally blew away, the towering phantom was literally glitching out of reality. Crying thick tears of blood, Jerv whispered a tragic thank you, before crumbling into absolute nothingness. Kiho let out a heavy, shaky breath. He stared down at the glowing orb, now resting quietly in his palm, and slowly hoisted his fist into the air to claim his. Viren's practically lost his mind over the mic, screaming that this was straight up impossible. This underdog had just flatlined the reigning undefeated Titan. Of the Blood Arena, the entire stadium sat there completely stunned, instantly realizing their wallets had just been entirely wiped out. Meanwhile, that supposed arrogant royal who casually dropped 100 grand on Moe's earlier just secured a fat bag of 231 Ormicons. Kia smirked like an absolute boss, while Varane stood there sweating, totally unprepared for a high roller to crash his rigged game. But whatever he reasoned, the cash always stayed trapped inside the Silver Cat Society's web anyway. They would just drain those shiny Ormicons right back out of her through the next shady events. Fast forward to the next morning, and Viren stumbled upon one of his own cartel members knocked out cold in the dirt. It hit him like a ton of bricks. The high-rolling VIP who placed that massive 100 Ormicon bet was a total fake. He screamed a vicious string of curses into the air, while somewhere else Kia happily handed Kiho their massive mountain of loot. I was low-key terrified for a minute there, she teased. Seriously though, what kind of insane voodoo magic did you— He just chuckled, admitting the whole stunt was a massive gamble. If that skill had glitched out, yeah, I'd be absolutely toast right now. She flashed a smirk and pitched her next big idea since they were riding this crazy winning streak. Why not hit the slots? He instantly shut that down with a hard head shake. No shot was he risking another brutal losing streak. The dust finally settled with the Tigress Information Guild totally exposing Viren. By the very next morning following the absolute chaos at Olive Pass, massive bounties dropped directly on their heads. But those rats knew exactly how to scrub their tracks. Plus the Silver Cat Society, the actual shadows pulling Viren's strings, somehow ghosted the entire investigation. Naturally, the authorities conveniently ignored the glaring reality of corrupt elites backing this whole mess. Still, these fugitives definitely won't be sleeping easy anytime soon, not with a fat target painted on their backs, especially after bleeding the Silver Cat Society dry. You don't have to be a genius to figure out that way. Worse things than random mercs are hunting them down now. Anyway, pivoting back, Taiho and Ki rolled up to the Information Guild to track down the big boss Goldenhead Rhyron. The second they crossed paths, the guy totally skipped the small talk, demanding they get straight to business. What kind of intel were they after? Our boy didn't hesitate. They were hunting down two specific immortals. A guy running a mage build and a girl maining archer. He casually dropped that immortal mages were basically unicorns around here. Rhyron flashed a knowing grin. Spot on. Turns out this particular spellcaster was actually insanely high profile in these parts. Pinpointing the exact dude they meant was an absolute breeze for the guild. Their intel showed he triggered a teleport right before vanishing entirely off the grid. Tracking his exact launch pad, super easy, but pinpointing his actual drop zone, complete dead end. However, their snoops did catch a massive anomaly. A strictly forbidden spell called Telope got cast dead inside the White Tower. The spell's entire gimmick completely scrambling teleport coordinates. Tension instantly spiking. Our guy asked the million-dollar question, could someone have literally... The guildmaster nodded grimly. If our mage wasn't the one casting that jammer, then yeah, that dark theory tracks perfectly. A straight-up abduction. But hey, right now it's just a working theory without hard proof. The only concrete fact he can offer, if any blood actually spilled inside that tower, the guild's alarms would have been ringing. So, bottom line, the guy warped out of that building breathing. If they're sweating bullets over his survival, their next stop absolutely has to be the city of Lundaverin. Meanwhile, let's rewind a bit to when the actual kidnappers made their move. Sharon had been knocked out cold for like 4 solid hours by the time our quote-unquote arrogant immortal finally blinked awake. Kellyan blinked through the haze, glaring up directly at his captors. Shocker, it was Hasfoy and his pathetic little squad looming right over him. His memories slammed back. He and Sharon were supposed to warp straight into the Toika dimension, but the very second the portal snapped shut, the vibe felt totally off. Boom, entirely wrong location. Then that rat Hasfoy insta slept Sharon and ambushed him hard. Gasping for air, Kellyan demanded they back the hell off immediately. Playing completely dumb, he acted clueless about how that Talopi spell hijacked them. Hasfoy's face just twisted into pure disgust, and he didn't even hesitate, brutally jabbing his magic wand straight into Kellyan. Ripping a raw scream from Kellyan's throat, Hasfoy spat that he was nothing but an arrogant punk. "You still don't grasp the utter hell you're in, do you?" he hissed. That pride was a lethal sin, and he was more than happy to carve that lesson right into his flesh. The absolute psycho kept raining down blows, practically getting high off the cruelty, until dark crimson started pooling on the floor. When he finally paused for breath, one of his lackeys nervously stammered, "Dude, he's not dead, right?" Hasfoy snapped his neck around, immediately branding the guy a brain-dead moron. "No duh, he's breathing. The freak is literally immortal. The absolute worst damage he inflicted, maybe a shattered rib or two." Down on the ground, Kellyan gritted his blood-stained teeth, his mind racing a mile a minute. Logging out of the game right now? Absolutely not an option. If he rage quit, Sharon would be left completely alone with these monsters. Forcing a painful smirk, he barked up at Hasfoy's goons, loudly mocking them, as nothing but lapdogs on a very short leash. "What, terrified of catching a murder charge?" he sneered. "You losers have spent your entire lives desperately trying to match my shadow, just masking how insanely pathetic you actually are." They all literally grinded through the exact same Magical Academy syllabus. If they needed a scapegoat for their garbage stats, they'd better buy a mirror. They slacked off, totally dodged the hard work, and now had the sheer audacity to stand there gloating, acting all superior just because of his immortal trait. Fists violently trembling with rage, he absolutely roared that their cowardice was spitting on everything the White Tower stood for. Hasfoy just clapped back with a wicked, super patronizing sneer. "Oh, listen to the poet," he taunted. Yeah, they were all painfully aware of it. He violently yanked Kellyan up by his scalp, forcing him to meet his dead eyes. "While we were out here breaking our backs, basically kissing up to those crusty instructors all damn year, you just effortlessly smooth-talked your way to the top." Hasfoy growled that if the review board had ever caught wind of his little immortality, they would have thrown his official mage application straight into the incinerator. To them, Kellyan's simply breathing was a toxic stain on the White Tower's entire prestige. But enough dwelling on the past. Hasfoy darkly whispered that it was finally time for the main event, spelling out their sick little master. Pure absolute icy terror flooded Kellyan's veins. "Leave her out of this. She has nothing to do with us," he screamed frantically. But Hasfoy's evil grin only widened, cruelly taunting that his panicked meltdown proved exact. "You know there's a highly illegal homunculus lab tucked away in the basement here, right?" Hasfoy asked smoothly. With a deeply twisted laugh, he added that a guy who literally cannot die makes the ultimate guinea. By doing this, they could completely break down the homunculus's battle stats, guaranteeing them a god-tier thesis. The crew cracked up, but Kellyan totally freaked. "Are you absolutely out of your mind?" The dude just smirked right back, brushing him off. He claimed he would figure it out, and this little side quest was their golden ticket to secure. He barked at his squad to drag the item over, leaving Kellyan absolutely paralyzed with dread. Muttering that the whole squad had gone insane, they hauled out the Doclama's kaleidoscope. This relic was completely blacklisted, locked away for extreme emergencies only. Tearing open a rift to an alternate dimension using a living catalyst could unlock a massive vault of ancient lore, but the backlash was usually way too brutal to risk. The guy leading the charge declared he would act as the human key for the dimensional gateway. After all, nobody had a clue what kind of chaos would drop if they sparked a portal. Using an immortal as the anchor right, they were about to blaze a trail into completely uncharted magical territory. They would go down in history as absolute legends, right on cue. A glowing system prompt flashed right in Kellyan's face. Hidden Quest. Fighting Spirit is now live. Flashing forward to the present, Kiho and Kia finally rolled into Londavarin. Plunked right in the Espargan continent, this place was basically Mecca for magic users, boasting a massive white tower piercing the sky dead in the center. The duo stepped out into a sprawling plaza, totally decked out with a breathtaking fountain and the looming spire above. Kia's eyes went wide, totally starstruck. "You can instantly tell this place runs on pure magic," she gushed. The building designs alone were completely out of this world. What really caught their attention, though, were these glowing runes circling the water. Whenever a random civilian stepped on one, poof, they vanished into thin air. Catching Kiho staring, a random dude materialized right beside him, whispering that it was just a shortcut. Kiho jumped nearly out of his skin, shouting in pure panic, while the stranger instantly threw his hands up, begging for forgiveness. He totally did not. He explained that recently tons of newcomers were getting hopelessly lost, trying to track down the Lundavarin Intel Guild, so the brass dispatched him to run interference and guide people. He introduced himself as Zaire, an official inquisitor. He gestured for them to tag along, but both of them gave him massive side-eye. Our boy instantly scanned the guy and realized he was packing insane levels of power, easily putting him right up there with heavy hitters like Lydorn. "Yeah, but how do we actually know you are not faking this guild badge?" Kiho challenged. Zaire bowed his head, apologizing again for rushing things. He was still getting the hang of dealing with humans. He casually dropped the bomb that he was actually a homunculus, engineered from scratch by the White Tower Wizards and hardwired to serve the Intel Guild. That glowing brand stamped on his face, pure proof of ownership. Kiho's jaw dropped. "Wait, you are literally a lab-grown human? Is that even a real thing?" Zaire just smiled, replying that, yeah, sparking artificial life is insanely tough, but those top-tier wizards pull it off. Since Lundavarin was built from the ground up by spellcasters, anyone walking these streets can spam spatial magic without breaking a sweat. Those shortcut runes were basically the city's subway system. A massive buried dimensional crystal powers the whole grid, letting you warp around without needing personal warp tokens. He literally has the entire map downloaded into his brain. If he gave them a flawless VIP tour, would they finally drop their guard? Sticking to the main roads would only get them into the basic tourist trap zones. All the juicy high-clearance sectors were completely locked off to normies. Deciding to roll the dice, our hero gave the green light, and just like that, the trio stepped onto a glowing platform and zipped away. Popping out right in front of the Intel Guild HQ, Zaire waved them inside. He escorted them straight to the big boss, the Golden Leader. They dumped their whole situation on his desk, and the guy just frowned, scratching his head. He straight up verified that, yeah, there was definitely a sketchy warp breach deep inside the tower. Kiho pointed out that infiltrating that place was supposedly impossible, which the boss totally backed up. The White Tower turf is heavily locked down by the Magic Council, meaning his info brokers had zero authority to poke their noses in. Zaire chimed in, comparing it to a sacred temple for blade masters. You just don't trespass. The guild boss laid it out flat. There were zero backdoors into that fortress unless you survived the official wizard trials. He muttered an apology for being useless and dipped out. But the second the door clicked shut, Zaire leaned in and whispered that they were not completely out of options. Cash is the ultimate skeleton key, even in a magical stronghold. All they had to do was slip some serious money to an insider to smuggle them through. Kiho leaned in, hissing, "Then why the heck did your boss just tell us it was a dead end?" Zaire dropped his voice even lower, explaining that doing it by the book was a nightmare, but he was their plug for slipping through the cracks under the radar. Whipping out a comms orb, he dialed up a contact named Raiden. He smoothly asked for a massive solid looking to hook some VIPs up with a rogue spellcaster, and stressed that they needed it done immediately. Raiden shot back coordinates for a shady spot down southeast, telling them to bring their business face to face. Kiho and Kia instantly locked eyes, huge smirks lighting up their faces. Wasting zero time, Zaire urged them to hustle over. It was time to meet the wizard who would be their living lockpick. Stepping out of the HQ, Zaire warned them to sprint out of the warp crystal's active radius. It was incredibly critical. Our hero was just throwing out a quick thanks for the carry, when suddenly a mob of enraged anti-immortal rioters started screaming their lungs out from the nearby alley. Reacting purely on instinct, Zaire yanked a dark hood hard over Kehoe's head, whispering a rushed apology and promising they would be back in the clear. A massive mob swarmed the streets, screaming at the immortals to pack up and get out. "This is our world," they roared. Kia squinted at the chaotic crowd. "Who are these guys?" Zaire's voice dropped. "They're Li Don's disciples." Instantly the color drained from Kehoe's face. "They're carrying out the dead master's legacy," Zaire whispered. "Guild intel says their influence is skyrocketing every single day. He's already got 3 million diehard fans. And honestly, that's just the ones flexing their loyalty in public. Throw in the tens of millions of everyday citizens dodging players like the plague, and the real numbers are terrifying. We're literally talking hundreds of millions here." Zaire shot a dead serious glare at Kehoe. "You're the immortal who flatlined Li Don. Keep that hood up. We need to vanish before this turns into a bloodbath." As they shoved their way through the raging mob, Kehoe's stomach tied into knots, the furious chants echoing in his skull. Ducking into a dead-end alley, Kia grabbed his shoulder. "Hey, you holding up all right?" "Just feeling a little trashed," he muttered. Suddenly, Zaire's communication sphere flared to life. It was Raiden. Raiden's voice was shaking out of control. "There's a swordsman tearing through the building. Some freak calling himself a Lao Shan master. The whole plan is totally busted." A brutal wet crunch echoed through the sphere, followed by Raiden's agonizing shrieks and choking gasps. Then, dead silence. "Raiden! Raiden!" Zaire yelled into the glowing orb, panic spiking in his chest. Nothing. A cold, unfamiliar voice suddenly hissed through the speaker. "I'm hunting 2 little rats from Aspargon, Kehoe and Kia." The duo froze ice water dumping into their veins. Zaire ruthlessly smashed the connection shut and spun around. "Why the hell is a Lao Shan Grandmaster tracking you?" he snapped. "Did you guys break the swordsman code?" Kehoe threw his hands up. "No way. That's impossible." Kia gritted her teeth. "If we violated the taboo, our own master would— This Laotian creep has zero business stalking us. We're bouncing back to Aspargon right now, and settling this mess on our own turf." Kehoe gave a hard nod. Kia shot a sharp glance at the informant. "What about you, Zaire? What's your move? Gonna sell us out to the swordsman?" He scoffed, crossing his arms. "Don't insult me. My literal job is keeping you two alive. Plus, I trust you way more than those psychos who just raided my guild's HQ." A tiny smirk crept onto Kia's face. Loud and clear. But the second Zaire plotted an escape route, a paralyzing dread slammed into Kia. She whipped her head up to the heavens. The guys followed her gaze, their jaws dropping. The entire sky had bled into a toxic purple, while the tower's peak pulsed with a blinding, sinister glow. Zaire's instincts screamed danger. "We gotta dip, now take the back alleys." A massive shockwave erupted from the spire, raining flaming debris down on the concrete. The city instantly caught fire as terrified civilians stampeded for their lives. Battling through the chaos toward the tower, a shadowy figure blocked their path. It was Batman Jr. He eyed Kehoe up and down like a piece of meat. Well, we finally crossed paths," he purred. Kehoe tightened his grip, clueless to who this creep was. Without warning, Junior whipped out a glowing warp crystal. He crushed it in his palm, ripping open space to summon his elite hitmen, Azera and Larif. The deadly Lao Shan swordsmen answered their master's beacon, stepping out of the crackling void. As they announced themselves, a cold sweat broke out on Kia's forehead. That raspy tone. It was the exact same voice from the Junior stepped forward, his eyes burning with disgust. "I've looked the other way for far too long." Ignoring the absolute filth brewing inside the Aspargan sanctuary. "So, you're the little punk who slaughtered Li Don and crowned himself a fake hero. The prince was just a clueless kid. But he had the guts to do what was right. He saw that you immortals are nothing but blood-sucking parasites. He ripped his blade from its scabbard, aiming the and now we're taking out the trash." The Lao Shan assassins instantly dropped into lethal combat stances. Unsheathing her own weapon, Kia braced for impact and screamed. "Are you out of your minds? Do you have any idea what kind of fallout this will trigger?" Azera just flashed a twisted smirk. "Oh, what's wrong? Did the little girl forget? That you immortals slaughter innocent people just for kicks. My sworn brother was put down like a rabid dog framed for breaking the code. And then they handed his title to some random immortal. Are you seriously whining about us betraying a trash-tier organization like this?" His partner Larif scoffed bitterly. "We bled for that badge. We buried secrets, we executed black ops. Because that's what true swordsmen do. We are the literal anchors keeping this world from tearing itself apart. Yet they invited a walking disaster like you to taint our ranks. In perfect sync, the two warriors yanked their guild rings off their fingers and hurled them onto the dirt. Do you have any concept of how sickening this is? They roared. Kia's eyes blazed with fury. Keep Aspargan's name out of your filthy mouths. Junior tilted his head, mocking her. An insult, please, I'm just dropping facts. History is written by the one who walks away breathing today. The absolute second those words left his mouth, he exploded off the ground, teleporting right into Kiho's personal space. Staring down the razor-sharp steel inches from his eyeballs, pure panic seized the young hero. He violently swung his blade up, parrying the fatal strike by a hair. But in the chaos, there was a fatal blind spot. The impact literally launches him sideways. He slams his skull hard against the ground, coughing up a sickening splash of blood. Seeing him drop, Kia screams his name in total panic. But looking away costs her. Azera is already mid-air, unleashing his signature move and firing off a barrage of rapid-fire thrusts straight at her. She cleanly weaves through every single strike like it's nothing, leaping back to create some breathing room. The kid just smirks, yelling that he's just getting warmed up. He cloaks his blade in a blinding aura and shoots forward, but his strike smashes dead into a glowing magic barrier that Zyra just whipped up. Azera curses out loud. His partner barks at him to fall back, then completely buries his greatsword into the dirt, ripping up a massive wall of jagged thorns from the earth. Zyra tries to sidestep, but a massive spike erupts right in his blind spot, slashing his face open and dropping him hard to one knee. Kia's voice completely cracks as she calls out to Kiho, desperately begging to know if he's holding up. He totally brushes it off, telling her they need to focus on Zyra. He lays out the cold, hard truth. Sure, the three of them could probably jump those two sidekicks and win, but there's zero chance they're taking down that elite swordsman. They need to bail like right now. After all, that razor-sharp vine completely ripped open his cheek, leaving a nasty bleeding gash. Zyra promises to carve out an escape route for them. He admits his magic is only going to stall the guy for literally half a second. But that split second is all they need to break his line of sight so they can't be tracked. He's setting up a warp tunnel for them right now. But since Larayev completely messed up his eye, casting this heavy spell is going to drag out to a brutal 3 minutes. Once the portal is locked in, their one job is to keep that terrifying squad leader as far. The second Zyra freezes him in his tracks, they have to sprint for the gate like their lives depend on it. Kia bites her lip, desperately asking, is this actually going to work? I mean, half a second is literally nothing. Zyra shoots her a dark look, warning her that if they try to tank this guy head-on, they are totally dead meat. But Janaya catches every single word. He slowly steps toward them, giving the homunculus a slow clap, mocking him for being pretty sharp for a Guess those crazy scientists up in the White Tower weren't just messing around. But right at that moment, the entire ground starts. A blinding flash explodes at the very peak of the White Tower, morphing into a massive glowing rune that violently shoots a pillar of pure light straight into the clouds. Every single jaw drops. Our boy glares daggers at Janaya, angrily demanding, did you do this too? Janaya just shrugs it off. He claims he doesn't know jack about whatever nerds do with literally every single insane disaster in their world only started after those guys showed up. The MC narrows his eyes, asking why he's beefing with the immortals so hard. Is there some deep personal grudge? The swordsman flashes a dark, twisted grin. He starts spilling his backstory, talking about how 17 long years ago, back when he was just a rookie apprentice, he got stationed to guard this tiny, isolated village up in the frozen Gara Mountains. That was the exact moment he realized how absolutely critical his sword really was. His squad grinded day and night, bleeding to protect those innocent people with everything they had. But now, every single person in that village is a corpse, wiped completely off the map. Why? Because the oh-so-great immortals randomly decided to steal their land for a flashy new guild base, kicking the villagers straight out into the snowy peaks, right into a feeding frenzy of starving trolls. He watched the bloodbath with his own 2 eyes. He knows the absolute truth: these immortals are just filthy, greedy parasites, literally sucking their world dry. Real knights are supposed to hunt down scum like that, not roll out the red carpet and let them join the ranks. To him, it's a sickening joke. But Kia instantly snaps back fiercely, throwing herself in to defend her best friend. She literally shields him with her own body, looking Janaya dead in the eye and admitting, Yeah, okay, he's not totally wrong. Ever since the Immortals crashed into their reality, they brought a wave of insane, catastrophic nightmares nobody even knew existed. Nobody's denying that they completely wrecked the balance of the entire world. But the specific guy he's pointing his massive blade at right now, his name is Mose, and he has literally shredded evil and put his life on the line for the people of this world, way more than anyone else ever has. She screams that Janaya is completely blinded by rage, too toxic to even look at the facts. His entire vibe is just raw, unfair bias. Janaya just drops his gaze, coldly sighing that debating over morals is honestly a complete waste, because, at the end of the day, history is written by the guy who doesn't die. He violently whips his blade around, kicking up a massive tornado of pressure. He's casually flexing his insane power level, but Kiho and Kia don't even flinch. They instantly blitz forward to jump him. She leads the charge completely backed up by a storm of flying blades. But the second they get into striking range, Janaya just swats them all away like annoying flies. But Kia stays glued to him. She winds up for a lethal point-blank stab. But the elite sword, catching the killing intent in Janaya's eyes, our boy violently curses and jams his own weapon straight through the concrete right between them. The shockwave forcefully shoves the villain back. But that just gives the monster an opening to reset. Janaya slides his blade back into the scabbard, dropping his center of gravity into a terrifyingly calm stance. Kiho gets major bad vibes from this. Zaira instantly clocks the massive red flag, screaming at Kia to dodge out of the way. Janaya slowly triggers his ultimate, the 7th style feather, and the exact millisecond that steals a gigantic apocalyptic dome of pure energy completely engulfs the zone, vaporizing everything inside. The shockwave violently ragdolls Kia, launching her through the air and sending her violently tumbling across the dirt. A brutal hurricane of dust kicks up, instantly dropping their visible. A few agonizing seconds later, the dust finally clears out, and through the smoke, Janaya is already perfectly coiled up, fully ready to unleash hell all over again. But he stops dead in his tracks. A glowing magic circle flashes right in his face. Zaire pulled this off. He finally wraps up casting the spell, and Kiho and Kia snap into action. With a split second on the clock, the entire city square erupts in a blinding blaze. Just like that, a massive magical seal burns into the ground. Our guy knows he is inches away from the finish line. He whips around only to catch Zaire taking a brutal hit, blood splattering everywhere. Panic washes over him as he watches his friend drop. That is when it hits him. Junior is the one tearing them apart. The psycho slowly turns his deadly gaze toward Kia. She is absolutely paralyzed with fear, shaking like a leaf. Mose spots her stepping closer and screams her name at the top of his lungs. Throwing himself into the line of fire to shield her, a cold blade rips straight through his chest. Crimson pools out onto the cold stone floor. The merciless system flashes a brutal warning. HP at 3%. He is violently shaking, life literally draining out of him. Freaking out, Kia shrieks out with a cracked voice. Mose, oh my God, what did he do to you? Struggling, he reaches a bloody hand out toward her. He desperately warns her to stay back, barking at her to run for her life, right freaking now. Tears stream down her face, her feet completely glued to the ground, but he keeps roaring through the pain. He swears he will find her. He promises to come back and track her down. She just needs to stay alive, whatever it takes. Choking back sobs, Kia finally listens and dashes away, but Junior is not about to let her slide. He tightens his grip on his blade, leveling it straight at our hero. Mose spits blood and roars, "Hey, your beef is still with me!" Pushing past his limits, he swings his twin blades in a desperate bid to take this monster down. But Junior just stands there, tanking it with absolute arrogance. A split second later, another brutal strike slashes right into Mose's shoulder. The gash bursts open, painting the floor red. The agonizing pain is blinding, totally frying his senses as the last drop of his stamina evaporates. His legs give out and he crashes hard onto the dirt. Junior squints into the horizon, clicking his tongue, as he realizes one rat slipped the trap. Kia actually made it. She dove right through the warp gate. The villain barks an order at his goons to move out, and they immediately fall in line. Seconds later, Moses' HP hits dead zero. He is just lying there, staring up at the empty sky. The system flashes the game over screen, status dead. He is straight up banned from logging back into the circuit for a whole 7 days. 7 days out here. That translates to a grueling 21 days inside the game. Fast forward a bit, and our guy jolts violently up from his gaming rig, letting out an absolute blood-curdling scream. Snapping back to reality in his bed, he is hardcore hyperventilating. Cold sweat is literally drenching him from head to toe. A sickening wave of nausea hits him like a truck. He bolts straight to the bathroom and completely empties his stomach into the toilet. Taking a fatal blow in VR just trashed his real-world body. Staring at his own freezing, trembling hands, his mind races straight to Kia. Did she actually get away? If she just makes it to the heavenly ruler intact, she will be totally safe on board. From there, she can crash at the sanctuary, and everything will be chill. Master Robin is waiting for her there, but man, 3 entire weeks are about to fly by in the circuit. Who the heck knows what kind of chaos will go down by then? What if she is just gone for good? Even 3 hours after getting forcefully logged out, Kiho is obsessing over Kia and that bastard Junior. His anxiety is through the roof. He knows damn well that since Junior is an immortal, that monster is 100% going to track him down again, and this whole nightmare will just replay on a loop. The guy might literally spawn camp him just to make him suffer. Mose realizes he has to grind and get insanely buffed if he ever wants to body Junior. Meanwhile, Limpo checks in on the Nightmaster to see if he is holding up. He tells her to chill, swearing on Bellic's honor, that he will get their squad to the drop zone without a single scratch. She giggles at his crazy level of confidence, but honestly, she doubts the guild can even handle this mess. Pivoting toward the armored knight, she asks if he is planning on heading back. He smirks, noting that the crew could probably use a carry. Soon after, the sky above the massive tower morphs into a toxic purple, and a blinding flash nukes the entire area. Dozens of laser-like beams start raining down from the heavens, straight into the dense woods. A glowing energy dome completely engulfs the city limit. The beast's razor-sharp claws just sliced open a rift to the exact dimension they have been thirsting for. As a blinding pillar of energy blasts out from the spire, Kellyan snaps, calling his rival a total psycho. "Are you out of your damn mind?" he screams. The idiot just ripped a hole straight into the realm where his dark overlord chills. Hosfoy stammers, totally in denial. "No way. This is insane." A warp zone definitely just cracked open. A massive gate just randomly spawned in right here. "Are you blind?" Kellyan screeches. And to think this clown actually coded their entire inventory system. What a moron. This is not some sandbox dimension where you can just goof off and loot free gear. Instantly triggered, Hosfoy snatches up his staff and loses his mind, screaming at him to shut his trap because his master plan actually worked. He takes a wild swing at Kellyan, but the dude instantly tackles him in a brutal bear hug. By some stroke of pure luck, the magic staff goes flying out of his grip. Kellyan spots his opening and instantly chants an incantation, snatching the weapon right out of midair. Unleashing a rapid-fire combo of spells, he blasts Hosfoy at point-blank range, dropping him hard into the dirt. Thick blood bubbles up from his mouth, while the bystanders totally freak out, yelling that the guy just got disarmed and wrecked. He was honestly just a clueless kid. Right then, Kellyan couldn't help but notice how those fragile fingers were no match for even a simple sheet of paper. Gasping for air, a sudden chill crept down his spine. Something was seriously off. In the distance, Sharon hung slumped against a wooden pillar, completely bound. He sprinted over violently, shaking her shoulders and screaming her name, but she remained totally unresponsive. Without hesitating, he shoved his staff near her face and chanted a quick awakening spell. Her eyelids fluttered open. Gripping her throbbing head, she mumbled, asking if she had just dozed off. Hearing her voice, he frantically checked if she was okay. Blinking in utter confusion, she scanned her surroundings, demanding to know where they were. Her last memory was making a desperate run from Lydorn. Kellyan dropped his gaze, apologizing profusely. He promised to explain everything, warning her that a massive chunk of time had slipped by since then. But right now, escaping was their only priority. Out of nowhere, a terrified shriek escaped her lips. Kellyan snatched her wrist, warning her that the clock was ticking, and they had to move immediately. Yanking her forward, he paused when he heard her call his name. She realized he had rescued her during that brutal clash with Valero, and she owed him big time. But Kellyan immediately shut down her gratitude, bitterly admitting it was his fault she ended up in that absolute creep's trap in the first place. She had been blacked out for nearly 10 in-game days. Sharon's jaw dropped. Dropped 10 days? How on earth was that even mathematically possible? Guilt-ridden Kellyan confessed that the teleport spell he triggered was a total scam, dumping them in this hellhole. The hex had actually worked, plunging her into a coma. Luckily, he had mapped out an escape route, gesturing for her to stick close. Soon enough, they reached a massive stone archway. Glancing back, he suddenly asked if she had a fear of heights. Caught off guard, Sharon suspiciously demanded why he would even bring that up. Honestly, she was terrified. Sighing, he muttered that even if she was, they literally had zero options left. Begging for forgiveness in advance, he abruptly scooped her into his arms. Sharon gasped, completely flustered. Right before Kellyanne bolted full speed toward a solid brick wall. Panic spiked in her chest as she screamed at him to hit the brakes. They were about to smash straight into concrete. Terrified out of her mind, her jaw hung wide open in pure shock, until a blinding flash of white swallowed her vision. Squeezing her eyes shut against the intense glare, she was entirely blind for a split second. As the agonizing brightness finally faded, she tentatively peeked out only to realize they were literally free-falling from the roof of a towering skyscraper. Shrieking at the top of her lungs, she braced for impact, but instantly another magical burst erupted from the tower, and Kellyanne touched down on the concrete sidewalk as lightly as a feather, gently holding a completely traumatized Sharon. She gasped for air, while Kellyanne calmly announced they had warped straight to Tokyo. They were officially in the safe zone. Words swirled in his mind, but he knew they had to part ways right now. He gently urged her to log off immediately and focus on her real-life body. Nodding slowly, Sharon agreed. She had been MIA for 3 straight days, and it was seriously time to check in. Someone had probably called the cops by now, or kicked down her apartment door. Just as she prepared to disconnect, Kellyanne desperately asked for one more second. He confessed he had been guarding her the entire time she was under, but if she experienced any weird side effects back in reality, she needed to ping him immediately, pressing a glowing crystal orb into her palms. He softly added he couldn't wait to see her again. With a heavy sigh, he apologized one last time for dragging her into his personal nightmare. Without looking back, he turned and vanished down an empty alleyway. Sharon stood frozen, watching his silhouette fade, wondering why he kept taking all the blame. A faint blush crept up her cheeks as she lingered in the quiet street. Cut to a darker scene, that identical nightmarish beast from the forest was snarling, declaring that the gateway to their ultimate prize was finally ripped open. They were literally bred for absolute conquest. The hive mind had granted them one glorious mission: enslave a brand new world. Instantly, the surrounding horde erupted into deafening screeches, absolutely hyped to slaughter, wildly swinging their jagged blades in the air. Blinding columns of violet energy shot from the earth into the clouds, violently spawning wave after wave of colossal, bloodthirsty goblins ready to decimate the planet. A sudden system alert popped up. Random quest triggered. Brutality scaled up. Difficulty level C. Location Lunda Varan borders. Was the Army of Light seriously capping out at a measly 300 troops? Those 300 soldiers were massively outgunned by an imperial force of 2,000. Scoffing at the odds, the commander sneered that the enemy was completely clueless about their true firepower. They had a secret stash of homunculi, living, breathing weapons of mass destruction, staring into the void with dead, empty eyes. A young guy chuckled darkly, flexing that these monstrosities were engineered by elite sorcerers. So he couldn't afford to forget that detail. One of the knights then demanded to know why he hadn't just used his void magic to warn them in the first, asking who exactly had ripped through the dimensional rift. Did they actually figure anything out? Apparently, ever since the gateway tore open, hundreds of... Honestly, he low-key doubted the situation was dire enough to drag the actual forces of justice into this. But an order was an order. There was zero room for debate. Suddenly, frantic shouts erupted from the front lines. The enemy was closing in fast. It was the scavengers, the exact same twisted freaks that had been slaughtering innocent civilians. And man, these things were pure nightmare fuel. Drooling from massive, grotesque tongues and bearing razor-sharp fangs, the horde charged. The commander barked at the vanguard to push up. Throwing his arm forward, he signaled the strike. The entire front line thrust their spears, violently clashing with the first wave of beasts. They brutally skewered the abomination, but the commander's gut twisted. Something was way off. Didn't intel say there were hundreds? This pack was pathetic in size, and their movements felt completely unnatural. Right then, a scout snapped his head back and frantically waved the commander over. The inspector pointed out bizarre, jagged gashes littering the monsters, and those deep cuts definitely not made by their... He told the boss he needed to see this for himself. Ed stepped up, narrowing his eyes. What the hell was this? Did the immortals crash their battlefield? The knight shook his head. It looked like these scavengers were actually running away from something. Before they could process that, they glanced to the flank and heard deafening roars echoing in the distance. A massive, endless stampede of colossal, twisted monstrosities was barreling straight toward them. He screamed at his men to brace for impact and instantly locked down their defensive formation. The colossal beasts surged closer by the second, their bloodshot eyes locked on the knights, absolutely determined to trample them into dust. The commander roared for the second unit to swap in and back up the vanguard. The homunculi mages were ordered to immediately throw up magical barricades and choke off the path. Panic completely leaking into his voice, he desperately yelled at his troops to move their asses. But the horde was already upon them, completely blindsiding the right flank. A desperate knight lunged, driving his spear deep into a beast's gut. But instead of dropping dead, things went sideways fast. Pitch-black chaotic magic began erupting straight from the monster's gaping chest wound. The creature went absolutely berserk. Unleashing an ear-shattering shriek, it blasted out a shockwave that sent the fully armored knight. The fatal spear strike hadn't slowed it down for a single second, even with the blade lodged deep in its ribs and dark blood pouring out everywhere. Suddenly, the mages looked up in absolute horror. It was a meteor shower. Blinding streaks of cosmic light rained down from the heavens, slamming into the earth with devastating explosive force. As the thick smoke barely began to settle, the battered monstrosities dragged themselves back up. Ed screamed in sheer panic. "Just what kind of demons have crawled into our realm?" A terrified soldier shrieked that they were completely swarmed. Hearing the noise, a colossal freak violently snapped its neck, locking its dead eye. It had froze entirely, his mind blanking out as pure dread anchored his boots to the dirt. Boom! Out of nowhere, an elite squad of players from the Watchtower Guild crashed the battlefield. These guys were no joke. They ranked 7th globally. It was a masterclass warrior chaos, erupted once again as the endless sea of freaks violently clashed against the fresh reinforcements. Ed gritted his teeth, instantly realizing they were dealing with immortals, which totally pissed him off. Players the immortals simply didn't fear the Reaper. Because of their respawns, they dive headfirst into absolute slaughter without blinking an eye. That kind of reckless insanity makes them insanely dangerous to the locals, the ones who actually bleed sweat and fight tooth and nail just to stay alive. Mercenaries felt that unfairness the most. Still, when the Imperial Army is genuinely moments away from getting totally wiped out, having a bunch of immortal maniacs crash the party is actually a massive clutch, even if it severely damages the knights' egos. Warriors aggressively called out coordinates, rushing forward. Amidst the chaos, a girl glanced over at her buddy, asking if he was holding up okay. He admitted he was completely terrified, his whole body trembling with anxiety. She gently patted his head, reassuring him they were totally going to be fine. Why? Because they had him on their side. Once their saint drops her ultimate blessing, their entire squad receives a ridiculously insane stat boost, empowering them to absolutely obliterate the dark forces. Right on cue, the Holy Knight chanted the Prayer of Repentance, instantly buffing close quarters attack power by 240%, spiking all core stats by 32 points, and juicing up movement speed by 33%. The insane buff lasts for a whopping 311 minutes and 48 seconds. Plus, Paladin morale regenerates at a cracked 13 points per second, alongside a secondary aura boosting all base stats by 18 points and bumping up agility by an extra 18%. The buff holds for exactly 18 minutes and 1 second. On top of that, the Holy Prayer spell flexes a level 2 pain relief aura, boosting all stats by 22 points and cranking up movement speed by 15%. This bad boy lasts 21 minutes and 19 seconds. Cut to a bit later, the sky just completely blacks out with these massive ominous clouds. The knight locks in. "Did these freaks just spawn from that portal?" he growls. "Their lives might just hold the cheat code to ending this turf war, so they better not cry or beg for mercy." He's not giving them an inch. Without hesitating, he charges headfirst into the mob. Suddenly, a wild system pop-up flashes in his vision. A random quest just dropped. It's an S-tier crucial boss fight. He spots the massive 1.5 million reward, having absolutely zero clue how these guys glitched into this zone. But one thing is for sure, these beasts are a massive red flag for this universe. Tough break for them, but they are all getting clapped today. Right then, the monsters totally lose their minds. They start roaring, calling him a cocky little human absolute trash under their boots and telling him to shut his mouth. They lunge in to deal some heavy damage, but the knight just casually dash dodges out of the danger zone. The beast is absolutely stunned by his cracked agility. A split second later, the exact same monster that tried to blitz him catches a spear blade inches from its face. The knight twirls his weapon like it is weightless, slicing through the air with insane precision. Crimson sprays everywhere as the creatures get totally shredded. A beat later, the knight slides to a halt right in the center of the battlefield. The surviving monsters watching him absolutely wipe the floor with their squad instantly realize he is totally built different, easily scaling up to the 1,000 Seals tier. They decide they need to snitch to their commander immediately. The knight overhears the chatter and scoffs. 1,000 seals. So that is your power ranking system. He smirks. Save yourselves the trip. He is going to make them prove their own worth right here, right now. He rips his sword through the air, and the system chimes in, tallying up a quick 362 points for his kill streak. The bystanders watching his back quickly realize that if this slaughterfest keeps up, they will secure their slice of the quest rewards in no time. If that is the play, maybe they should just chill and wait for backup from the other guilds, instead of launching an all-out bloodbath. Just then, one of the armored dudes shrieks, "Yo, the Lebekan are pushing our lanes again." He squints. Wait, is this mob wave actually thinning out? The hype is totally getting to him. He screams at the top of his lungs, telling the squad to brace for impact. They fall back on their classic strats. The healers need to pump buffs into the vanguard. He barks orders to hold the line, soak up the aggro, and whatever happens, do not get wiped out. But when he actually peers out into the fog, his blood runs cold. Pure terror washes over his face. He stammers out, "Bro, what even is that?" A gargantuan, shadowy silhouette looms over the horizon. What in the actual hell is that, really a Lebekan? Someone pop a scouting crystal and pull up the feed now. One of the knights whips out an orb. The magical sphere sparks to life, glowing intensely, leaving the entire raid group totally speechless. It looks like these titans are plotting a massive raid straight into the Aaron Gates territory. But oddly enough, the rear wall is awkwardly low. Why, though? Maybe they ran dry on mana. It is a heavy-duty magic barrier after all. His right-hand man suggests they fall back to the keep, let the enemies push up, and then flank them hard from behind. These monsters clearly cooked up a galaxy brain strat to bait as many troops as possible into the Aaron Gates choke point before breaching. But no matter what, if they want to crash the castle gates, they still gotta shatter that protective dome first. If they play it right, the players can pull off a sick pincer maneuver from the wings, sniping any weak spots that open up. The knight smirks at the end of the day. This is just a game. There is always a counter strat, and these guys are just a bunch of brainless mobs. Gilma screams up at the watchtower, taking full command of the battalion. He orders a stacked lineup from every guild to lock down the left flank of the gate. Meanwhile, on the right side, tucked safely behind the ramparts, he groups up a massive firing squad of archers. Minutes later, the pitch-black swarm of enemies comes barreling straight at the defensive line. This moving barricade practically kisses the fortress, and the players are completely mind-blown by this dark magic. The thing literally dwarfs their own stronghold walls. The second those walls crack open, it is go time. Everyone needs to be ready to strike. But then, dead silence drops over the battlefield. For a tense minute, absolutely nothing goes down. The kid squints through the gloom, totally confused as to why the enemies are not pushing the payload. Then thick black smog starts bleeding out from the enemy walls. The guild is clueless. The toxic-looking vapor creeps across the entire zone. And piercing through the haze, the neon-glowing eyes of the monster snap open. The Grey Kings start panicking hard, screaming, "It is a freaking Lebekan!" They are dive-bombing us right now. The entire raid group is totally frozen, completely caught off guard. The beasts roar out that it is time for round 2, and they literally vault off their monstrous wall, leaping straight into the fortress like it is nothing. Smash cut to our main character chilling on his flying ship. He glances out the window, noticing the sky has gone completely pitch black. Over with Tia, she clutches the grimoire, tight tears welling up in her eyes as she zones out. Elsia's soft voice breaks her trance. "Hey, are you holding up okay?" She knows Tia is totally heartbroken. Tia just sits there crying silently, before finally choking out that Mose literally sacrificed himself for her. And all she did was run. Elsia gives her a gentle look, reminding her that their master, the immortal powerhouse, would straight up cheat death just for her and make his comeback. Tia furiously wipes her cheeks. "Yeah, you are right. That is why she did not completely lose it when his guildmates wiped. But man, for some reason, wrapping her head around Mose biting the dust was just hitting entirely different." Holding her gaze, she pointed out just how insanely much Mose actually meant to her. Alaya shifted her eyes, staring at the floor in total silence. Her eyelashes fluttering downward as she whispered, "Yeah, Elsha." She was dying to finally tell Mose the exact words hidden right there in the final. The second he comes back, she's absolutely spilling her heart out to him. Hugging the hardcover tightly against her beating heart, she pushed herself up and walked toward the door, tossing one final look at Elsha. Catching her nod, Kia casually asked her to flick on the lights, because she had places to be. Fast forward, we catch our main guy chilling in a salon chair while the barber announces his fresh cut is officially done. The dude checks his reflection as the stylist drops a quick, "We rocking with this," staring into the glass. He instantly cringed hard at his own awkward vibe. He mumbled a quick, "Yeah." The guy wielding the scissors aggressively pitched some premium shampoo, but the moment our boy peeped the final bill, his jaw basically dropped at the insane price tag. Bruh, he was in that chair for literally less than 10 minutes. Dropping bags on grooming wasn't exactly his thing, but today was strictly for swiping the card. Cut to him strolling through the bustling downtown streets, completely loaded down with heavy shopping bags. Suffering his very first death inside Circuit meant catching a massive 3-day ban in the real world. Getting locked out of the server was the only thing forcing him to actually enjoy his massive newly found wealth. Step 1. Ditching that tiny dusty shoebox apartment and inking a fresh lease on a massive upgrade. He totally geeked out over the actual bed frame, the solid wood wardrobe, a legit dining table, a sparkling clean toilet, and get this, 0 black mold. Plus, he flexed by wiring his folks 10 million won apiece. 0 guilt, all. Of course, his parents instantly blew up his phone, aggressively grilling him with absolutely terrifying tones about where the cash came from. Honestly, buying a flashy penthouse or a sick sports car wasn't even on his radar. Everyone was totally shook that he stacked enough game tokens to straight up buy whatever he desired. But our guy had a big brain strat for blowing this kind of cash. It had been a minute since he first logged in, and the player base's average level had skyrocketed. With everyone's stats beefing up the system, nerfed the quest payouts, making it brutally tough to grind for those digital coins. The IRL market value for a single Ormicon token was hovering near a whopping 180 million won. He mentally replayed cashing out 2 whole tokens just last night, leaving him sitting on a massive stash of 137. Thanks to insane inflation, the devs slapped a hard cap on trading volume. No point blowing it recklessly. So, he chose to diamond hand the rest of his stack for the time being. If you're gonna drop that kind of bag, you gotta learn the meta of being rich first. Right on cue, his screen lights up with an incoming call. He picks up, tossing out a casual, "Yo, what's good?" Instantly, someone on the other end starts screaming their lungs out. "Bro, Kehoe, what kind of sick pad did you just move into?" The volume was so deafening he had to yank the phone away, from his ear wincing at the noise. He fired back. "Wait, did you stalk my profile update or something?" His buddy swore he legit thought it was just an in-game flex on Circuit, not a legit real-world upgrade. Playing it cool, Kehoe smoothly lied, claiming his dad's business was just blowing up lately. His friend totally hyped him up, thrilled that the family was finally securing the bag, and practically demanded they throw a wild housewarming rager. Kehoe dodged, pointing out he didn't even own a fridge yet, promising to hit him up once the place wasn't totally bare bones. His bro respected the boundary, promising to stay connected, and our guy finally hung up. Staring off, it hit him like a truck. He had been hardcore sweating Circuit for so long, he low-key ghosted his entire real-life circle. Slowly but surely, the weight of the real world was finally crashing back down on his shoulders. Honestly, getting killed in game might have been the ultimate hidden W. Soaking in that warm, nostalgic feeling, he kept walking forward. Out of nowhere, a booming voice echoed over a loudspeaker declaring a breaking update on the massive Manchu questline. He whipped around, spotting a giant jumbotron broadcasting the news. Hype reporters were urgently confirming that over 12,000 Labakan forces had been utterly wiped from the map. Sure, their starting numbers sat at a beefy 1.5 million, but taking that kind of hit, absolutely devastating damage. The silver lining, insanely high-tier whales were still logging on to carry the raid. The community was holding out hope for a solid clear, but things were looking grim. Half of Lundavaran City had already been overrun by totally cracked enemy mobs. Staring at the screen, our boy whispered, "No way. Did it actually fall?" The anchors frantically detailed how massive floating airships were running desperate back-to-back rescue ops for the trapped locals. But then, they dropped an absolute bombshell. The Horus, a legendary flagship vessel, had tried making a brutal escape run with roughly 360 surviving NPCs on board. The tragic result? Blown right out of the sky. Then the anchor paused. Everyone knows Mo's, right? Literally one of the most famous top-tier players on the server. The guy who basically broke the internet by being the sole player to actually own a flying ship. Well, multiple eyewitnesses are officially reporting that the iconic golden ship piloted by Mo's has also been completely obliterated. Hearing his own in-game alias dropped on national TV, he completely froze his brain straight up, glitching. The reporters kept rolling, mentioning how Mose had gone totally rogue diving headfirst into the war zone to save stranded citizens, and they called it an absolute tragedy that the game's one and only player-owned warship got blasted to pieces. Standing there on the sidewalk, our hero felt his stomach drop, totally paralyzed. The second he hit his bedroom and slammed on those VR goggles, pure dread washed over him. This has to be a joke. He panicked, frantically mashing the login sequence to brute force his way inside. A cold red error message flashed across his vision. Access denied. Because he had died in-game, the system locked him out with a brutal 7-day cooldown. His blood instantly boiled. "Let me in!" he roared at the empty digital interface, spamming the reconnect command like an absolute madman. But the soulless AI just looped the exact same infuriating reject. Desperate for a lifeline, he prayed the celestial ruler could bail him out. He triggered a frantic emergency comms link, begging the system to just connect. "Please, Kea," he pleaded into the static, his voice actually cracking. "Tell me my absolute worst nightmare." While he spiraled in the real world, cut to Kea in-game. She suddenly froze in her tracks right beside Elsha. Catching her sudden shift, Kea blinked, swearing she just caught the frantic ghost of Moses' voice echoing in her head. The duo had just trekked across the brutal. Kea shook off the distraction and gave a sharp nod. Her mission was locked in.